Our story kicks off with a man standing atop a grisly mountain of corpses. He confronted Luo Wei, demanding to know why this was happening. He remembered they were once like brothers, having fought side by side through countless life and death battles. Luo Wei then reminded him of how the calamity began. Monsters had emerged from strange spatial rifts, sowing chaos and destruction across the land. Over time, these rifts were dubbed dungeons, and those who came into contact with them gained mysterious powers known as classes. Because of this, the class core was formed to conquer these dungeons, and they advanced triumphantly, pushing back the threat. Luo Wei then fixed an intense gaze on the protagonist, revealing that this was precisely why he had to be eliminated. The man had become utterly uncontrollable, a force too powerful. Powerful class users could easily disrupt the Empire's order, and he, having surpassed even the Triple S rank, was the most dangerous enemy of all. And supreme power had to remain solely in the hands of the royal family, as only then could the Empire remain stable. With eyes gleaming with furious rage, the protagonist questioned, "Is this merely an excuse to slaughter my family and comrades?" With cold malice in his eyes, Luo Wei calmly clarified that he was doing this purely for the Empire's stability. But just before the protagonist could even draw another breath, Luo Wei triggered a devastating, powerful explosion, revealing he had tampered with the protagonist's armor long ago. The explosion would also inject a potent compound, poisoned directly into his fresh wounds. Luo Wei knew that after such an SSS rank battle, the protagonist would have no strength left to resist. To ensure his demise, Luo Wei had prepared an entire army, considering it his final, twisted show of respect. Just before his life faded, the protagonist began to recall fragmented memories of moments spent with Luo Wei. At that very moment, his hidden skill, Mirror World, met its specific activation conditions. Mirror World, an SSS rank. Hidden skill was the ultimate ability designed to revert everything. He lost his life, and his soul sank deep into a mysterious lake. Decades later, a pair of boys were brutally torturing another. They tied him to a tree and plunged his body into the frigid lake. One of the bullies then sucker punched him right in the gut. He ordered his friend to dunk him under the water again. As they tortured him, they couldn't resist mocking his helplessness. They decided to hold him underwater even longer, aiming to teach him a harsh lesson if he dared keep faking it. His struggling expression was absolutely hilarious to them. They planned to eventually pull him out, only to beat him up a few more times for good measure. The boy, however, could no longer hold his breath. He didn't understand why, but it always seemed to be him who had to suffer. But at that very moment, the protagonist's true soul began to awaken. Suddenly, a boy with glasses rushed up to the bullies. He frantically told them to stop, yelling that the other boy would die. One of the bullies slowly turned around, his gaze filled with pure arrogance. He retorted that if the kid was about to die, he should just heal himself, because that's what a shaman should be for, though he knew it wouldn't be much use anyway. He then sneered that the boy with glasses was a total hypocrite. After all, he was the one who led them right to him. Therefore, if the boy died, it would all be his fault. The boy with glasses panicked, quickly explaining he only did it because they had forced him to. This infuriated the bully, who prepared to strike him down. But then, something utterly strange happened. A powerful, blinding light began to erupt from the lake. The bullies immediately started fleeing the scene, screaming in terror about a dungeon appearing. They needed to escape. A new dungeon was far beyond their measly capabilities, but the boy with glasses' attention was completely fixed on the boy they were torturing. Seeing he was still submerged in the water, he started frantically running toward the rope, knowing he had to save him. At that precise moment, the entire lake dried up completely, and horrifying monsters began to appear. The boy with glasses struggled to untie the knots, and while he was distracted, one of the monsters suddenly lunged right at him. But just then, the boy who was tied up grabbed him by his clothes, pulling him out of the attack's path. Then he extended his hand and unleashed a skill called Glacial Impact. The system notified him he'd used Basic Heal on a minor demon, but the action failed. The target's HP was already full. The boy with glasses panicked, bewildered why he was healing the monster. When the monster tried to attack again, he instantly summoned a shield, blocking the hit. Just in the nick of time, as the protagonist opened his info window, he saw his name was Yun Che, and his class was Chanter. He realized he'd used a healing spell, and this wasn't his original body. Normally, when someone touched a dungeon, they'd bind to the system and get a random starter class, which should be unchangeable. After that, they'd grow stronger through the dungeon, gaining skills tied to their class. However, he'd been a warrior who reached the pinnacle. Back then, he'd used a skill called Mirror World, after which he was trapped there until he heard that boy's dying cry. He finally realized he'd been revived. In that boy's body, not exactly a happy thought, but he still thanked the boy for a chance. At revenge, the boy with glasses then informed Yunke that monsters were surrounding them, begging for immediate help, as he could only handle 3 at most. The protagonist knew his body was too weak. Even these small enemies were beyond his capabilities. At their speed, he couldn't even run. Opening his skill window, he realized they were all useless. Basic Heal restored 1 to 4 HP to a target, and Entangling Vines summoned vines to immobilize a single enemy, with a low success rate. Chanter was too specialized. Its strengths were in support, but it was outclassed in every role. No wonder this class was always looked down upon. For now, with his old combat instincts, he could resist briefly. Yun Che dodged the monster's attack, knowing he needed a quick way out. Death loomed if his stamina ran out. Now, the hidden skill Mirror World became his sole hope. The protagonist deftly dodged an incoming attack. He had no clue how the skill even functioned. Then, he made contact with the monster. But the skill fizzled. Its conditions weren't met. He wasn't sure if his level was simply too low or if it required an actual mirror. When he tried the skill on the monster once more, it failed again, his level still insufficient. Realizing this, he deduced that Mirror World definitely needed a reflective surface. To activate, the level issue couldn't be resolved yet, so he opted to try a different target. Next, the protagonist attempted the skill on the monster's weapon. It failed once more, his level still too low. He even tried the skill on a tattered loincloth, but it too failed for that very same reason. The boy with glasses began to panic, telling him to quit wasting time with his useless skills, as he couldn't hold out much longer. Suddenly, a burst of dark energy descended from the sky, and a terrifying creature, a malformed overlord, level 10, made its ominous appearance. The boy with glasses instantly knew they were doomed. An elite monster of this caliber demanded at least level 10 to even be defeated. Then, several more bursts of ominous energy started to rain down from the sky, and his eyes widened in sheer terror, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Hundreds of fierce monsters materialized before them. While the protagonist was engrossed in his skill attempts, the monstrous horde began to charge directly at them. Yin Che couldn't even use his skill on mere rocks, wondering if the level gap was simply too immense. At that moment, the protagonist resolved to use his skill on Chao Ji's makeshift barrier, but the system informed him of its failure, stating that other skills could not be reversed. Upon this realization that he couldn't reverse other skills, a triumphant smile spread across his face, as this meant he could absolutely reverse his own. Once the protagonist activated the skill on his own ability, it revealed that Mirror World had successfully reversed his powerful Entangling Vine skill. Meanwhile, Yunsha unleashed Chaotic Thorns, causing thousands of sharp thorns to erupt from the ground as one monster lunged to attack. Another, cloaked in a fierce red aura, struck it down, saving Chao Ji, who was utterly confused, completely unsure of what just happened. But our protagonist quickly realized the skill's effect had been completely inverted. Instead of immobilizing, it now inflicted pure confusion. The Entangling Vine skill normally snared a single enemy, with a low chance of immobilizing them. However, its incredible reversed upgrade, Chaotic Thorns, now caused thorns to violently lash out at a target. With a low chance of inflicting pure confusion, the monsters immediately started attacking each other. This was all thanks to the confusion status effect, which forced afflicted units to attack random targets. Our protagonist couldn't help but crack a smile as he realized this seemingly useless skill had become incredibly powerful after being reversed. This made him furiously contemplate what wild possibilities would unfold if he reversed the rest of his skills. Mirror World truly lived up to its SSS rank. Hidden skill reputation. It not only reversed skill effects, but also applied an overall powerful enhancement. If he had used the non-reverted version of this skill, the success rate would have been abysmal. The restraint duration would only last a mere second. At most, nowhere near its current potency. Our boy grabbed a sword firmly stuck in the ground and couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he reversed his remaining skills. His attention was then drawn to the skill Empowered Strike. It cost 20 mana, lasted 30 seconds, and granted a measly 5% attack boost to one unit. The effect ended as soon as the unit consumed any mana. When Yun-Che reverted this skill, it dramatically transformed into Trick Blade. It now cost 40 mana, lasted a full 60 seconds, and granted a powerful 10% attack boost for each and every consumption of mana. He activated Trick Blade, and his sword began to emanate a powerful, shimmering aura. He realized that each skill use granted a whopping 10% boost in attack power. Trick Blade was now active, with a full 60 seconds remaining on its duration. Just one activation of this, any skill usage would send his attack power soaring. The potential was absolutely incredible. Yun-Che leveled up. Now at level 6, he noticed a shocking number of monsters had fallen due to their own brutal infighting. He also realized these monsters offered a pretty solid amount of experience. Upon death, when a monster tried to launch a surprise attack, our boy reacted instantly, blocking the incoming blow. Yun-Che's gaze flicked to his HP bar, showing 480 HP and 120 mana points. He realized leveling up completely restored his mana points. As the monsters continued their chaotic brawl, he decided to test out his Trick Blade skill. Yun-Che then activated Chaotic Torrents, consuming a chunk of his mana points. This, in turn, triggered his Trick Blade's effect, causing his mana points to rapidly deplete, while his attack repeatedly surged by a 10% boost. With each consumption, he was down to just 12 mana points, but his Trick Blade had unleashed a staggering 120% attack increase. With 44 seconds still left on its duration, his eyes began to gleam with fierce determination, his attention fixed on a charging monster, heading straight for him. He realized this skill shattered all conventions, allowing him to easily reach 2.2 times his attack power. So effortlessly, when the monster attacked, our boy deftly deflected the blow, swiftly moved behind it, and dealt a deep gash to its back, then stomach. Cal G was in absolute shock. He couldn't believe this was Yun-Che. Observing his lightning-fast movements, he wondered how a level 5 Shanter could possess such incredible capability. And since when did Shantars even have such skills? Our boy continued to fiercely fight the monsters, systematically taking them down with his level 6 stats. 120 mana points and 1 mana point regeneration per second. He realized he could now, theoretically, reach 2.3 times his attack power. In an instant, he defeated a formidable level 11 monster and couldn't help but crack a triumphant smile. He realized that his current strength could just about handle these level 11 elites. Just then, a sinister hand emerged from the ground. Yun-Che's gaze locked onto it. As a level 21 monster, the Battle Fiend Chimera burst from the ground with a terrifying roar. It swiftly turned and massacred the smaller monsters in one swift move. Chao Ji's eyes widened with pure terror, while on the other hand, our hero felt a pang of surprise at finding a hidden level 21 boss in this very dungeon. The boss began its fierce charge straight for our hero, just as he tried to unleash Chaotic Thorns. But the skill failed. The monster was immune to chaos. Right before the beast could strike, Chao Ji lunged forward, summoning his mighty shield. Yun She was taken aback, and not long after, he recognized a familiar face. A blonde-haired boy called him an idiot, reminding him not to charge and head first. Our hero's eyes widened as the boss struck with immense force, shattering Cho Yi's summoned shield, and sending him crashing hard against the unforgiving ground. Yin She rushed to his side. He extended his hand, activating his skills. He used basic heal on Chao Ji, restoring a measly 1 HP, consuming precious mana points, and leaving him with only 54. Then, Trick Blade activated, granting him a 10% damage boost. Immediately after, Basic Heal activated again on Chao Ji, this time with a critical hit that restored 5 HP. Our hero's mana points plummeted to just 1. He grimly thought a chanter's healing skills were utterly pathetic. He quickly asked Chao Ji if he had any health potions. Chao Ji confirmed he had an emergency one, and our hero urged him to drink it now. His Trick Blade now had 85 seconds of duration remaining. The boss began to systematically wipe out the other monsters. Yin She knew he wasn't yet a match for this colossal boss, but the weaker mobs were almost all gone. He had a plan. Flashing his blade, he asked Chao Ji to hold on just 1 minute, as he was going to finish off the remaining monsters, which left Chao Ji utterly surprised. Our hero moved like a sudden thunderclap, slicing the monsters into countless pieces. The duration of his Trick Blade reached 0. Yunke leveled up. His HP and mana points soared to 80 and 120. He reactivated Trick Blade by using Chaotic Thorns. Repeatedly, each consumption of mana points, the Trick Blade's effect just triggered, increasing its attack by an additional 10% with every activation. He knew he'd need at least a 400% attack boost. To defeat the boss, he began slaughtering more monsters. Leveling up once more, his mana points shot back up to 110. Next, he activated Chaotic Thorns, which granted him a 10% attack damage boost, sending his mana points plummeting to just 1, an abysmal 0-1. He repeated the Chaotic Thorns activation, gaining yet another 10% attack boost, as his mana points then dropped to 92. He realized he'd need to cast Chaotic Thorns 40 times within 50 seconds, meaning he needed to reach level 10. Chao Ji was utterly speechless, unable to believe his own eyes. Yun She leveled up multiple times. The boss prepared to strike, but our boy suddenly began to glow. He was now level 12. His Trick Blade had a 510% boost and a duration of 95 seconds. More than enough to obliterate this boss. Yun She moved with lightning speed, effortlessly severing its arm. He then vanished behind it, launching a devastating chain of slashes, inflicting agonizing pain upon the monster. Before it could even react, our boy sliced its body to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he'd annihilated a level 21 boss with over 10,000 HP. After defeating the boss, our boy instantly gained 3 levels, now soaring to level 15. Chao Ji was utterly flabbergasted, wondering if he was dreaming. Could a mere level 5 chanter have just solo cleared an entirely new dungeon? Now that the dungeon lord was vanquished, the dungeon was officially cleared. He approached Yin She, asking if it was truly him. The defeated monsters dropped a trove of items, and the system prompted our boy to collect them. Chao Ji wanted to know how our boy had suddenly become so unbelievably strong. Our boy began to recall his past, and upon seeing Chao Ji's face, he asked about his relationship with Chao Ben Ben. Chao Ji was utterly shocked, having no idea how Yin She knew his great-grandfather's secret nickname. Yin She was somewhat surprised to learn that he was actually Chao Ben Ben's great-grandson. He started remembering Chao Ben Ben, and sadness welled up in his eyes. All those he knew had been wiped out by Luo Wei. But before he could pry further about Chao Ben Ben, Chao Ji looked away, stating that there was no need to discuss him at that moment. If Yin She didn't want to answer his question, he didn't have to say anything. No need to shame him like this. Yin She was a little confused, as he had no idea what was going on. Chao Ju then mentioned that even though he didn't know why, Yin She had been hiding his true strength. All this time, He advised they should return to school, since the next day, the school would organize a visit to the modern history memorial hall, and skipping classes would surely get them noticed. Yun-che couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Furious, he decided to listen to him. But deep down, he knew he couldn't reveal his identity yet. If Chao Ju investigated too much, he could become suspicious. Yun-che thought about the Modern History Memorial Hall. It should have records of what happened. After he died, the next day, they boarded the subway on their way to school. The students were very excited. Times had changed a lot. After being dead for so many years, the world had undergone massive changes. He couldn't believe they now used products, from the dungeons to power carriages. Many things had appeared that he had never seen before. However, he had seen some of them in dungeons in the past. He opened his system inventory. He wondered if only items dropped by monsters could be taken out of dungeon. He equipped the Chimera Bone Ring. It was a level 14 ring, formed from the rib of the dungeon lord. Of flesh and bone, the battlefield chimera. It allowed the wearer to attach a chimera limb to their body. He then took the robust physique skill book from his inventory. Its quality was exceptional. It was a passive skill, and any class could learn it. He realized equipment like this, and skill books, could be retrieved from the inventory. They could also be bought and sold outside of dungeons. His resilient physique skill was active. It was a passive, permanent skill, reducing all incoming physical damage. Things that couldn't be stored in the inventory after defeating the Lord should have vanished along with the dungeon. Confusion sparked in his eyes. He had no idea what happened after he died. Not long after, he arrived at the Modern History Memorial Hall, and the first thing he saw was the statue of Luo Wei, the supreme ruler of the kingdom, the emperor who ended the dungeon disasters. The teacher began guiding the students through the modern history Memorial Hall. He explained that many students knew that this very place, more than 50 years ago, had been the battlefield of that famous rebellion. The teacher explained that back then, dungeons plagued them deeply. He added that, especially after the most terrifying triple Fs rank dungeon appeared, everyone lived in fear. King Luo Wei personally led the professional army on an expedition. Despite suffering heavy casualties, he finally conquered this terrifying dungeon. But just at that moment, he encountered a long-planned rebellion. Its mastermind, as everyone knew, was Yun-che. Yun-che was the same man deeply trusted by the king, but who ultimately became an ungrateful traitor. Yun-che couldn't help but feel furious, seeing this distorted version of history. They were the ones who cleared the triple S rank dungeon, and the ones who were ambushed. The teacher clenched his fist, mentioning that they couldn't imagine the pain of being betrayed under such circumstances. But their king overcame this sorrow and fought with blood and courage. Finally, with the hero Ding Kuen's help, he successfully crushed the rebellion. Yun-che's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Upon hearing the name Ding Kuen, he wondered if such a person truly existed. Suddenly, the bullies, who had tormented Yun-che in the lake, reappeared, feeling utterly bewildered to find themselves still alive. They questioned how this was even possible, since he and Chao Ju had been dragged into the newly formed dungeon. One of the bullies blurted out that the dungeon had been cleared. He mused that, for a new dungeon to be cleared so swiftly, a master must have been right there. According to him, they were incredibly lucky to have found that master. Our boy's attention snapped onto them, realizing these were the scumbags who had tormented his body's owner. Everyone started crowding around Ding Shui to find out what he was rambling about. Reacting with total disbelief, they wondered if he had really encountered a new dungeon, and even more shockingly, if he had survived a disaster inside it. Ding Shu slung his arm around Chao Ju's shoulder and remarked that he was quite lucky to have made it out alive. He began to whisper, revealing that they had nearly dragged them into that dungeon. That day, he demanded to know how they planned to settle this debt. Show you paniqued, making it clear it was Ding Shu's fault. He threatened to report him accusing him of almost causing his and Yun Che's deaths. Ding Shu grabbed Chao Ju by the head, questioning what in the world was going through his mind, and realizing he didn't seem to have any idea of the situation at all. Ding Shu asked Chao Ju to look at the statue in front of them and observe his ancestor being trampled by the hero. He revealed that he was the traitor, Chao En, and Chao Ju was his descendant. Finally, he confronted him, asking if he truly thought anyone would take his side. Ding Shu then exploded, declaring that while Chao Ji could insult him, he absolutely could not insult his ancestor. This left poor Chao Ji utterly stunned. Everyone quickly began to gather around, recognizing that Ding Shu's grandfather was the hero. When word reached Ding Kuan, our boy's eyes began to gleam with rage. The other students then realized the person beside them was none other than Chao Ji, the descendant of the infamous Chao En. To them, a traitor's descendant. Insulting a hero was an act that showed the world had truly been turned upside down. They remembered that his ancestor, Chao En, had slaughtered countless innocents, and if the hero hadn't intervened, who knows how many more would have perished. Ding Shu began to feign indifference, making it clear that he didn't care what Chao Ji said about him behind his back, but he absolutely couldn't allow him to insult his ancestor. To his face, the teacher approached Chao Ji, placed a hand on his shoulder, and firmly asked him to apologize. He reminded him that as his teacher, he had always been fair, and reminded him that the hero had forgiven his family in the past. He concluded that even if he didn't feel gratitude for this, he had no right whatsoever to defame him. After saying this, the teacher simply left. Ding Shu then placed a hand on Chao Ji's head and smugly revealed that if he gave him a beating in public, people would only cheer him on. No one was going to help a vicious dog that was being beaten. And besides, Chao Ji was a particularly despised dog. He then grabbed Chao Ji by the hair and sneeringly asked if he truly believed that he, the descendant of a hero, could ever be wrong. He prepared to strike Chao Ji, but at that very moment, someone kicked him in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chao Ji's eyes widened in utter surprise. It was Yun Che, his eyes absolutely glowing with rage. He questioned if the hero's family didn't have time to discipline their own brats. The students immediately started recording, wondering if this was truly Yun Che. They gasped, commenting he seemed like a completely different person entirely. They couldn't believe he'd dare to strike Ding Shu. He's lost his mind, they whispered. Some remembered he was only level 5, the weakest in his entire class, so they wondered what had suddenly happened to him to make him dare hit Ding Shu. He had no parents and had always been too gloomy to have friends, so they truly thought he'd lost his mind. Ding Shu wiped his cheek, making it clear that Yun Che was merely a punching bag, who should be grateful that Ding Shu wasn't coming for him. He couldn't believe Yun Che had still dared to attack him. While he wasn't paying attention, he and his cronies started charging towards our boy. But Yun Che moved like thunder, expertly dodging their attacks and striking them down before they could even react. Ding Shu crumpled to his knees on the ground and began spitting blood. The students began to murmur among themselves. Ding Shu was in utter shock, as he couldn't believe how incredibly fast Yun Che was. The students were utterly confused, as they couldn't grasp what had just happened. They questioned how Ding Shu had been taken down again so easily, wondering if he was, in fact, a weakling. Ding Shu exploded with primal rage, unable to believe how a trash tier Level 5 support could suddenly be stronger than him. Immediately, he activated the skill Hell, which boosted his attack power by a hefty 25%. He then equipped the Fire-Forged Hammer, granting him an additional 314 points of attack power. He roared, thinking Yin Che had just gotten lucky. Without wasting another second, he lunged at him. Our boy moved quickly and, taking advantage of the opening, slammed a punch into his jaw. He was using the skill Blade of Trickery, which increased his attack power by a massive 80%. Ding Shu was in utter shock. Our boy kicked him, sending him crashing hard to the ground. Just then the guard arrived, and seeing Yun Che stepping on Ding's shoe, he quickly asked if a healer was available. The students were utterly dumbfounded, seeing Yun Che's unbelievable speed. They then remembered he was only level 5. Even the blonde girl and her friends stood stunned. The guard had made it clear that fighting was forbidden inside the hall, fearing the risk of damage. And then, the guard questioned the teacher's control. The teacher started striding towards Yun Che. Yun Che had not only insulted a hero, but now dared to assault his descendant. According to him, Yun Che was utterly shameless. The teacher unsheathed his sword, and Yun Che's attention fixed on him. Our boy subtly activated his ring, and when the teacher tried to attack, his sword shattered into pieces, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Yun Che then coolly mentioned that they should set aside the discussion of who was truly shameless for a moment. He pointed out to the teacher that, although he claimed to be fair, he seemed to have only listened to Ding Shu's side of the story, questioning him directly, asking if he was trying to curry favor with their family. The teacher furiously told him to stop talking nonsense, and then his gaze fixed on our boy's ring. He wondered what kind of equipment it was, since although he hadn't used his full strength, it had managed to block his attack, as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Yun Che clarified that it was just a casual comment, and added that he didn't believe the teacher was that type of person. The students were in shock, as they couldn't believe Yun Che had even been able to block the teacher's powerful attack. The teacher promised that he would thoroughly investigate the cause of this conflict internally. He wondered where Yun Che had obtained that kind of incredible equipment, and if he too had some kind of powerful backing. The ring Yun Che wore was the Chimera Bone Ring, whose durability was already damaged by 37%. Despite being of epic quality, it was still just equipment, obtained from a level 21 lord. So using it against the level 35 teacher was pushing things way too far. Yun Xiao requested expulsion from the hall as punishment, alongside Chou Yi. Chou Ju then stood, beginning to follow our boy, with a bewildered gaze. The students couldn't believe Yun Che had managed to block the teacher's attack. Wondering if any mere student could do such a thing, the teacher instructed his students to use a healing spell on Ding Shu. Meanwhile, our boy and Chou Ju quickly left the hall. He was sad, unable to believe that, in the end, no one had survived and had been slain long ago by that so-called hero. His gaze fixed on Chou Ju. He thought that if he asked him anything now, he would answer without a second thought. He coughed, mentioning his knowledge of history wasn't exactly stellar, so he asked him to recount the specific deeds of that hero, Ding Kun. Chou Ju became nervous, mentioning that, although he wasn't sure if he remembered correctly, it seemed the hero, Ding Kun, had discovered the great villain. Yun Che conspiraci beforehand. He recounted that Ding Kun had prepared an ambush near the Triple S rank dungeon to provide support, and that was how the entire rebellion crisis was resolved. Yun Che felt somewhat surprised. He began to remember his past life and how they had been ambushed. Chou Ju explained that the hero, Ding Kun, had aspired to solve the dungeon crisis since he was young, and always trained hard for it. After being promoted by the king, he fought across the country for years, saving various places from crises, like the very famous Great Cataclysm of Winterfell City. Yun Che began to gaze at the ground and ponder. The image of his past self, standing on a mountain of corpses, came to his mind. With a sad expression, Yun Che asked about the sword held by the hero's statue. Chou Ji explained that it was the flowing cloud sword, and added that, as the story went, it was the sword. This was what the hero had used to execute the traitor. For Yun Che, it was a top-tier piece of equipment. Yun Che's eyes began to glow with pure rage, as not only had they stolen his glory and achievements, but they'd even taken his sword. So he decided Ding Kun would be his first target. Outside the Ding family compound, several high-level warriors were patrolling. Suddenly, one of their eyes began to glow, as his attention was drawn to something nearby, just a short distance away. He saw Yun Che and Chou Ju slip into an alley. He decided not to pay them much mind, thinking they were just passing through the area. Noticing how alert the man was, Yunche wondered if he was a wanderer. With a scout skill, Chao Ju suggested to Yunche that they should just leave. He argued there were too many guards, and even if they managed to sneak in, the moment Ding Shu returned, they would be done for. Although he wanted to directly kill the hero, Ding Kuan, Yunche knew it wasn't possible. According to Chao Ju, Ding Kuan spent all his time in a high-level dungeon. Unlike in his past life, people couldn't freely enter and exit dungeons now. The high-level ones were all guarded by the military, and a special pass was needed to enter. He was sure, however, that Ding Kuan's family must have such a pass. At their home, our boy asked if it was necessary for their family to keep so many guards, considering they were just one of dozens of branches descended from Ding Kuan. Chao Ju revealed that, after all, they were descendants of a hero, and they even had a dungeon within their property. Our boy's eyes widened, surprised to learn they had a dungeon right at home. Chao Ju mentioned that low-level dungeons had long been bought and sold privately, but this wasn't something people without power and influence could even dream of. Ding Shu had guards with him all the time, so he could farm monsters and level up whenever he wanted. In contrast, ordinary students like them, their only chance was to do so during school dungeon practicals, where they even had to fight for monster kills. Yin Cha realized how drastically this era had changed and wondered if it didn't mean that the richer and more powerful you were, the higher your level would climb. Xiao Ji nodded, revealing that an average person usually graduates from school between level 15 and 20, since many no longer had access to dungeons. After that, they often remained stuck at that level if you got a job related to dungeons, like a miner or ranger in a national dungeon. They might reach close to level 30 by middle age. In contrast, guards like those at Ding Shu's house could take advantage of their family's dungeon, allowing them to reach around level 30. To reach an even higher level, one generally had to be recruited by the army or join an official organization, like a guild or a military academy, through school assessments. Only then could one access higher-level dungeons and truly reach higher levels. Our boy knew that if he wanted to become stronger, that pass was absolutely essential. Chowder suggested they just leave, arguing that the level gap was too enormous, and that no matter how skilled he was, he'd be no match for those guards. Yun Cha was keenly aware that his current strength was far from enough to kill that hero, let alone the Supreme King, Luo Wei, protected by layers upon layers. However, he knew that the scouting skills one could learn around level 30 were generally small area skills, like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Cat Spirit Summoning. These weren't enough to cover the entire mansion compound 24 hours a day. Besides, this wasn't a life-or-death dungeon, and most of the guards were rather complacent. He concluded that it was more than enough for him to get in. Chowder panicked. Yin Cha, however, took a leap and got onto the wall, thinking that compared to the almost flawless scouting, unlike the high-level dungeons of his past life, this current situation felt much more relaxed. Chuji emphasized that, even if they somehow managed to get in, within a private dungeon like this one, they could be killed with absolute impunity. Our boy grabbed Chuji by the collar, asking if he truly didn't want to change his life. Chuji confessed that he did, but he planned to do it only after joining a guild. Yin Che then pressed on, asking if he truly believed the guild could change things. For him, Chuji, the great-grandson of the infamous traitor Chao In, Chuji's eyes welled up with sadness. Our boy pulled him to his feet against the wall and made it painstakingly clear that a person's destiny can only truly be changed in the present, not by betting on a what-if that even he himself wasn't even sure of. Yin Che wasn't about to pass up the dungeon right there in front of him. He decided to let Chuji decide for himself if he wanted to follow along. Chuji began to sweat nervously, and our boy pondered, wondering if this descendant would make the same choice as his ancestor. Chuji then stood up, as he simply couldn't let him go to his death alone. Yin Che quickly told him not to make sound, explaining that there were no traces of any summoning type scouting skills in this specific area. Therefore, as long as they kept their voices down, avoided their line of sight, and seized the opportune moment, they could easily slip inside. Yun Che grabbed Chuji, and following his meticulous plan, they managed to successfully infiltrate the Ding family compound. Chuji's attention immediately locked onto a dungeon that unfolded deep underground. Upon entering the dungeon, they spotted two monsters, one at level 6 and the other at level 8. Our boy noted that the monster's level was slightly higher than those in the previous dungeon, but the overall number of monsters wasn't as high. Probably because Ding Shui's family killed them regularly. Our boy then mentioned there were only 2 small mobs here, and urged Chuji to go and give it a try. Chuji, however, couldn't help but feel scared and promptly refused, insisting there was no way he could defeat them. Our hero then forced him into the fray. The monsters immediately attacked, and he promptly summoned his shield to defend himself, still incredulous that Yun Che trusted him to win. Chao Ji's nerves frayed, and he thought he shouldn't have come. All he wanted was to go home. Yun Che prompted him to try fighting back, but Chao Ji countered how could he possibly find an opening to retaliate? Yun Che assured him he was watching closely and nothing bad would happen. Chao Ji decided to trust him, and using his shield, he attacked. However, the other monster tried to ambush him from behind, but he reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging the attack. This was exactly as Yun Che had anticipated. Chao Ji's talent was actually quite impressive. The issue was his constant timidity, and he panicked easily, only daring to defend. Yet, his innate sense of spatial positioning was incredibly accurate. As a result, he always seemed to be in an impossibly dangerous situation, but he never lost much health. Chao Ji attacked the monster, but his shield utterly shattered into pieces. Yun Che moved like a bolt of lightning and quickly dispatched the monsters. Chao Ji was quite surprised. He had leveled up. He was now level 7. Our hero then explained that experience was shared, based on contribution, and that if he hadn't unbalanced the monsters, he wouldn't have gotten much EXP, even if Yun Che was the one who killed them. Yun Che proudly wielded the Crescentful Bone Blade, a blade forged from the condensed resentment within a leg bone, boosting his attack power by 62 and his spiritual attack by 11 points. Yun Che observed that Chao Ji's movements were surprisingly agile and inquired about his attribute point distribution. Chao Ji revealed that, with the exception of spirit, he usually distributed them evenly. Our hero remembered that shield bearers typically didn't allocate points to agility. Chao Ji explained that if he didn't, he struggled to find a party at school. He clarified that no one wanted to be stuck with a slow shield bearer, because by the time he finally arrived, the others would have already snatched up all the monsters. Yun Che let out a sigh, then explained that he needed to have a long-term perspective. He clarified that advanced class promotions after level 60 came with strict attribute requirements. He cited the Bastion Fortress class as an example, which demanded 60 stamina and 90 defense points, concluding he couldn't just dump points randomly. Chauga pointed out that the highest an average person could ever hope to reach was barely level 40-something, and questioned how he could even conceive of level 60, since that was full-blown S-rank territory. Our boy placed a hand on his shoulder and with a grin, declared that from that very moment, he could start thinking about S-rank, or even things far, far beyond S-rank. That said, he also had to begin planning his own class. Advancement. He mused that his support class had only been revived solely thanks to the hidden skill Mirror World, and that if no surprises cropped up, he'd likely switch to a different class. He was in utter shock, realizing something mind-blowing. His Mirror World skill could actually be leveled up. Right here in the Ding family's private dungeon, Yun Che battled monsters with surprising agility. His Trick Blade skill amplified his attacks, but it expired right as he struck a level 17 zombie. Greed Demon. The monster, surprisingly still alive, demonstrated Trick Blade's power, but also its limitations in drawn-out battles. Yun Che's mana and stamina had plummeted. The monster finally succumbed, confirming his body couldn't endure prolonged combat. The grueling fight yielded immense rewards. Yun Che shot up 2 levels, hitting level 17. With his health, mana, and attribute points all surging rapidly, he also snagged 2 shadow creatures, souls from those elite zombies, which poured into his SSS rank Mirror World skill, a whopping 2,000 EXP, confirming he could level it up. With the battle done, Yun Che collected his spoils, ecstatic about the levels and Mirror World experience. Suddenly, a prickle of danger. He ascended to a higher vantage point, spotting Ding family, guard patrolling more often down below. Chong Yi, level 8, now sporting new gear, nervously suggested they pause. He noticed fewer monsters and a heightened guard alert, making it too risky, wondering if they'd been discovered. Yun Che agreed. Fighting now would be incredibly difficult, demanding constant vigilance against the guards and very cautious use of his trick blade. With his current power level and the heightened security, the risk was simply far too high. Yun Che then examined a new skill book, Brick Spell. This spell created mono bricks, but when reversed by Mirror World, it transformed into Void Technique. This technique rendered small objects completely intangible. He realized not all reverse skills were solely for combat. Some possessed subtle, non-combative applications. Yun Che checked his Mirror World skill. It still needed 30% more experience to level up. Standing on the cliff, he pondered the incredible power its reversal granted him, even at its basic level. He felt a surge of renewed determination, imagining just how much stronger he'd become. Once it finally leveled up, his eyes glowing. Yun Che then formulated a new plan. This dungeon offered unique Mirror World experience specifically from its monsters. He figured defeating the boss could level up his skill to level 2, a reward too tempting to pass up. Despite the guard risk, they moved stealthily through the cave, expertly hiding behind rocks. Guards were employing detection skills more frequently, making their current position increasingly precarious. Yun Che cautiously peered ahead and finally spotted their target. A massive, shadowed figure seated on a throne, bound by thick, glowing purple chains at the top of a grand staircase. Many guards protected it. This was unmistakably the dungeon boss. From their hidden vantage point, Chao Ji was utterly shocked to see a dungeon boss controlled in such a manner. Yun Che, however, seemed less surprised, noting that their own school's boss was similarly guarded, suggesting it was a common practice among powerful organizations. Yun Che meticulously scanned the entire scene, observing relaxed guards positioned on the stairs. He specifically focused on the glowing purple chains that tightly bound the boss. Realizing they were incredibly powerful restraints, he quietly analyzed the grim situation. With so many guards present, a direct assault on the boss would be utterly suicidal and guaranteed to draw everyone's immediate attention, making it unwinnable. Yun Che knew he couldn't simply kill the boss with all the guards, but he spotted an opportunity. A lone guard wandered off. He decided to take them out one by one. Covering his face, he unleashed Trick Blade. With a 150% attack boost, he ambushed the guard. The ambush worked perfectly. The guard was instantly crippled and dropped. As Chao Ji watched on, Yun Che stood over him with a dark, menacing presence, demanding he talk to spill information. Terrified, the guard begged for his life, offering any information and admitting the Ding family hadn't paid him enough to die for them. Yun Che listened intently, seeing this as his chance to ask about his main goal, infiltrating the compound. When Yun Che asked about the Hero Dungeon Pass, the guard was visibly shocked. He quickly said the old master had many in his study, and they weren't rare, misunderstanding. Yun Che forairo grandpa fanatic, frightened by Yun Che's looming silence. The guard swore he was being truthful, saying he'd often seen the old master take passes. He warned that the passes were temporary samples. Without an insider, they'd be caught. Yun Che wasn't debodered. He grabbed the guard's collar, telling him not to worry with a chilling look. He ordered the guard to empty his inventory, clearly showing his plan to steal from him, and likely take his identity. Back at the Ding family compound, Yun Che kept questioning the guard, still holding him by his shirt. Yun Che was disappointed by a single, mediocre skill book. The terrified guard swore it was all he had, explaining that The Ding family kept all valuable dungeon drops in their inner residence, leaving outer guards with scraps. Yunke learned Sant Baptism, a passive skill granting temporary defense. After healing, he used Mirror World to reverse it into Moonlight. Blessing, a pot offensive skill, granting temporary attack boosts after healing. He noted this skill, like the dungeon passes, was in the inner residence. The guard pointed to the lavish Ding inner residence, explaining outer guards. No one of his standing could enter without a direct summons. He confirmed security was extreme, except for Ding Shu. Everyone inside was over level 50 and equipped with top gear, making outer guards virtually unneeded. Yin-Che pulled the guard in closer, demanding to know if the pass was in the residence. The terrified guard confirmed it immediately, adding that the powerful family head, level 42, was also inside. A formidable foe Yun-Che couldn't possibly defeat. The guard then detailed the family's full strength. The current and second family heads, both level 42. The third family head, level 52. And finally, the old master, level 57. He warned that if the two strongest members returned, entering would become utterly impossible. After getting all the info, Yun-Che knocked the guard out. He had Chao Ju don the guard's armor as a disguise and wait for his signal. Since the powerful family head was safely inside, Yun-Che planned to lure him out, instead of confronting him directly. Back in the dungeon, Yun-Che observed the boss. He understood the Ding family used high-level chains to keep the boss alive, creating a permanent private farming spot. He realized this system's security, relying on easily guarded chains, could be exploited, a glaring flaw. The guards thought their method was safe, because no one would ever unlock the chains. But they didn't know Yun-Che, who, from his past life, knew exactly how to unlock them. He quietly approached a guard and easily undid the lock. The chains fell, and the enraged boss broke free. Going wild, guards panicked as the huge monster rampaged. This chaos was exactly what Yun-Che needed, to lure the family head out of the inner residence. Using the perfect method to do so, the plan worked. Alarms blared as the level 42 family head rushed from the unguarded inner residence. He ordered immediate dungeon reinforcement. As he and his guards charged to handle the crisis, Yun-Che used the distraction to grab the powerful level 60 combat chains that bound the boss. Holding the pulsing, high-level gear, Yun-Che knew his plan had succeeded. With the family head and elite guards busy, he and Chao Ju could easily enter the inner residence. As Yin-Che's master plan set things in motion, new faces began to arrive. Right at the main entrance of the Ding family estate, servants eagerly greeted the returning second master, Ding Hao, a formidable level 42, alongside his son Ding Shu, who pulled up in a luxurious car. Ding Hao casually dismissed Ding Shu's recent defeat by Yun-Che as a minor misstep, but Ding Shu immediately retorted that greeting his father wasn't the sole reason he was there. Ding Hao then opened the car door with a flourish for a Miss Yin-Sha. Two elegant young women then stepped out. One boasted long blonde hair, her dark-haired friend beside her. The latter was likely Yin-Sha. Meanwhile, the mustachioed family head back from the dungeon chaos waited tensely at the top of the stairs. He was smiling suddenly, but his smile quickly vanished, replaced by sheer confusion, then pure, unadulterated anger. He roughly kicked a bowing servant directly out his path, snarling at him not to dare block his way. As the unfortunate servant lay sprawled on the ground, the enraged family head strode purposefully towards Ding Hao, Ding Shu, and their two female guests. He was clearly furious after returning from the woods. From the shadows, Chao Ji, disguised as a guard, cautiously observed the escalating scene at the mansion. Suddenly, Yun-Che materialized silently behind him, startling the boy. Chao Ji confessed he was deeply worried, noting that with the Ding family's return, it was an absolutely terrible time to try and sneak into the estate. Yun-Che, ever calm, simply asked why he seemed so troubled, and a still startled Chao Ji blurted out, "How did you get here so fast?" Yun-Che then coolly explained. But the formidable creature he had unleashed was, in fact, a dungeon lord. Even a level 31 was notoriously difficult to capture alive, meaning it would certainly keep the Ding family's primary fighters thoroughly occupied for an extended period. He asserted they wouldn't defeat that boss anytime soon, making this the absolute perfect opportunity for them. With that critical detail established, he then asked Chao Ji what he had observed. Chao Ji looked back at the mansion, his gaze filled with sorrow. He revealed that the servant the family head had brutally kicked was none other than his youngest uncle, Chao Li, a mere level 17 man. Yun que listen d'intently. As Chao Ji recounted a dark chapter of their shared past, he explained that when the original Yun She rebelled, his own family had already been tragically killed. Chao Ji added that, in a strange twist of fate, this horrific event had actually saved them from the years of crushing shame, an unbearable pain that typically followed for the children of traitors. The suffering felt like it was happening to his own family. Yun She's old friend's family had endured immense pain, all because of insidious lies about their past. Yun She's face hardened with grim sadness and unwavering resolve. From their hidden vantage point in the trees, Chao Ji continued to recount his family's tragic saga. He revealed that after being falsely branded as traitors, the Chao family faced relentless cruelty from the empire. Their homes were razed, their lives utterly shattered, and it only spiraled further into despair. Under the covert command of the so-called hero, Ding Kuan himself, he ensured the surviving Chao members were relentlessly targeted, constantly beaten, broken, and tormented, with no other recourse for survival. The remaining Chao family members were cruelly forced to work for the very architects of their ruin, the Ding family. Now, they lead a meager existence, forever scrutinizing their master's expressions, bowing and scraping for meager scraps. Chao Ji admitted with deep shame that they are sometimes paraded about as living proof of the Ding family's immense power and generosity for forgiving a traitor's descendants. He recounted how his father's generation tried to resist, yearning to change their tragic fate, speaking out boldly against the pervasive injustice. But their efforts ended in utter disaster. The crushing stress drove his father to madness, while his uncle, Chao Li, became utterly subservient, reduced to acting as nothing more than the Ding family's dog. Burdened by this grim, hopeless history, Chao Ji began to question his own choices, wondering if it was truly right to follow Yun She into such an incredibly perilous place. His doubt was abruptly cut short when Yun She turned to him and declared firmly that he needed to infiltrate the inner residence. A panicked Chao Ji desperately tried to stop him, swiftly reminding him that Ding Shu's father, a fully equipped level 42 fighter, was inside. He warned Yun She that if he were discovered, he would surely die. Yun She, unfazed by the immense danger, explained his unwavering belief that in this era, with a powerful control, who can wield power and access dungeons, one cannot hope to change their destiny without taking daring chance. He met Chao Ji's gaze, adding that some things will simply never get accomplished if one worries and waits too much. Finally, Yun She gave him a clear choice. He told Chao Ji he could help him change his fate, but Chao Ji had to decide to act first. Yun She made his own plans clear. He would fight back, but he wouldn't make Chao Ji follow him. Even with Yun She's strong will, Chao Ju was still very scared and doubtful. He argued that the Ding family was a huge power that ruled the world, asking how the two of them could possibly fight such a big force. Uncho turned away from him, looking at the distant inner residence. As he started walking forward, he told the stunned Chao Ju that his goal was much bigger than just taking down one family, the real enemy. He planned to fight, he said, was the entire empire itself. Meanwhile, inside the quiet inner residence, Ding Hao relaxed on a couch served by a maid. He wondered how the dungeon lord had broken free from its strong chains. Seeing him, the blonde girl with Ding Shu politely asked her uncle if it was a bad time, offering to visit another day because of the emergency. Ding Hao quickly waved away her worries, saying his older brother, the family head, could handle it. He promised her that. A simple dungeon problem was far less important than her visit. He continued smiling, explaining that when his powerful father, the old master, and his third brother heard she was coming, they had already started heading back to the house. To meet her also, he said they had already contacted Hero Grandpa, who was very excited to meet her, making it clear that handling the situation would be very easy. From a hidden spot on a balcony, Yin Che heard everything. His attention sharpened at Hero Grandpa. Knowing they meant the so-called Hero Ding Koen, his mind raced connecting this new info with what he'd learned from the captured guard. To enter the hero's dungeon, one needed both a pass and someone to go with them. He observed the arriving guests. Noticing the immense respect shown to Yun Sha, he quickly grasped her exceptionally high status. Then, a crucial detail suddenly struck him. Her name was Yin Sha, of course. She shared the same family name as his current self. He couldn't help but wonder if this was mere coincidence. For now, he pushed that thought to the back of his mind. He refocused his gaze, deciding to concentrate on his immediate objective, securing the dungeon pass. As he watched, Yun Sha stood silently, her expression unreadable, a figure of both mystery and paramount importance. With the Ding family's main fighters preoccupied, Yun Sha seized the chance to infiltrate the inner residence. He moved silently through the opulent hallways, slipping past two chatting maids, and expertly using the shadows for cover. He navigated the richly decorated halls, venturing deeper into the mansion, ever closer to his goal. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the problem was resolved. The family head, Ding Yi, a formidable level 42, and his elite forces stood before the now-defeated dungeon lord. Ding Yi surveyed the chaotic scene, concluding the creature had been deliberately unleashed. He was disturbed, though, by their inability to pinpoint the culprit. He reasoned that taking such an enormous risk couldn't have been for just one piece of fine equipment, like the chains, determined to safeguard his home. He commanded his guards to encircle the inner residence. His primary concern was his important guest. He couldn't allow anything to frighten the young lady. Inside the study, Yun Che began his meticulous search. He approached the desk the guard had mentioned, but was initially annoyed to find the drawers empty. Remembering his new, non-combat skill, he utilized phasing, the reverse of the brick spell. This allowed his hand to pass through the desk's solid wood, revealing a clever hidden compartment within. Inside, he found a drawer filled with various books and journals. He carefully pulled out the items, his eyes first landing on what appeared to be a diary. Pushing it aside, he uncovered the real prize, a collection of high-quality, advanced skill books. One, in particular, was for a powerful support skill, Suinyoha, that could instantly paralyze any foes in its vast reach. He'd uncovered the family's most guarded secret stash. The entrance to the Ding family's inner sanctum was now swarming with guards, lurking in the nearby woods. Chao Ji watched, frozen in sheer terror, reeling, wondering why so many guards had suddenly appeared. His greatest fear, they had been discovered. His panic surged as even more guards streamed in, and he grasped just how perilous their situation had become. He feared if Yun Che didn't escape immediately, he'd be caught. The sheer terror of capture brought back haunting memories of his father's mind unraveling and his family's endless torment. His first desperate instinct was to bolt, to sneak away and save only himself, as another guard lurked closer to his shadowy refuge. He was paralyzed by agonizing indecision. But at that crucial moment, Yin Che's words echoed in his mind. He could be helped to transform, but he had to take that first step himself. Having made up his mind, Chao Ji let out a booming shout, deliberately snagging the guard's attention. He then exploded from his hiding spot, dashing off, luring them away from the mansion. He'd made his choice. He would act as a diversion to ensure Yin Che remained undetected. From inside the mansion, Yin Che witnessed Chao Ji's heroic act. With the guards thoroughly distracted, he shattered a window and leapt out. He swelled with pride, realizing his friend had finally conquered his fear and chosen to defy his fate. To help Chao Ji make a clean getaway, Yun Che orchestrated an even bigger diversion. He crashed down right in the midst of the guards, provoking them by boldly declaring He had absconded with their treasured chains and sacred skill books, daring them to come and get them, instantly infuriating them. The guards immediately abandoned their posts and pursued him relentlessly as he ran. Yunshe unleashed the freshly pilfered slowing aura skill. However, thanks to the reality-bending mirror world, the skill was instantly reversed, becoming an accelerating aura. This supercharged himself and any allies nearby. The family patriarch, Ding Yi, observed them running, but noticed something peculiar. Instead of fleeing away from the manor, they were converging straight back towards the ominous dungeon, grasping the immense peril. He commanded 2 of his squads to cease pursuit and regroup to safeguard the dungeon lord. Xiaoji, sprinting beside Yunke, was utterly baffled. He questioned why Yunke was leading everyone the wrong way, straight back into danger. Yunshe then revealed his master plan. He knew that, with so many guards pulled away to chase them, the remaining forces must have already defeated the wild dungeon lord to control the powerful boss. They would have had a massive fight, which meant the lord's health was now at its absolute lowest, making it incredibly weak. Yunshe quickly checked the status of his ultimate skill, Mirror World, seeing how close it was to leveling up. With his eyes glowing purple, he knew exactly what he had to do. Killing the weakened dungeon lord now would give him the final push. He needed to empower his most powerful ability. A tense quiet settled in the Ding family's lavish sitting room. The blonde girl, politely sipping tea, told Ding how her host he could attend to the outdoor commotion. Smiling confidently, Ding Hao, the second patriarch, dismissed it as a small thief, assuring his guest, his brother, Ding, he would handle it easily. But it was far from easy in the dungeon. Grand Patriarche Ding furiously tried to regain control. He yelled at a guard for being slow and ordered him to go directly after the rampaging overlord. Seeing Yunshe zip past, Ding Yi commanded his fastest units, rogues and archers, to abandon the boss and pursue the intruder at all costs. Their efforts failed. Yunshe moved with incredible speed, leaving them in the dust. He knew his advantage. He'd put half his attribute points into agility, combined with his reversed acceleration skills. He was so fast that only specialized, level 30 rogues or archers stood any chance of keeping up. He easily reached the main chamber, where the skeletal overlord was surrounded. The beast was heavily wounded and crippled, as guards frantically struggled to cast a sealing spell. Yunshe watched his meticulous plan unfold perfectly. The dungeon boss was now at its most vulnerable state. With a surging wave of crackling purple energy, he prepared to deliver one decisive, finishing blow, aiming to dispatch the weakened dungeon lord for good. But as Yunshe drew closer, the guards surrounding the overlord finally spotted him. They shouted in alarm, scrambling desperately to block his path. Before they could even properly defend themselves, Yunshe unleashed his devastating, chaotic thorns. Wicked purple thorny vines erupted from the ground, lashing out wildly. The guards were utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a bizarre skill before. The thorns immediately tried to inflict a debilitating status ailment. Humans typically possess a strong resistance to such effects, but Yunshe's skill proved unnaturally potent. Several guards painfully failed to resist its influence. The horrifying result? The afflicted guards fell into a state of confusion. A confused mage blasted a fellow guard with a powerful spell, instantly throwing their formation into utter chaos. The other guards watched in stunned shock, utterly bewildered by the skill's impossibly high success rates. With their own enemies now fighting each other, Yunshe shrewdly seized his golden opportunity. He blurred effortlessly through the thoroughly disorganized guards. His path was now perfectly clear to his ultimate prize, the critically low HP overlord, ripe for the taking. The guards' defense crumbled completely as Yunshe slipped through. They panicked wildly, yelling about why their shields and crowd control had utterly failed. Many even accidentally hit their own allies. Yunshe calmly noted their abysmal coordination. recognizing them as a motley, inexperienced crew. They clearly lacked any real team battle experience. He mused that their long-standing peace had made them soft, ultimately leading directly to their downfall. A desperate guard captain attempted to rally his scattered men, insisting that if they could just manage to pin down the intruder, he'd be finished. Just then, First Patriarch Ding dramatically arrived. He commanded his men to hold Yun-Che at all costs. The formidable level 42 warrior, clad in fiery gear, declared he'd deal with the troublesome intruder personally. With his blazing weapon, he majestically leaped, preparing a truly devastating attack for Yun-Che. Yun-Che watched the Patriarch's fiery approach, readying himself. With a dismissive scoff, he boldly decided to face the attack head-on. He then pulled out the level 60 combat chains he'd stolen. Even though he was too low-level to fully equip them, he knew their immense durability remained intact. As Ding Yi's fiery attack descended upon him, Yun-Che deftly used the chains as a makeshift shield, successfully blocking the powerful blast's full force. Yun-Che cleverly turned Ding Yi's powerful attack to his advantage. Instead of merely blocking the fiery blast, he used its immense impact to propel himself backward, like a human cannonball, shattering the magical seal the guards try to maintain around their boss. He landed perfectly before the crippled dungeon lord, with a final audacious taunt. He cheekily thanked the enraged patriarch for the ride. Before the guards could even react, Yun-Che declared he'd steal the overlord's experience. He unleashed a powerful finishing blow, striking the weakened beast and ending its life. The payoff was immediate and huge. Yun-Che gained a staggering 3 levels, instantly jumping to level 20 and receiving 9 new attribute points. Most importantly, the Dungeon Lord's massive experience maxed out. His hidden skill, Mirror World, a system notification confirmed the skill was upgraded, finally reaching the coveted level 2, seething with rage after his kill was stolen. Patriarch Ding Yi screamed in fury and charged Yun-Che with his fiery axe. Following his lead, the remaining guards rushed forward, determined to capture the audacious intruder, who stood calmly before the massive Dungeon Lord corpse. But Yun-Che was unafraid. He focused on his spoils, the new power his ultimate skill gained at level 2. As Ding Yi's powerful attack was about to connect, it passed harmlessly through a shimmering image of Yun-Che, who then vanished. The guard stopped, confused by his sudden disappearance. Yun-Che found himself in a completely new place. The world had transformed into a silent, crystal blue-green version of the dungeon. He activated a new ability of his hidden skill, Mirror World. In this strange dimension, he saw ghostly clear versions of Ding, Yi, and other guards, unaware of his presence. A timer showed his mirror walk would last almost 30 minutes. He realized with excitement that he could now truly enter the very world. Within the mirror, inside a strange blue-green world, Yun-Che began to experiment with his newfound power. He quickly realized everything was a perfect mirror image of the real world, precisely flipped from left to right. At first, he thought, the ghostly figures of the guards were mere illusions. His hand passed right through one of them, proving his point. But when his hand met the crystal-bright ground, he discovered it was completely solid. Realizing this realm was far more than a simple trick, his exploration led to an astonishing discovery. He picked up a solid crystal piece from the ground, and a message promptly informed him he'd obtained a mirror shard that crucially could be taken out of this world and into reality. This was a massive revelation for Yun-Che. He understood that with his mirror world skill, now upgraded to level 2, he could literally bring tangible objects from this other world into his own. Wondering what else had transformed with this skills upgrade, he pulled up his system screen. He was met with a completely different list of skills, showcasing many powerful reversed abilities, like invisibility and force field cage. But most of them were marked not activated, which left him utterly perplexed. A message quickly popped up explaining these skills were for base skills not yet learned. He then fully grasped the immense power of his new ability. The list displayed the reversed forms of all skills he could potentially learn He now realized that to utilize any of these potent abilities, he first needed to find and master their normal versions. In reality, the skill reversal he'd used at level 1 was merely a simple, basic facet of his ability's true power. As he scanned the exciting list of future powers, he instantly realized this changed everything. He can now strategically pick powerful skill pairs and plan his entire class path far in advance, knowing precisely what powerful reverse forms he would acquire. As Yunche deeply considered his new skills, full, incredible potential, he suddenly felt something behind him. Turning quickly, he spotted a faint blue-green, human-like shape floating aimlessly in the crystalline air. He wondered if it was perhaps a lost soul, like how he was trapped before his revival. The concept intrigued him, prompting him to ask if other souls resided within this peculiar world. Without warning, the once calm soul flared with green energy, transforming into a screaming, skeletal undead creature that lunged right at him. Surprised, Yunche swiftly drew his glowing blade and prepared himself for battle. He met the creature's charge head-on and with a single swing, effortlessly shattered the undead foe. Noting it didn't seem particularly powerful, just as he dispatched the creature, a new message popped up, catching his attention. The system offered him an undead contract. It explained that he could forge a pact with the soul he had just defeated, allowing it to leave the mirror world and fight for him in the real world. The contract also stated the soul's maximum level would always mirror his own. He could possess up to 20 such contracts. This unexpected revelation made Yunche ponder the full scope of this new power. Yunche mused over the implications of his new power. He now understood that, after defeating an undead creature in the mirror world, he could form a contract with its soul and summon it into reality. As a formidable fighter, holding the mirror shard he'd manifested into reality, he realized his ability wasn't limited to mere objects. The level 2 upgrade to Mirror World was a true game-changer, allowing him to summon not only items, but also an entire army of undead, from the Mirror World into the real one. Gazing at the vast, crystalline landscape, brimming with possibilities, he found the idea captivating. Back in the real world, things were a complete mess. With its lord defeated, the private dungeon had simply vanished, leaving behind a stunned and utterly confused army of guards. They couldn't fathom where the intruder had disappeared to. One captain frantically demanded, "How did he just vanish?" Wondering if it was some high-level rogue stealth skill. A rogue expert quickly shot back, "No," explaining their stealth had very clear limits and couldn't make someone vanish so perfectly. The sheer lack of answers infuriated another captain, and he violently grabbed the rogue, demanding to know how the intruder could possibly have escaped, with so many of them present. First Patriarch Ding was now even more enraged, having just lost his valuable private dungeon. He immediately took his anger out on one of his men, grabbing the man's face and roaring that, if they failed to find a culprit, they'd have to personally repay him for the loss. Meanwhile, Yunche's time in the mirror world was drawing to a close. As his mirror walk timer rapidly counted down, he questioned where he would reappear. Would he return to his initial location? Or did leaving the mirror world follow different rules? His answer arrived a moment later, when he suddenly appeared back in the real world, in the exact same spot he'd vanished from. The furious Ding spotted him immediately and without hesitation roared for his men to seize him. Faced with this new attack from the Ding family's fighters, Yunke remained perfectly unfazed. He raised a hand, a swirling green light glowing within it. As he calmly told them, "Not so fast." He stated that after being ganged up on for so long, it was time for him to do the same. And with that, he used the power he had just acquired from the mirror world. A flood of eerie skeletal warriors burst forth, forming a terrifying and undead army that surged towards the utterly shocked guards. The guards reacted with pure, unadulterated terror, their attacks immediately slowing, as they questioned what these ghostly figures truly were, wondering if they were actual specters. The first Patriarch, Ding quickly tried to calm the growing fear. He bellowed at his men not to panic, and assured them the creatures were just undead, monsters he'd seen countless times before. One of the guards faced a skeletal warrior, getting ready for a tough battle. However, he was utterly surprised to see a health bar suddenly appear above the creature. It was an undead skeleton warrior, and it was only level 20, the same as Yunche. Despite this revelation, the fear remained strong. Ding Yi's face twisted with renewed rage at his men's continued hesitation to get them to fight. He promised a hefty bonus to everyone if they attacked and caught the intruder. The idea of a reward seemed to make them brave again. But as the guards finally turned their attention, their gaze shifted from the undead army back to Yunche, they found he was nowhere to be seen. Confused, they frantically scanned their surroundings, wondering where on earth he could have vanished. Having expertly deployed his newly summoned undead as a diversion, Yunche observed the chaos from a secure vantage point. He swiftly assessed that his present army was still too feeble to be truly formidable. Yunche understood that if he could forge pacts with more potent souls, these disorganized guards would be utterly helpless against him. However, he was constrained by the souls he could locate. He had already sealed pacts with the 20 most powerful souls available within the confined region he had explored, within this segment of the mirror world. He also discovered that his venture into the mirror world was not boundless. He had struck an invisible barrier that confined him within 200 meters of his entry point. This revelation made him understand that to acquire superior undead, he would need to access the mirror world from various locations in the future. His strategizing was abruptly halted when he noticed his friend, Chao Ji, who had been serving as a crucial diversion, had been discovered concealed in the dense woods. A guard sneered contemptuously at the disguised boy, taunting him about the bounty he'd soon claim for his capture. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunche surged from the shadows, with blinding speed and deadly precision, striking down the menacing guards threatening his ally. With their escape route clear, he seized the stunned Chao Ji, informing him they were making their swift exit. Gazing at the havoc he had wrought with his undead legion, keeping the remaining guards thoroughly occupied, Yunche determined their objective was accomplished. It was time to retreat to escape the immediate peril and thoroughly examine all the novel acquisitions from his audacious raid. As Yunche and Chao Ji made their getaway, the remaining Ding family guards clashed with the undead army. The guards fiercely assaulted the skeletal warriors, shattering their fragile bones. A guard leader observed the creatures weren't particularly powerful, but their momentary relief was brutally brief. To their utter horror, a defeated skeleton would instantly reform, completely unharmed. They continued their relentless battle, only for the skeletons to revive time and again without end, just as the guards' morale began to shatter. Ding Yi, the strong level 52 third head of the Ding family, appeared calmly smoking. He realized the skeletons were summoned creatures, and that reviving them used their summoner's magic. With a confident smile, he concluded, they just needed to kill them until their master ran out of energy. Sometime after the chaotic attack, the old master, the powerful head of the family with a long white beard, returned. He immediately asked if their important guest, Miss Yinsha, had left inside. His son Ding Hao bowed respectfully, apologizing for failing to keep her there. He explained the intruder was unbelievably bold, causing a commotion by shouting, and even breaking a window, which scared their guest away. The old master, the formidable level 57 Ding Dan, son of Hero Ding Kuan, was furious. He yelled at his son for the complete security failure, enraged that an intruder got in and escaped without being identified. Ding Hao bowed his head in shame. Taking full blame, however, Ding Hao offered good news. Despite the chaos, Miss Yinsha agreed to go to the hero's dungeon, meaning his grandfather. Hero Ding Kuan's matter was not ruined. This didn't calm the angry patriarch. Ding Dan swore they'd kill the culprits without mercy. He then impatiently ordered his son to quickly check what else was stolen, safely away from the chaos. Yunche reviewed his gains. He looked at the temporary dungeon access permit he stole, which had Chao Ji's name. He had to pass his main goal, but still needed an escort for the hero's dungeon. He decided not to rush this problem. He assessed his other gains. From the Ding family house raid, it was very profitable, raising his level to 20. His powerful Chimera Bone Ring was almost destroyed from blocking an attack, but he'd stolen over 10 valuable skill books. He saw one book had chant skills. All support types, he learned Battle Song Chant, boosting his critical hit rate and damage significantly, but at the cost of his defense. He instantly considered its reversed form, Shield Song Chant, which would do the exact opposite. He excitedly dawned on a realization. By mastering and reversing these support skills, he could skyrocket his stats, armed with these incredible boosts, and a new passive skill that amplified his strength. He knew for sure he could decimate any same-level opponent with pure stats. Besides the skill books, the Dungeon Lord also dropped a rare level 30 item, Corrupted Knight's Armor, which would prove useful later on. But most crucially above all the levels, skills, and equipment, he had finally leveled up his hidden skill, Mirror World, to level 2. Reflecting on his newfound abilities, Yun Che conceded his necromantic summons had greatly amplified his combat power, but he knew deep down it still wasn't enough. Recalling the statue of the hero Ding Kuan, he judged his enemy was at least an S-rank berserker to even stand a chance of killing him. Yin Che figured he'd need to reach level 50 or higher, and, more importantly, find and contract an S-rank necromantic spirit. Later, safe from the Ding compound, a still-shaken Chao Ji nervously asked Yin Che if they wouldn't be followed. Yun Ke calmly replied they'd lost their pursuers and were safe, since their faces hadn't been seen. Still, Chao Ji remained uneasy, and Yun Che noted how harrowing the experience must have been for him. Seeing his current undead army was still too weak, Yun Che decided his next move. He asked Chao Ji if there were any nearby dungeons where a powerful individual had died. When Chao Ji looked utterly confused, Yun Ke explained he needed a higher-level dungeon to power level faster, adding that the powerful person was for something Chao Ji would find out later. After a moment, Chao Ji confirmed there was such a place. However, he hesitated, looking worried. He revealed it was the school's private dungeon, and they couldn't possibly sneak in. This new info gave Yun Che pause. He mulled over a heavily guarded, controlled dungeon, but his resolve didn't waver. He simply decided if standard entry was a no-go, he'd just use his own special methods. So, to kick off his special plan, to breach the school's private dungeon, Yin Che sought out his class teacher. He then presented the teacher with a valuable, rare purple tier skill book for his Wander class, casually pilfered from the Ding family. The bribe worked like a charm. The teacher, now convinced Yun Che had powerful backing, became much more accommodating. He admitted dungeon access was usually set in stone, and he couldn't just easily change things. However, he did reveal a crucial loophole. The dungeon opened for graduating students. While Yin Che wasn't technically qualified, a teacher could recommend an outstanding student. Convinced of Yin Che's extraordinary potential, he promised to secure him a spot. The plan succeeded. Yun Che joined the other students as they entered the school's valiant dungeon. Other students displayed determination or flattery. One student grimly remarked, it might be his last chance to level up, while another effusively thanked the hero. As Yin Che walked past the glowing portal, he felt a strange unease settle over him, sensing something was profoundly wrong with this dungeon. The teacher enthusiastically explained, it was where the hero once fought, and traces of his power might still linger inside. Nearby, Chao Ju listened grimly. He horrifyingly realized the valiant dungeon was the place where, according to the Empire's manufactured history, Hero Ding Kun valiantly killed his great-grandfather, the traitor Chaoan. Knowing the dark truth, Chao Ju hesitated, his mind racing. He struggled, wondering if he should tell Yin Che what he truly knew about the dungeons. Dark and hidden true history. As the students gathered at the dungeon entrance, the teacher delivered a final warning. He stressed it was a high-level dungeon, and they must be careful within their limits. He then singled out a red-haired student in armor, Little Z, instructing him to look after Yun Che and Chao Ju. Little Z was, predictably, clearly annoyed. He grumbled that he couldn't focus on leveling up, especially if he had to babysit. Another student pushed him forward, telling him to quit complaining since the dungeon was already open. Still grumbling about why younger students were even allowed, Little Z entered the dungeon with the rest of the group. He condescendingly ordered Yun Che and Xiao Ji to stay back and avoid causing any trouble. He even threatened to abandon them if they became a burden. As the group ventured into the vast, glowing purple interior, Yun Che silently assessed his surroundings. He noted it was supposed to be a level 20 to 40 dungeon. However, his instincts from his past life screamed something was terribly wrong. A deep unease washed over him as he sensed a profound danger that simply didn't fit a dungeon of this supposed difficulty. As students delved deeper into the glowing, purple-hued dungeon, Yin Che spotted Yin Yin and her blonde friend, Yin Sha, inside. He wondered how these younger students were even allowed in here. Little Z, assigned to watch Yin Che, also saw the girls. He pointed them out to another armored student, who immediately began dreaming of escorting the attractive girls. His fantasy was cut short by a taller, serious student in a helmet who smacked him, telling him to stop dreaming. This student revealed Yin Yin and Yun Sha were actually much stronger, both over level 30. He scoffed, saying they should be asking the girls for help, and the daydreaming student wasn't good enough for them. Embarrassed, the student muttered, "He was just talking." As the older students talked, the daydreaming boy watched Yun Sha and Yun Yin. To his and his friend's surprise, the two high-level younger students ignored them and walked directly towards Yun Che and Xiao Ji. Yun Che watched them approach, confused. He recognized Yun Yin as the high-status guest from the Ding family's house. Her direct approach made him suspicious. He wondered if she knew the original owner of his body, or if she was confronting him for Ding Shu, whom he'd publicly embarrassed. Yin Sha's approach, however, was direct and friendly. Smiling confidently, she told Yun Che she'd seen him at the memorial hall and praised his impressive fighting skills, remarking that his voice was truly unique. Yun Che couldn't quite figure out her intentions, assuming it was just casual small talk. But then, Yin Sha's eyes glowed gold as she leaned in closer, and then she revealed her shocking truth. She recognized his voice from the shattering glass during his daring escape from the Ding family residence. This completely stunned Yun Che as he realized, alarmed that this powerful girl had identified him as the intruder just from 2 sentences he'd shouted. Having made her point, Yun Sha's clothes changed to white, mage-like combat gear. Yun Yin did the same, putting on a dark green energy outfit. Yun Sha then told a still surprised Yun Che they'd explore the dungeon first, then casually walked away with her friend. As they walked off, Yun Che processed the encounter carefully. He understood she recognized him as the intruder, but chose not to expose him publicly, subtly delivering her message. This made him wonder if it was a warning. He considered the dangerous possibility that Ding Shu also recognized his voice from their earlier fight. However, Yun Che decided not to worry for now. He was confident that, as long as the Ding family didn't act immediately, his fast leveling speed would soon make him strong enough for any threat they posed. Seeing her act so friendly, he decided to offer a warning back. He called out, advising them to be careful, as his instincts told him the dungeon felt strangely dangerous. Yin Sha stopped and seemed to agree, telling her friend the place felt odd. She reflected that given her high level, the dungeon shouldn't feel so unsettling. With a final knowing smile at Yin Che, she thanked him for the warning. Before she and Yun Yin continued, the brief, friendly talk between Yun Che and the high-level girls didn't go unnoticed. The other older students watched in disbelief. The buzz was all about why the usually frosty Yin Sha was so chummy with him. Burning with jealousy, they swarmed Yun Che, demanding answers about his connection to her and insisting on an introduction. Uninterested, Yun Che sharply cut off their questions, flatly announcing, that he and Xiao Ju were ditching the group to explore solo. The older students were stunned by his sheer overconfidence, warning him that as mere younger students, level 20 monsters would absolutely tear them apart. But to their utter surprise, their supervisor, Little Z, told them to just let the duo go. He reasoned that for Yunche, to be so chummy with someone as powerful as Yunin, his own level must be incredibly high. When others protested, reminding him of their teacher's strict orders, Little Z's true, selfish motive was revealed in his thoughts. He aggressively reminded his friends of their real mission, to find precious crystals. He didn't want to share the loot, so letting them wander off was absolutely perfect. He finalized his decision by callously telling the group to just ignore them, reasoning they had distress signal guns if they messed up. As Yunche and Xiao Ji walked away, he watched them seething with anger and jealousy. He couldn't grasp why a plain, ordinary kid got Yun Xiao's attention. His envy festered into dark malice, and he concluded if Yun Xia was so utterly overconfident, he deserved to die. Sometime after Yun Xia and the others entered the dungeon, an enraged Ding Shu stormed up to the entrance, a male staff member, and a woman immediately asked what he was doing. Seething with rage, Ding Shu grabbed the man's shirt, demanding if a team had just gone inside. The staff member immediately demanded to know his intentions. This confrontation came after a frustrating meeting Ding Xiu had with his family elders, when he tried to tell them that Yin Che and Xiao Ju were the intruders, who had raided their home. His father, Ding Hao, simply dismissed him. He coldly told him not to blame them for his public humiliation, as he had no time for such trivial matters. But Ding Shui strongly insisted. He recognized their voices, remembering them from the raid. However, Ding Gai remained unconvinced, pointing out the intruders were far too skilled to be mere students, easily escaping numerous guards. Ding Ge declared that unless Ding Shui could demonstrate their strength surpassed that of the guards, he couldn't possibly support his claim. The family head, Ding Dang, coldly ordered him to leave them to their important matters, dismissed by his own family. Ding Shui had no choice but to take action himself. Back at the dungeon entrance, he once again confronted the staff member, declaring with fierce determination that since Yun Che and Xiao Ji were already inside, he had to go after them. Inside the dungeon, Yun Che was battling a formidable level 20 greed demon, Crystal Giant. This creature, made of sharp blue crystals, attacked fiercely as Yun Che expertly dodged its hits. Just then, an even stronger enemy appeared, a level 30 greed demon Crystal Eye. It shot a powerful beam of purple energy directly at him. Seeing the new monster's immense power, Yun Che braced himself for the hit. From far away, a terrified Xiao Ji shouted Yun Che's name and unleashed a support skill. A set of golden shields with angel wings materialized around Yun Che, protecting him from the devastating attack. The skill, called Surrounding Shield, gave Yun Che a shield with 500 durability and 700 defense for a full 3 minutes. But Xiao Ji didn't stop there. He then used a motivational shout, which wrapped Yun Che in an aura that greatly boosted his power. This gave Yun Che the inspired status, increasing his attack power and speed by a solid 5%. It showed that Xiao Ji was quickly becoming a truly excellent support player, strengthened by Xiao Ji's crucial help. Yun Che unleashed a series of powerful attacks on the massive crystal monster with his Trick Blade skill active, which granted him a massive 70% attack boost. He absolutely shattered the formidable level 30 Eye of the Mountain with a devastating final hit. The victory brought immediate results. Yun Che leveled up to a fantastic level 21 and gained 3 new attribute points. Xiao Ji was also utterly thrilled, shouting in surprise as he leveled up to 11 and also got 3 attribute points. Yun Shai explained to his friend that the Surrounding Shield and motivational shout skills came from the books they had stolen from the Ding family. He said they were very useful skills that Xiao Ji was able to learn. As he looked at the defeated monster's remains, Yunke thought about how much better their teamwork had gotten. He knew the monsters in this dungeon were a bit high level, but Xiao Ji's new support skills made the fights much easier to handle. As they went deeper into the dungeon's crystal caves, Yin Che remembered something his teacher had said. The teacher had mentioned a rare monster in this dungeon called the Obsidian Beast. He had said that killing it gave a chance to get a rare support skill book for gravitational pull. This was a big chance for Yin Che, because he had already seen the skill's reversed form, Force Field Zone, on his Mirror World skill list, and knew it was a key skill for his future plans. But hunting the beast wasn't his only goal. He looked out at the huge, spooky landscape, knowing that this dungeon was also said to be where many powerful adventurers had died. He believed their souls might still be where they fell, giving him a chance to find and contract powerful, undead spirits for his army. He hoped he could find some of these souls in the area. Suddenly, he felt danger and his eyes widened in alarm. In the canyon below, a huge creature made of dark, glowing purple rock appeared. It was not alone. A whole group of these elite-level obsidian beasts was on the move, marching together through the Crystal Pillar Canyon from a high cliff. Yin Che and Xiao Ju watched the strange sight. Yin Che saw that the elite beasts were moving in a large group and had also traveled at least a kilometer, much farther than they normally would. This very unusual, organized behavior led him to a serious conclusion. As he mumbled the words, "Wanderer type, huh?" he recognized the signs of a much bigger and a smarter, more dangerous threat. The obsidian beast's strange behavior reminded Yin Che of something specific. He then explained what a wanderer-type monster was. These incredibly rare creatures that lack a fixed spawn location and roam freely across the entire dungeon. They're significantly stronger than normal monsters of the same level and can easily overpower unprepared adventurers. Back in the early days, before humanity grew strong and learned to control dungeons, running into a wanderer type often meant a brutal fight for survival. These creatures were especially dangerous because they weren't confined to the dungeon. They could wander outside, threatening human towns, causing widespread disaster and death. However, Yunke also knew that this huge risk came with an equally immense reward. The experience and items dropped by wanderer-type monsters were vastly superior to any ordinary creatures, making them a high-risk, high-reward target for any adventurer brave enough to confront them. Knowing the immense threat from the group of obsidian beasts, Yin Che knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He understood that the monsters were simply too powerful for a direct assault, so he decided to test their abilities first, to discover a weakness. His first look revealed a formidable defense. The level 30 obsidian crystal beasts had a powerful healing skill that was always active, making them incredibly hard to wear down. Before he could devise a new plan, the beasts attacked back, unleashing a coordinated blast of powerful energy beams called mana rays. Yunke used his incredible speed to weave through the thick web of attacks. Aided by the wing shields Xiao Ji had summoned for him, but the monster's attacks were too numerous and too frequent. Eventually, one of the beams struck him, drawing blood and sending a searing shock of pain through his back. He quickly realized that even his impressive speed couldn't possibly dodge them all. A quick glance at his health bar screamed just how much danger he was in. His HP had plummeted dramatically. He understood his inherent weakness. His current body's meager HP and defense were simply too low. He understood that without Xiao Ji's surrounding shield, he'd be utterly devastated by that single hit. Acknowledging his weakness, Yin Che tried a different tactic. He then summoned his personal undead army, a legion of spooky skeletons wreathed in green flame, to bravely hold back the obsidian beasts. But the power gap proved too vast. The elite monsters ripped through his summons, and he watched the health bars of his skeletons plummet at an alarming rate. He frustratingly realized that even his undead army couldn't hold the line against these overwhelmingly powerful enemies. He executed a smart retreat, noting that at least the formidable monsters were quite slow, which bought him a crucial moment. He understood his abysmal health and defense were weaknesses that couldn't be remedied quickly. He concluded that the only true way to defeat these creatures was to completely rely on Chao Ji's defensive skills. For that to be possible, however, his friend needed a significant power boost. Yin Che turned to Chao Ji, explaining the updated strategy. They'd tackle weaker monsters first to gain strength. They relocated to an area with easier prey, where Yun Che identified a cluster of enemies he'd encountered before, deeming them perfect for helping Chao Ji level up. In group combat, the shield bearer serves as the main defense. Other classes count on them to soak up damage, allowing them to unleash attacks safely from afar. Heeding Yun Che's earlier advice to aim for S rank, Chao Ji had meticulously poured all his new stat points into his defense. This unique build, combined with the armor they had borrowed from the Ding family guards, was now proving its immense value. Chao Ji had effectively forged the core defenses of a true shield bearer. He could now effortlessly block attacks from level 20 monsters, taking minimal damage. Guided by Yun Che's expert teaching, Chao Ju dove into intense training to master his role as a formidable shield bearer. From a distance, Yun Che called out instructions, drilling his friend on the fundamentals of a solid defensive stance, telling him exactly how to shift his weight, brace his body, and perfectly angle his shield to deflect incoming attacks. Putting these lessons into immediate action, Xiuyu brilliantly blocked a devastating blow from a crystal monster. He beamed, seeing a tangible result of his improved skill. A message flashed on screen. His shield's durability was depleting, much slower than before, but his inexperience still showed, as Yin Che warned him to anticipate follow-up attacks. The monster struck again, catching Chao Ju completely off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Before the creature could land a finishing blow, Yunke instantly leaped in, blocking the attack and saving his friend just in time. He seized the moment, turning it into another vital lesson, explaining why it's absolutely crucial to always predict the enemy's next move. He instructed Chao Ju to avoid wide, sweeping motions with his shield, which would leave him exposed, and instead to focus on smaller, more efficient blocks that allowed for quick counterattacks. Patting his friend reassuringly on the shoulder, he offered one final piece of wisdom: to stay hyper-alert, but keep his body fluid and relaxed, only tensing at the precise moment of impact, to conserve energy and react with lightning speed. The relentless training pushed forward without pause. With a final encouraging pat to Chao Ju's armor, Yin Che urged him to keep up the excellent work. He then positioned himself behind his friend, always offering support and imparting yet another crucial lesson for any shield bearer: to always keep a vigilant eye on the teammates behind them. Upon hearing this, a look of fierce, quiet determination settled on Chao Ju's face. They immediately put their training to use, fighting valiantly side by side against the dungeon's monsters. Yun Che reminded his friend of a fundamental rule of combat: when stats are neck and neck, it's superior skill that ultimately determines victory. Their incredible teamwork paid off after vanquishing yet another monster. Yun Che leveled up once more. Reaching level 22, he was clearly pleased with their rapid progress. Now that Chao Ji could confidently face any enemy, it meant they could battle even more efficiently, allowing Yun Che to gain experience at a much faster rate. The biggest growth, however, was undoubtedly for Chao Ji, who excitedly announced that he had finally reached the crucial level of 15. Reaching this milestone was a game changer. Chao Ji could now learn a powerful new skill from one of the forbidden books they had stolen. He held up the glowing, rare skill book for shield armor, a formidable skill that would add an impenetrable outer layer of armor to his shield. This would grant it immense durability and defense that scaled directly with his own stats, making him an even more formidable tank. With his level now sufficiently high, Chao Ji instantly learned the shield armor skill, which was the last skill book he could utilize from the Ding family's coveted collection. The new ability manifested as a layer of glowing green armor directly over his summoned shield, greatly enhancing its defensive power. Yunche also noted that the skill's defensive boost would be an immense help when they inevitably faced the dreaded obsidian beasts again. Meanwhile, in another remote part of the Crystal Pillar Canyon, a group of 3 men from the school's teaching team were observing the same formidable group of elite obsidian beasts that Yunche and Xiao Ji had encountered earlier. The teachers were thoroughly confused by the unprecedented number of elite level wanderer types gathered in a single location. They quickly determined that these monsters were far too dangerous for any student and absolutely had to be eliminated. However, they knew just how challenging the task would be. While they were confident they could handle regular level 30 monsters, the elite level wander types were a completely different story, much more powerful and dangerously unpredictable. Their discussion was abruptly cut short when they spotted a student's distress signal flare up fiercely in the sky. Forced to change their plans, the teachers immediately decided to halt their hunt and prioritize rescuing the students first. As they prepared to depart, however, they were deeply concerned, their faces etched with worry over the wanderers. They knew the monsters posed a massive threat, and any student who stumbled upon them unknowingly would face grave danger. As the teaching team prepped for the rescue mission, one of them, Pang Jiang, acknowledged the peril and volunteered to stay behind as backup. Team leader Lei Lei was about to agree when Yunche and Xiao Ju suddenly appeared, interrupting them. Yunche quickly shared his own concerns, suggesting he and Xiao Ju could keep watch over the group of wanderers instead. He reasoned that if the rescue party encountered another formidable monster group, 2 teachers alone might not be enough to handle the dire situation. He calmly approached the surprised teachers, explaining his idea with composure. He assured them the wanderer types weren't very fast, and, more crucially, hadn't noticed them yet. He promised that, as long as he and Xiao Ju maintained a safe distance and simply observed, they would be perfectly fine. He then urged the teachers to press on without worry. After a moment of hesitation, the teachers agreed to his audacious plan. However, before they departed, Lei issued Yunche a very grave warning. He stressed that the monsters were exceedingly dangerous, and that Yunche and Xiao Ju must absolutely not act on their own or attempt to fight them. He reiterated that they absolutely must stay hidden, because if those powerful creatures spotted them, they would have no chance of escape. As the teachers hurried away, one of them yelled a final, desperate warning for Yunche to hide well, warning him he'd have no escape route if the monsters found him. But Yunche had absolutely no plans to hide. As soon as the teachers vanished, he launched his own attack on the group of obsidian beasts, confidently declaring that it was the monsters who wouldn't be able to escape from him. He put their new plan into action. He summoned his undead army to form an impenetrable front line, ready to absorb the first wave of mana ray attacks from the formidable beasts. This time, however, the skeletons weren't fighting alone. Chao Ji, now an incredibly powerful tank, activated both his surround shield and his newly acquired shield armor skills. This instantly created a super strong defensive wall shielding the skeletons. The potent energy beams, which had previously posed a huge threat, now harmlessly struck the sturdy shields, without even scratching the undead warriors. They protected, with the monster's attention fixed on his unbreakable frontline. Yunche weaved through the chaos and unleashed his own fierce attack. He landed a series of devastating blows, shattering the crystal bodies of the elite-level monsters with nothing but his fists. He focused his assault on a single radiant crystal monster, watching its health bar rapidly dwindle with each hit. With a final, precise blow, he shattered the creature's core, and the formidable level 30 beast collapsed, defeated. It dropped a brilliant beam of light, signaling valuable loot. After successfully felling one of the powerful wanderer-type monsters, Yunche felt a surge of satisfaction. He noted that he was growing increasingly accustomed to his new support class, skillfully integrating his attacks with Chao Ji's impenetrable defenses and his undead army. However, he knew his current power level was still considerably weaker than what he possessed in his past life. While his reverse skills allowed him to amplify his attack power significantly, he was still hampered by the inherently low base attack of a support class. He yearned for a way to boost his basic damage even further. He then considered his other gains from the battle, such as the titles he'd earned for defeating powerful monsters. The victory had also granted him another level up, and he was thrilled to see just how much experience the rare elite-level monsters provided. As he approached the monster's fallen body to collect the dropped items, a message confirmed he'd successfully obtained some valuable rewards. As Yun Che examined the loot from the defeated monster, his eyes widened in genuine surprise. He had acquired a powerful weapon boasting high attack stats, a massive, glowing pink crystal longsword that granted him a tremendous +552 bonus to his attack power. A slow smile spread across his face as he quickly realized this was the perfect answer to his problem. This single weapon would be more than enough to compensate for his class's naturally low base attack power. He equipped the sword, and it transformed in his hands, becoming a larger, more threatening blade that crackled with dark, purple energy. With this new power, he was certain future fights would be much easier. However, his luck wasn't entirely perfect. He looked at the other item that dropped, a skill book, but was disappointed to see it wasn't the specific gravitational pull skill he had been hoping to find. He guessed that the chance of that particular skill dropping must not be very high. As he stood on the cliff edge, wishing for better luck and a chance to hunt more of the high reward wanderer monsters, his thoughts were cut short. A bright red, firework-like explosion suddenly lit up the distant sky, immediately catching his attention. Yin Che immediately recognized the flare in the sky. It wasn't just any distress signal. It was the special kind of flare that only the school's teacher teams possessed. This meant they were in serious trouble. The teachers, who had responded to what they thought was a student's distress call, found themselves in a very dire situation. They had stumbled upon a huge group of elite, wanderer-type monsters, all gathered around a single cave entrance. They couldn't understand why so many powerful creatures were all there. Soon after, Yun Che Chao, Zhu Yunsha, and Yun Yin also arrived. They were just as confused by the sheer number of monsters. With everyone assembled, a teacher stepped forward to explain that they had only just gotten here, right after spotting the distress signal, and were still unsure of the situation. He then pointed a finger towards the cave, explaining that the distress signal originated from within, and that the students they were here to rescue were surely trapped deep inside. Another teacher chimed in, highlighting their grim predicament. They were desperately trying to coordinate a rescue operation, but the monstrous horde was simply too overwhelming. Even with every single teacher united, they simply didn't have enough forces to break through. Witnessing the arrival of the formidable Yun Sha and Yun Yun, a teacher quickly turned to them, pleading for assistance, stating it would be an absolutely tremendous help if they could lend their power to the rescue. Without even a second of hesitation, Yin Sha immediately accepted the teacher's desperate plea, declaring that protecting their fellow students was their sworn duty. She instantly seized control of the chaotic battlefield by summoning a shimmering, star-shaped magical artifact before unleashing a truly devastating, area-wide buffing spell known as Starlight Mystic Art. Its radiant power instantly washed over all the teachers and students, enveloping them in an ethereal golden glow that dramatically elevated their morale and combat prowess. The overwhelming might of the buff left everyone utterly stunned, who instantly recognized it as nothing less than an epic-level skill. At the very least, with her allies now incredibly empowered, Yin Sha swiftly refocused her gaze upon the monstrous horde, unleashing a devastating attack spell, gravitational pressure, that instantly crushed a massive area of the wanderer beasts. In the very same breath, Yun Yun explosively joined the fray, unleashing her own equally devastating attack, Hidden Thorn, which effortlessly obliterated a fearsome level 30. Radiant Crystal Spike, showcasing her utterly incredible power. The sheer combined might of their attacks was utterly breathtaking. The remaining students and teachers could only gape in stunned awe, as the once insurmountable monster horde was systematically obliterated. A student, barely believing his eyes, exclaimed that, with this unparalleled level of power now on their side, they should absolutely be able to rescue the trapped individuals now. Showering praise on the incredible strength of both Yun Yun and Yun Sha. Observing the staggering display of power from both Yun Sha and Yun Yun, Yun Sha himself was deeply impressed. He quickly observed that not only was their equipment top tier, but their skills were more than up to the task. He concluded that with their combined might, the rescue would succeed without a hitch, even if he wasn't personally present. With the immediate crisis expertly handled, Yun Sha's attention sharpened, turning to a much deeper mystery. As the rescue team advanced cautiously toward the cave, he couldn't help but wonder, what could possibly have lured such a massive number of powerful, wanderer-type monsters to converge on this exact location? Deciding to uncover the truth himself, he instructed Xiao Ji to remain with the main group, while he moved ahead to scout the area. Yun Sha then activated his newly upgraded ability, Mirror Walk, and phased seamlessly out of reality and into the parallel mirror dimension. He gazed upon the bizarre, purple-hued landscape, realizing that the dungeon's unique crystal structure offered him an abundance of reflective surfaces, allowing him to enter the mirror world at will. However, he also recognized that this power had its limitations. He hadn't yet deciphered how to exit the dimension whenever he pleased, recalling how he'd been forcibly expelled when his timer ran out during his raid on the Ding family's mansion, and he couldn't get back in afterward. As he glided through the mirror version of the cave, effortlessly passing by the ghostly, untouchable phantoms of the other adventurers, he observed something peculiar. The people had phantoms, but the monsters did not. Examining more closely, he saw that the bodies of the monsters he had already slain before existed physically within this dimension. This crucial observation led him to a key understanding of his abilities. Rules, besides himself, it seemed that other living beings did not possess a physical form. In the mirror world, only their lifeless bodies did, moving silently and completely unseen through the mirror world. Yunke followed the ghostly phantoms of the other adventurers deeper into the cave. He quickly recognized them as the group of senior students, including the one nicknamed Little Z. He immediately figured that they must have been the ones who had attracted the massive horde of wanderer monsters, and subsequently found themselves completely overwhelmed. He'd already fired the distress signal. From his vantage point, he could see they were utilizing the cave's narrow space to make their stand, which should keep them safe for a little while anyway. But the core mystery still remained. What could possibly be inside this cave that would attract so many powerful creatures? He kept pressing forward, delving deeper into the mirror world's version of the cave to investigate. The confusing, crystal landscape made it hard to find his way, as the endless reflections warped his perception. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes went wide with shock and disbelief. He'd stumbled upon something utterly unforeseen, something that absolutely didn't belong here. Journeying deeper into the mirror world's cave, Yunche's gaze sharpened. He discovered the dungeon's ultimate prize, an enormous vein of shimmering green crystal ore. Now it all made sense why Little Z's group had risked everything to reach this place. The dungeons frequently contain unique resources, unavailable in the real world, used to forge powerful and unique gear. These green ores were one such resource, more valuable than any gold. Gazing at a green crystal, a system message appeared, identifying it as Mirror Image Crystal Oregon. The system confirmed he could loot it and extract it from the mirror world, but even better, it prompted him to return to the real world from this very spot. This was an immense revelation. To test his theory, he touched a different, ordinary blue crystal and saw the exact same message. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. As he grasped the true power of his ability, he now realized that, as long as he could locate any mirrored surface, he could use it as his personal gateway to return to the real world at will. Strolling amongst the glowing green crystals, Yunche carefully picked up a piece of the valuable ore. He pondered his newly upgraded skill, knowing there was still so much more to uncover about its true potential, and that he would need to find a good chance to study it. For now, however, he decided to focus on exploring the huge crystal vein he had found. As he went deeper, he was shocked by how much treasure there was. The amount of ore was huge. A massive deposit. That would be enough to make any normal person, who minded a billionaire. This amazing sight finally solved the mystery that had been bothering him. He now understood why so many powerful, wanderer-type monsters had gathered at the entrance to this cave. They were drawn to and probably guarding this incredibly valuable resource. Back in the real world, the rescue was happening. Yinsha kept using powerful spells, like gravitational pressure, to crush the wanderer monsters, while Yunin followed up with her own deadly dual blade dance that tore through the remaining enemies. Not happy with just helping her allies, Yinsha also showed her own attack power with Star Rain Art, a devastating spell that hit a wide area. The students and teachers watching were completely stunned, wondering if all of the girls' skills were epic level, as their power was much greater than the teachers. With a final huge cross-shaped slash, the last of the wanderer beasts at the cave entrance was destroyed. The path was now clear for the rescue team to go in and get the trapped senior students, who were huddled together, tired but alive as the rescue party LED them out. One of the seniors, little Zai, said he was very relieved, saying that he thought he was going to die in the cave. However, the always careful Yin was quick to stop his relief. Warning him not to relax, she pointed out that they still had to fight their way out of the dungeon, and that everyone was already tired from the last battle. Yunsha agreed, but added with a confident smile that with their help, the escape should be much easier than their last struggle. As the rescued senior students were being LED out of the cave, Yinsha's eyes suddenly widened, look of surprise and worry on her face, as she sensed something was wrong. Her bad feeling was right, as the students behind her let out terrified screams. The reason for their terror was a horrifying sight. The path ahead, which had been cleared just moments before, was once again full of an unbelievably large group of the elite wanderer-type monsters. It was as if every single wanderer in the whole dungeon had suddenly gathered in this one spot, completely blocking their path to safety, while the rescue team was being swamped by the sudden return of the wanderer group. In the real world, Yunche was continuing his solo exploration of the other mirror world. He moved through the confusing, maze-like paths of the crystal cave, his way lit by the strange green glow of the special ore veins. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes widening in complete disbelief at what was in front of him. He had stumbled upon an amazing sight, a huge tree-like crystal formation that reached the top of the cave, and at its very top, a brightly glowing star-shaped crystal core pulsed with immense energy. He immediately knew what it was: the dungeon's legendary secret treasure. As he got closer to the core, he remembered the stories about such items. If the different crystal ores were the dungeon's special products, then this crystal core was the ultimate prize, the dungeon's one and only secret treasure. These treasures are the condensed form of all the special products in a dungeon, taking a very long and unknown amount of time to form. They are so rare that a normal person might never see one in their whole life. Most importantly, every secret treasure, without fail, has a unique and powerful special effect. As Yunche reached out to touch the glowing object, he knew he had found the true heart of the valiant dungeon. With a happy smile, Yunche reached out to the glowing green crystal core he had found. A system window appeared, naming the item as the Mirror Image Crystal Core. It was a unique quality secret treasure that, when used, would permanently give a plus 110 boost to stamina, a plus 0.5 increase to mana recovery speed, and a 20% reduction in damage from light and electric type attacks. The description also said that it was a copy of the true secret treasure. Yunshe was thrilled with the discovery. He understood that the increase in stamina would greatly boost his maximum health, while the faster mana recovery meant he could use his powerful trick blade skill more often, increasing his damage with a smart grin. He focused on what he thought was the most important effect, the 20% damage reduction for light and electric types. He knew that percentage-based damage reduction was an incredibly rare and valuable effect, even among the very best equipment. To make it even better as a consumable secret treasure, it wouldn't even take up one of his valuable equipment slots. However, as he held the treasure, a strange thought came to him. He knew that, just as the crystal ores had attracted the Wanderer, monsters, a secret treasure this big should logically be protected by a monster whose strength was much greater than the Wanderer's. He had seen deciding not to stay long. He got ready to use the secret treasure, and then get out a system window gave him two choices: to either loot the item for later or use it right away, as he wanted to choose use. Another message appeared revealing a surprising rule: using or taking the item would require using up 10 minutes of his remaining mirror walk time, which caught him by surprise. Back in the real world, just as the rescued students were starting to feel a sense of relief, a deep and powerful rumbling sound suddenly shook the whole cave. The teachers and students looked up in terror, and even the very powerful Yin Sha and Yun In were frozen, with looks of shock and alarm. From behind the huge crystal formations, a new huge threat appeared. It was a giant monster, a much larger and more threatening version of the Wanderer beasts they had just fought, crackling with dark purple energy and making everything else in the cave look small. The group immediately understood the horrifying truth of their situation. They had stumbled upon the lord of the Wanderer species, a powerful hidden boss of the dungeon. The teachers and students knew how bad their situation was. They were facing a wandering lord, a rare hidden boss that was separate from the dungeon's main boss. A creature like this is much stronger than a normal boss, and this one, with its huge army of elite followers, was a threat they couldn't hope to fight against. Panic started to spread. One of the students cried out in fear, saying he thought wandering lords only showed up in high-level dungeons. The fear was spreading, and the others began to lose hope, believing they were all going to die, just as they were about to fall apart. Yin Sha's calm, strong voice cut through the chaos. She told everyone to calm down, reminding them that the most important thing was to work together, to escape taking control. She pointed to a narrow canyon, saying it was their only way out of the basin. They were trapped, and she explained a clear plan. As long as they could break through the line of monsters and get out of the basin, their faster speed would let them get away easily. With a final encouraging shout, she used her powerful starlight mystic art again, strengthening the whole group. She ordered everyone not to hold back and to push forward with all their power towards the canyon exit. Inspired by Yun Sha's leadership, the teaching team leader Lei Li jumped into action, saying they had to at least get the students out safely. He turned on his light, refracting shield. He announced that the teachers would take turns, leading the attack with him going first, and he rushed into the group of monsters to make a path. The other teachers and students followed close behind, their combined attacks creating a powerful push forward. Support class members cast healing and defensive spells on the frontline fighters, making sure they could keep moving. Surrounded on all sides, the group formed a tight defensive circle, slowly but surely pushing their way towards the canyon exit, as the teachers urged them to hold on. Just as it seemed they might break through, the huge wandering lord stepped in. It LED out a mighty roar, a skill called Battle Cry Rally. In response, the regular crystal monsters from all over the dungeon, which had been inactive before, suddenly started moving and began marching towards the basin. They poured into the canyon, their huge numbers forming what seemed like an endless wave of new enemies that completely surrounded the trapped rescue party. The students and teachers could only watch in despair as their escape route was cut off by thousands of new monsters, wondering where they had all come from. The already bad situation for the students and teachers got even worse. The huge Wandering Lord used a new ability called Crystal Aura. A massive red aura surrounded all the nearby monsters, strengthening them with a huge 20% increase to their health, attack power, and defense. The students on the front line were immediately beaten, crying out in shock at how much the monsters' attack power had suddenly increased. A stronger group quickly got its first victim. A teacher was pierced by several energy beams, screaming that the damage was too high to be healed, before he was completely beaten by the attacks and killed. A nearby student shouted in horror, announcing that a teacher was dead, as panic threatened to break them apart. Yinsha took control once more. She ordered the shield guards to the front to form a defensive line and told the priests to focus their healing on the shield bearers, to keep them standing even with her strong commands. Yinsha knew their situation was very bad. She thought that everyone was already tired, and they were now just barely holding on. Most terrifying of all, she realized that the Wandering Lord itself had not yet really started to fight, and they were already being pushed to their limit by its strengthened followers alone. Even with their best efforts, the combined forces of the students and teachers were no match for the strengthened, endless group of monsters. One of the teachers, his face serious, said that their efforts were useless and that they couldn't possibly break through. At this rate, seeing that a group defense was pointless, one of the more cowardly teachers decided to leave the group. He turned on a stealth skill, saying that it was every man for himself now. He tried to run, attempting to sneak past the monsters and escape on his own. The teacher Lee shouted after him, warning him that his stealth skill wouldn't last long, enough for him to get away. His warning turned out to be tragically true. The running teacher was immediately spotted by a smaller turtle-like crystal monster that came out of the ground, blocking his path as the teacher froze in terror. The huge Wandering Lord, which had been watching the battle until now, finally made its move. It shot a devastating beam of pure energy that hit the ground where the lone teacher stood. The teacher was instantly destroyed, blasted directly into ashes by the overwhelming power of the Lord's attack. The blast was so powerful that it not only killed the teacher, but also brought down the entire canyon, completely sealing the only escape route with a massive rock slide. The remaining students and teachers could only stare in horror at the unbelievable, terrifying display of power. One of them, his face a mask of despair, stuttered that they could no longer escape. Having sealed their only escape route, the huge Wandering Lord turned its attention to the trapped adventurers, its crystal eyes glowing as it charged another devastating energy beam. One of the students screamed in complete despair, believing it was over, and that they were the next target, with no way to dodge the attack. The group prepared for the unavoidable, knowing they couldn't possibly block a blast that big. But at the last second, one of the students summoned a massive, fancy giant shield that appeared in front of them. The shield, an epic quality, level 70 piece of equipment, called the Rock Mountain Shield, had a huge amount of defense and resistance. The Lord's energy beam slammed into the giant shield with incredible force, pushing it back and threatening to break it. The teachers and stronger students rushed forward to hold the shield, knowing that if it fell, they would all be finished. Yinsha, her face strained with effort, explained their desperate plan. The shield was a level 70 piece of equipment, so its durability was sure to be high. However, because its level requirement was so high, no one in the group was actually strong enough to properly equip it and get its stat bonuses. This meant they had to physically hold the massive, hard-to-move object in place with their own strength. She knew this was only a temporary solution, a desperate move that could only buy them A little bit of time as the students and teachers desperately held the line against the wandering lords. Attack their spirits began to break. One of the rescued seniors questioned why a monster of this power was even in the school's dungeon. Another student, his face a mask of terror and anger, turned on the teachers, blaming them for their situation and questioning why they had been brought there. In the first place, one of the teachers, his face serious, wondered if their long struggle to save the trapped students had all been for nothing. The teacher, Lei, looked on with a pained expression, his only comfort being that at least the two younger students, Yun-che and Xiao-ju, were safe and wouldn't run into this danger. His thought was immediately proven wrong. To his complete shock, Xiao-ji suddenly appeared at his side, pushing him out of the way of an incoming attack. Lei couldn't understand how the boy, who was supposed to be waiting by the valley, had gotten there so quickly. As another monster attacked, Lei shouted a warning. Xiao Yu reacted instantly, shouting the name of his skill, Surround Shield, to protect the teacher. However, the monster's attack was too powerful, shattering Cho Yi's defenses and breaking the group's perimeter. With their formation broken and their main tank hurt, the group was left completely open. There was no one left who could stop the advance of the Wanderer group. With their defensive line shattered, the group was left completely open, with no one left to stop the advance of the Wanderer monsters. In a desperate act of bravery, Xiao Ji single-handedly charged the monsters, successfully blocking several powerful attacks and protecting the injured teacher. Lei, the teacher, could only stare in amazement, wondering how the younger student he had dismissed as useless had such incredible strength. But Xiao Ji's solo effort was not enough. The other shield guards' defenses were completely broken, and their entire defensive line was gone. Xiao Ji himself was finally beaten, his armor breaking, as he was sent flying by a powerful blow. He lay on the ground, bleeding and defeated, as the monsters prepared to deliver the final blow. Seeing their last line of defense fall, one of the teachers, his face a mask of sweat and terror, said that their situation was now truly hopeless. Just as the monsters were about to overrun the defenseless group, a blur of motion cut through the chaos. To the amazement of the teacher, Yunki appeared, standing on top of the body of a defeated monster. He held his massive, glowing crystal longsword, his eyes showing a cold, deadly calm. He looked down at his beaten and bleeding friend, Xiao Ji, and praised him for his bravery. He then turned his attention to the monster group, his voice filled with strong confidence, and said, "Leave the rest to me." A short time ago, back in the mirror world, Yun-che stood before the crystal core. He realized that since he had found the replica, the original real-world version must still exist. This meant that with his mirror world ability, he could effectively double his harvest of any valuable resource. However, he knew there were limits. He had gathered 75 pieces of the valuable crystal ore, but bringing them all out would require 750 minutes of mirror walk time, far more than he had. He understood that, like the crystal core, each piece of ore cost 10 minutes of his time to bring out. Faced with this limit, he made a choice. He would loot the real-world crystal core, but for now, he would use the replica he found in the mirror world to get its powerful buffs. Right away, a system notification confirmed that he had used both the real and mirrored versions of the core, which doubled the stat increases and gave him a powerful 40% immunity to light and electric type damage after using the core. As he stood on top of the massive crystal formation in the real world, he suddenly felt a powerful vibration shake the whole cave. His eyes widened in alarm as he sensed the new disturbance. Wondering what had happened, he jumped into action, diving off the crystal formation to find the source of the noise. As he leaped from the crystal formation, Yun-che decided to test his new ability to exit the mirror world whenever he wanted. He phased through the crystal walls, entering the parallel dimension once more, and noted that he still had almost 13 minutes of his mirror walk time left. With a confident smirk, he confirmed another key part of his power. As long as he had time left on his mirror walk, He could enter and exit the dimension at any time. The ability would only go on cooldown. Once the entire time was used up, he immediately tested this, phasing back through the crystal walls and successfully returning to reality. When he returned, however, he saw a shocking sight. The number of monsters had grown hugely, far more than the crystal or alone could explain. Towering over them all was the giant Wandering Lord, and Yun Che finally understood that this creature was the true source of the dangerous feeling he had felt from the very beginning. Realizing the huge danger, his first thought was for his friend. He knew that Xiao Ji and the others were in great danger. But with his new control over the mirror world, a new plan began to form in his mind. Knowing he could now enter and exit the dimension at any time he saw a chance to turn the tables on the seemingly unbeatable boss. With his new control over his ultimate skill, Yin She came up with a new strategy. He began to phase in and out of the mirror world, using the other dimension to instantly move around, easily dodging the monster's attacks, before reappearing in the real world to strike. This hit and run tactic was very effective. After taking down several more of the elite monsters, he reached level 24. He took a moment to check his new power, calculating that with his increased mana and the doubled mana recovery from the crystal cores, he could now stack his blade of trickery skill to get a huge 330% increase in his attack power. However, yun kestid realistic. He knew that while his current power was crazy, it was still not enough to face the giant Wandering Lord creature, even stronger than a normal dungeon boss. He decided that he would need to reach at least level 30 to have a real chance of winning, and he knew he was still a long way from his goal. The story then returns to the desperate moment in the real world, with the students and teachers about to be killed. Just as all hope seems lost, Yin She exits the mirror world for the final time and appears in the middle of the battlefield, standing on the body of a defeated monster. He looks at his beaten but brave friend, Xiao Ji, and praises him for his courage. With strong will, he tells his friend to leave the rest to him, ready to face the huge group of monsters alone. Exiting the mirror world for the last time, Yin She landed firmly on the ground. Ready to fight, he immediately took charge, telling those with support skills to buff him, while he took on the Wanderer Horde. Yun Sha and Xiao Ji reacted right away. The powerful, high-level student used her Starlight Mystic Art, while Xiao Ji cast his Defensive Surround, Shield and Shield Armor both skills, buffing Yun Sha with a big boost to his spirit and attack power. Now stronger Yun She became a storm of destruction, his massive crystal longsword cutting through the groups of elite monsters with ease. He knew that while the number of enemies was ridiculous, he was no longer in any real danger. After using the 2 crystal core secret treasures, his health was several times higher than before, and his 40% damage reduction against the monster's light and electric attacks made him very tough. His only frustration was that the monsters were immune to the confusion effect from his chaotic thorn skill, which would have made killing them much faster. The other students and teachers could only watch in shocked silence. The teacher Lei Li and the other seniors, who had previously looked down on him, were in complete disbelief. They checked his status bar and confirmed he was a support class chanter, but they couldn't understand how his attack power was so high, or what strange skill let him seem to teleport around the battlefield. By phasing through the mirror world, Lai Li's arm bleeding from an earlier injury, looked on with a mix of shock and awe. He couldn't believe that the younger student he had been so worried about was actually this strong. With his new power and toughness, Yin She became an unstoppable force, tearing through the endless group of elite wander monsters. The sheer number of high-quality enemies gave an incredible amount of experience, and he found himself leveling up at an amazingly fast rate. Yin Sha, who had earlier identified him as the intruder at the Ding residence, could only watch in amazement. She at first thought he was just a bold thief, But now she had to admit that his strength was far beyond anything she could have imagined. Yun Yun was just as stunned, left speechless, by the incredible display of power from the boy, who shared her last name. Yin Shou continued his non-stop attack, phasing in and out of the mirror world to move and strike. His movements a blur of purple energy. He gained level after level, one after another, quickly reaching level 28. The other students and teachers, who had been about to die just moments before, were completely shocked. One of the teachers, Lele, wondered if Yun She was some kind of high-level support from outside, but then remembered seeing him before and realized he was a student. His companion, Little Z, was even more shocked, unable to believe that a mere student could have such huge power. Despite Yun Xia's incredible performance, the Wandering Lord was still a massive threat. As the giant beast got ready to shoot another of its devastating energy beams, the students and teachers cried out in alarm. Yun Che's face serious, knew that even with all his recent power UPS, he would not be able to survive a direct hit from that attack as the Wandering Lord began to move forward, its energy beam still blazing. The students and teachers, behind their makeshift shield wall, knew their time was running out. Once the giant beast got close, the two shields would not be enough to protect them. The teacher Lei, seeing that Yun She had greatly reduced the number of smaller monsters, shouted for everyone to break out and head for the other exit. He knew that, no matter how strong the mysterious student was, there was no way he could fight the Wandering Lord alone. However, his plan was immediately met with pushback. One of the other students pointed out the problem. The two massive shields were too hard to move. If they left them to make a run for it, they would be completely open to the Lord's devastating attacks. Another student added that the shields were too heavy to be carried and could only be moved by storing them in an inventory, which none of them could do. Just as their argument got heated, a calm voice cut through the chaos, telling them to leave it to him. It was Yun She. He laid out a new, selfless plan. He would attack the Wandering Lord to get its attention, giving the rest of them a chance to retreat. The teacher Lei was stunned by his sacrifice, asking what would happen to him if they all ran. Yun Xia explained his thinking. He knew from his past life that if a Wandering Lord isn't dealt with, it will eventually gather all the monsters in the dungeon and wander into the outside world, causing a major disaster. With a look of serious determination, he declared that he would stay behind and kill the beast himself. He activated his blade of trickery, boosting his attack power by a huge 350%, and noted that he still had over 5 minutes left on his mirror walk, giving him the perfect tool to take on the giant enemy. As Yin She got ready to face the Wandering Lord alone, the teacher Lei made the hard choice to lead the others in a retreat. He told them to get out faster, thinking that no matter how strong Yun She was, he would eventually get tired. Against such a huge enemy, he figured that the sooner they escaped, the sooner Yun She could escape too. When a student questioned Yun She's bold claim that he could kill the Lord, Lei said it was just a brave act to make them feel better, because he knew how powerful a real Wandering Lord was. As he was forced to run with the group, Cha Drew felt completely useless. He looked back with a sad face, hating that all he could do at a time like this was run while his friend faced incredible danger. Silently, he prayed for Yun She's safety. Meanwhile, Yun She was not helpless at all. He kept fighting through the smaller monsters, getting stronger with every kill, and he quickly gained another level. The huge Wandering Lord shot its powerful energy beam. Yun She used his mirror walk to phase out of reality. The beam passed right through the space where he had just been. He then reappeared behind the beast and hit it with a powerful slash from his glowing sword. However, his attack showed a hard truth. The Wandering Lord, a level 42 stone golem, had such a strong defense and a powerful healing skill that the small amount of damage he did was healed. Right away, he realized that at his current level, it was no use. Its defense was just too high. As he dodged the Wandering Lord attacks, Yin-She's first test confirmed what he thought he saw. A large crystal on the creature's head was its core, which meant it was also its weak point. The only problem was getting to it. Even with his many buffs, his attack power was still not enough to break through the Lord's strong defense and healing. To make things worse, his time was running out. A quick look at his status showed that the powerful buffs he had gotten from the others were starting to wear off. His own mana was also very low, and he knew he wouldn't be able to use his powerful Blade of Trickery skill for much longer. He realized he had only one good option. He needed to get stronger. He needed to level up first by killing the weaker monsters. Just as he was about to start attacking the smaller monsters again, a bright beam of light shot out from a nearby crack in the rock. Yin-She eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the light. At that exact moment, the huge wandering lord also saw the light, and with a scary show of intelligence, shot its powerful energy beam at the crack. Yin-Sha immediately phased into the mirror world to avoid the blast, but as he reappeared, he was shocked to see the beam was aimed at the exact spot where he would show up. He realized with a jolt that the smart boss had already learned his pattern and was guessing his moves, forced to reappear in the real world. In the middle of the wandering lord's huge energy beam, Yin-She was caught in the blast. The attack was a big, continuous one that quickly took away his health, even with his powerful defenses. He knew he couldn't use his mirror walk to dodge, as he had less than 4 minutes of it left, and the continuous attack would use it all up in no time. His only choice was to use his undead army to block the damage, however. He knew this was a costly plan. Bringing his summons back to life would use a lot of his already low mana, leaving him with nothing left to build up his attack power. For a counterattack, he began to wonder if he should retreat and regroup. First, just as he was about to be beaten, another powerful blast hit the Lord's attack. To his surprise, he saw that Yin-Sha, Yin-In, and even Chao Ji had come back to the fight. Yin-Sha explained with a playful smile that this little brother of his, meaning Chao Ji, had begged and pleaded for them to come back and help him. Chao Ji, with his back turned, quickly said that he hadn't begged. He explained that, since the number of smaller monsters had gone down, the rest of the group now had enough people to escape on their own, which meant he was free to come back and help. Hearing his friend's brave decision, a real thankful smile appeared on Yin-She's face, as he simply said thanks. With their group now stronger, Yin-Sha took a commanding position. She told Yin-She that the hidden boss was still too dangerous, and that she and the others would cover him, so he could make a slow retreat. However, Yin-She completely refused her offer. He said that with their help, there was no longer any need for him to hold back, and he used the full power he had. With the help of his powerful allies, he kept farming the smaller monsters. In his mirror walk, time finally ran out as he reached the key level of 30. Now, at his target level, he knew his attack power was finally enough to take on the Lord. He immediately put on the rare level 30 Corrupted Knight's armor he had gotten from the Ding family's dungeon, which greatly increased his defenses. Yin-Sha watched him, asking if he was really thinking of attacking the Lord's weak point on its head. She pointed out that at that height, it was impossible to get up there. But Yin-She was one step ahead. He revealed that he had already gotten the tool. He had always wanted the gravitational pull skill book, which he had looted from one of the Wanderer monsters. The skill let its user pull a target object towards them. More importantly, its reversed form gravitational traction did the opposite, pulling the user towards the target, with the pull getting stronger the lower the user's strength. With this new movement ability, the Lord's weak point was no longer out of reach. He activated his Blade of Trickery, quickly building up his attack power, and with a confident smile, he promised the others that everything was under control. With his plan set and his power fully built up, Yin-She reached out a hand covered in purple energy, aiming for the huge wandering lord's head. He then used his new skill, gravitational traction, and a powerful force grabbed him, pulling him forward with incredible speed. He shot through the air like a rocket, breaking the rocky ground as he flew right towards the giant monster. In an amazing show of skill and power, he landed perfectly on the Wandering Lord's head, putting himself right next to its glowing crystal core, his powerful sword crackling with energy and ready to strike down below. Yinsha and Yin-In, who had just said it was impossible to reach that height, could only stare upwards, their faces frozen in looks of absolute shock and disbelief at the impossible thing he had just done. Having reached the Wandering Lord's weak point, Yunshe used all of his power. He drove his massively buff sword deep into the glowing crystal core, causing a spiderweb of cracks to spread across its surface. The huge beast, however, would not go down without a fight. As it was dying, it let out a final massive explosion of pure energy from its core, a last-ditch effort to take its attacker down with it. Yunshe was caught in the center of the blast, his health dropping quickly, as a flood of messages confirmed the massive, continuous damage he was taking. But his new defenses and increased health held strong. He gritted his teeth and survived the attack. And when the light finally faded, he was left standing beaten but alive, while the Wandering Lord's massive crystal body broke into a million pieces. A series of messages confirmed his incredible victory. He had defeated the Wandering Lord, earning a massive bonus of 5,000 experience points and the respected title of Wanderer Killer. More importantly, the hidden boss had dropped 2 legendary quality skill books, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, rewards of immense power and value. With a final powerful strike to the Wandering Lord's core, Yunshe used all of his built-up power. The giant beast broke into a million pieces, and the explosion of energy and experience instantly gave him 3 more levels, bringing him to level 33. The students and teachers watching were left in stunned silence. Chao Drew could only say how incredibly strong his friend had become, while Yin-In and Yunsha couldn't believe he had actually managed to kill such a scary monster all by himself. As he stood among the falling pieces, Yunshe saw 2 beams of golden light come from the monster's remains. He had gotten 2 legendary quality items, but before he could look at his new loot, he had to jump to safety as the huge, headless body of the Wandering Lord began to fall over. Yunsha shouted a warning, realizing that Yunshe was still on top of the falling giant. With skilled agility, he expertly moved through the crumbling remains of the monster, jumping from one piece to the next, until he landed safely on the ground. As the dust settled anew, huge opening was revealed in the side of the mountain, where the Lord had fallen. The inside of the mountain was empty, showing a vast dark cave, filled with the skeletal remains of both wanderer, monsters and humans looking at the old battlefield. Yunshe came to a serious realization. An even stronger, more ancient Wandering Lord must have been born here long ago. He now understood why there were so many intense battle scars all over the dungeon. As he looked at the old, empty mountain, Yunshe's eyes were drawn to a single figure, outlined against the dim light at the very top. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the armored warrior, still in a final defiant pose. His great sword stuck firmly in the ground. A system message confirmed the impossible. It was the body of Chao En, who was also known by his nickname, Chou Ben. Yunshe could only whisper his friend's name. In disbelief, the other students and teachers soon arrived at the scene, just as stunned by the sight. Yunsha, her voice full of awe, identified the figure as the famous traitor Chao En. She admitted that, while she had heard this was the place where he was killed by the hero, Din Kun. She had never expected the scene to be like this. The battlefield was a sign of a desperate last stand against countless monsters and people. She noted that the heroic, defiant figure before them was completely different from the statue in the modern History Memorial Hall, which showed him being stepped on. This, she declared, did not look like someone who would be so easily beaten. His face a mask of grief and sadness as he looked at the remains of his fallen friend. Chao Ji's great-grandson finally spoke. He told Yunshe that, while he probably wouldn't believe him, he now thought that his great-grandfather might not have been a bad person at all. As Chao Ji stood before his great-grandfather's remains, he began to explain the truth he had found. He told Yun Che that he had spent his childhood looking through the historical records of his great-grandfather. But whenever he got to the parts about his experiences, descriptions were always frustratingly unclear. Despite this, he had managed to find some key details. He had discovered that his great-grandfather had a habit of going into dungeons that were far below his actual level. This led him to the main question. Why would an S-rank professional, someone over level 60, come to a low-level dungeon like this one? He then answered his own question with new certainty. It was because this dungeon was one of the few places that could spawn a wandering lord, a creature that could summon all the monsters in a dungeon and lead them into the outside world, causing a major disaster. He explained that back in those days, the government didn't have enough soldiers to defend against the constant threat of monsters. Coming out of dungeons, they had to rely on a few powerful and responsible professionals to regularly clear out the most dangerous threats. His great-grandfather, he declared with pride, was one of those heroes. He hadn't been a traitor. He had come to this dungeon to stop a potential disaster before it started. As Yun Che listened silently to this revelation, Chao Ji's confidence started to fade. He admitted that the others probably thought he was just making things up and that even his own family believed he was just looking for mental comfort, twisting the unclear historical text to fit a story he wanted to believe. Just as he was about to give up hope, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. He looked up to see Yun Che, a kind, understanding smile on his face, who simply said, "I believe you." As Yun Sha and Yun Yin looked on with expressions of shock and admiration, Chaoga was completely overwhelmed, left speechless by Yun Che's simple, heartfelt statement of belief. A flood of memories washed over Yun Che as he remembered his fallen friend and comrade, Chou Benben, whose heroic legacy had been so cruelly twisted. He recalled Chou Benben's youthful arrogance, how he would boast that his natural talent meant he didn't need a master and would soon be better than Yun Che himself. But he also remembered the boy's terror when he got in over his head, screaming for his master to save him from a swarm of monsters, only to then stubbornly deny that he needed saving at all. His pride hurt. He remembered his friend's unique habit of working hard, in secret only to then show off his new strength in front of others, and how he always chose the weakest shield-bearer class, the sword guard, because no other shield-type class was fast enough to keep up with Yun Che's reckless attacks. He remembered how he always seemed to find Xiao Benben, even when he tried to sneak off on his own, to grind levels, and how his friend would always make excuses, claiming he just couldn't resist a good fight, insisting that saving people was just something he did. On the way, filled with a new sense of purpose and a burning desire for revenge, Yun Che looked at the remains of his friend. He declared that for Chao Benben's sake, he would settle the score with the Ding family, the ones who caused his friend's suffering. After his death back at the Ding family residence, Ding Shu is telling the story of the dungeon expedition to his unbelieving father and uncle. He insists that what he is saying is true, that Yun Che is just that amazing, and that they can ask the teacher in charge if they don't believe him. He explains that he was initially blocked from entering the dungeon because of his low level, but he waited outside until the survivors came out. The scene flashes back to the students, leaving the dungeon buzzing with excitement. They had all witnessed the fall of the giant, wandering lord from a distance, and were in awe of the person who had managed to kill a rare hidden boss that was over level 40, a feat that was beyond their imagination. Ding Shu, listening in, confirmed that the hero's name was Yun Che. He couldn't believe that someone even more powerful than the high level Yun Yin had been among the students, and he wondered about Yun Che's true identity. Back in the present, after hearing his son's report, the third head Ding guy is silent for a moment. He then gets up from his seat and gives a chilling command to gather the Ding family guards and follow him to the traitor's dungeon, the very place where Chao had died. His brother Ding, he stops him, remembering a detail from Ding Shu's earlier report about the intruders at their home. With a sinister look in his eyes, he tells his brother to bring the members of the Chao family along with them as well. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yunche looked at one of the legendary skill books he had gotten from the Wandering Lord, the Golden Light Shield. Without hesitating, he offered the powerful book to Chao Ji, telling him he should learn it, since it didn't have a level requirement. Yinsha, who was watching them, was shocked. She asked why he would so easily give away a legendary skill. Yinsha calmly explained that the skill was only for shield bearers, so it was useless for him. He then added an important detail, suggesting that Chao Ji's great-grandfather, Chao, and probably used this very skill in his time. Moved by this, Chao Ji accepted the book. Yunxiao looked on thoughtfully. She commented that, while Chao Ji might not have many powerful skills, Yunxia certainly had plenty of them. She admitted that, even though her own skills were considered high level, she felt she was far behind him, mentioning his ability to seemingly teleport and his power to summon a large number of undead creatures. Her mention of the undead made Yunche's expression turn serious. As his eyes glowed, he suddenly remembered a key detail about his power. His undead summons were created from souls he found in the mirror world. This led him to a deep realization. If other souls also went to the mirror world after they died, then it was possible that his old friend, Shaoan's soul, was waiting there as well. After his sudden realization, a look of nervous excitement crossed Yunche's face. The system message confirmed that his mirror walk ability was ready again, giving him a full 30 minutes to explore the mirror world. He immediately wondered if he could use this chance to find his old friend's soul. With a determined look, he activated the skill, his body covered in a familiar purple light, as he stepped into the other dimension. Inside the strange blue-green landscape of the mirror world, he found what he was looking for, a powerful, ghostly figure in full armor, with a calm but strong presence. Yunche was filled with emotion, whispering the nickname of his fallen friend, Chou Benben, confirming that his friend's soul had indeed been waiting here all along. Back in the real-world, time had passed, and Yin Yun went up to Yin Sha, reminding her that they should be leaving soon, as she had an important audience ceremony to go to. Yin Sha seemed unwilling to go, admitting they had been there for a while, but that the events happening were much more interesting. Her eyes drifted to where Yun She had been, and she wondered out loud to the others what he could possibly be doing, and why he had been gone for so long, not knowing about the reunion he was having. In another dimension, inside the mirror world, Yun She stood with a serious expression. He spoke to the armored soul of his old friend, Chou Benben, saying he couldn't believe they could meet again. He mentioned having so much he wanted to say to him. However, his reunion was cut short. He noted with sadness that it was a shame his friend wouldn't be able to answer, as the calm spirit was suddenly taken over by a dark, evil energy, twisting its form into a monstrous, roaring, undead creature. Yun Cho realized with a heavy heart that his friend had truly become an undead spirit, a being driven by instinct instead of memory. He admitted that he really didn't want to fight him, but he had no other choice. He launched himself into the air, dodging an attack and getting ready for a difficult battle. As their battle began, Yun Che's eyes glowed with purple energy as he focused on his opponent as they fought. Something strange happened. Yun Che found himself surrounded by floating crystal pieces, each one showing a different scene. He recognized them as moments from Ben's life and experiences. One piece in particular caught his attention, showing a clear memory of Ben's final battle against a man known as the hero, Ding Kuan. As he watched the memory of the fight, Yin Che noticed something odd about Ding Kuan's posture and fighting style, finding it strangely familiar. Suddenly, the entire mirrored landscape around them shattered like glass when the pieces settled. Yun Che saw that the monstrous undead form had vanished, leaving only the calm, armored soul of Chao when standing before him. Once more he was left completely confused, wondering what had just happened. Still trapped in the mirror world, Yun-che hesitantly called out his friend's name again, only for the calm soul of Chao En-tu once more burst into a monstrous, roaring undead creature, swinging a shadowy purple energy blade. Yun-che blocked the fierce attack, his expression serious as he realized the truth. The two then started a frantic battle, their purple energy-filled strikes clashing with immense force. Yun-che understood that his friend was truly gone, with only his raw fighting instincts left. In this evil form, seeing no point in fighting the shell of his friend, he decided to retreat first. However, when he tried to leave, a system message appeared, telling him that he could not exit the mirror world from his current location. A wave of frustration washed over him. With no other choice, he accepted that he would have to fight. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Chaudhry stood alone, a look of shocked determination on his face. As he clenched his fist, his solitude was broken by the arrival of a large group, led by Ding Gai and Ding Yi. One of them asked why Chao Ji was all alone, and wondered out loud if Yun-che had sensed their approach and run away. In fear, Dinga looked down on the boy with a smug grin, saying that this was only half the fun. Chao Yi, trying to act like he didn't know what was going on, asked Ding Shu why he had come, and if he was also there to level up. Ding Ji scoffed at the act, telling the little brat from the Chao family to stop pretending. He directly accused Chao Ju of being the one who helped Yun-che sneak into his house and steal their property. When Chao Ju tried to deny it, Ding Shu leaned in threateningly, asking if he thought he wouldn't recognize the sound of his screams. The threat sent a chill down Chao Ji's spine, his face turning pale with fear. Brushing the matter aside with a cruel wave of his hand, Ding Gai announced with a sinister smile that none of that was important now, as he had brought Chao Ji a little gift. Chao Ji's face showed pure terror as Ding Gai repeated his sinister offer, revealing his little gift. As Chao Ji's eyes widened in horror, a group of tired-looking people were brought forward by the Ding family guards. It was his own family. He recognized them in disbelief, whispering the names of his grand-uncles, grand-aunts, and finally his own mother, who looked back at him with a tired, defeated expression. Before he could understand the situation, one of his elderly relatives, his second grand-uncle, exploded with rage. He screamed at Chao Ju, telling him to kneel and apologize to the hero's family. And to Ding Shu, Chao Ju, looking down, started to say that he didn't want to live like this anymore. But his grand-uncle cut him off, angrily asking what he had taught him about how to act in front of the Ding family, screaming at him to kneel once more. This was the last straw for Chao Ju. He snapped his voice, filled with years of held-back anger and shame, as he shouted back asking if the Chao family was meant to be the Ding family's dogs. 4 generations, his defiance shocked his family members, who looked on in horror. However, another one of his relatives, Zhao Li, stepped forward and strongly agreed with the old man, shouting that for the descendants of a terrible traitor, being dogs was more than good enough. The pressure on Chowder grew, as another female relative tearfully asked if he was trying to get their whole family killed, begging him to think of his father. She reminded him of how hard his mother had worked to support the family ever since his father had gone mad, try to make him feel guilty and give in. After a moment of silence, Chowder's attitude changed completely. He turned and pointed with passion towards the skeletal remains of his ancestor on the mountain. He declared to everyone that the truth was that his great-grandfather had come to this very dungeon to stop a cataclysm before it could happen. He insisted that his ancestor was only defeated because so many people had ambushed him, causing his heroic sacrifice. He explained that he had been collecting information about his great-grandfather for a long time, but had always been missing the final clear evidence. Now, with the scene of that final battle right before their eyes, he had the proof he needed. With fire in his eyes, He proclaimed that his ancestor was no traitor, and that the official history was just propaganda. He turned to his stunned family, telling them that if they made this truth public, they could finally clear their ancestor's name and escape their life of servitude. His voice rose with righteous anger as he declared that the Ding family had no right to treat them this way, and that their other relatives should never have died for such a lie. His passionate speech was met not with denial, but with a burst of condescending laughter from Ding Gai, who found it childishly amusing. He then calmly walked forward, a smug look on his face, and confirmed that everything Chao Ji had just said was, in fact, correct. He admitted that Chao Wen was, indeed, killed in an ambush and was not an evil man. Then, with a chilling lack of regret, he revealed the final damning truth. His own grandfather, the hero Ding Kuan, was the one who had planned that ambush. To make his fortune, Chao Ji could only listen, stunned into silence by the casual confession of the crime that had ruined his family for generations. With a manic grin, Ding Gai leaned in close to the horrified Chao Ji and cruelly dismissed the truth, asking who even cared about it. He declared that the official story was all that mattered. Chao Wen was an imperial traitor, and therefore he was vile. Spreading his arms wide before his armored guards, he mocked Chao Drew further, asking what it mattered if he drove his father mad or killed his relatives, proclaiming that as descendants of traitors, they deserved their lowly fate. He then delivered the most devastating blow, pointing a finger at the terrified Chao family. He revealed that they had known the truth all along. He asked Chao Ju how else he thought the relatives he'd mentioned had died, implying they were silenced for knowing too much. With the mental torment complete, he adjusted his tie with a smug smile and gave a simple, chilling command for them to kneel immediately. And without a word of protest, the entire Chao family, including the elderly, fell to their knees in submission. Chao Ji's mother, now kneeling on the cold ground, pleaded with her son, whom she called Ji. She begged him to admit he was wrong and stop resisting, telling him it was useless. With tears streaming down her face, she confessed her deepest fear. After his father went mad, she couldn't bear to lose her son as well. Hearing his mother's heartbreaking plea, Choi stood frozen, his body filled with despair and conflict. Just as his spirit was about to break, a new gentle voice cut through the tension. A woman with long, brown hair reached out a hand towards him, telling him not to listen to them. She looked at him with a kind smile and told him that he was the best. The woman's words of encouragement seemed to vanish as Ding Shu's face, covered in bandages from his last encounter with Yun Che, stepped forward with a sneer. Annoyed before his hesitation, he called him clueless and launched a vicious kick, shouting that he would force him to kneel. One way or another, but this time was different. To Ding Shu's shock, Chao Ji's eyes glowed with power as he effortlessly blocked the kick with his forearm. Before Ding Shu could react, Chao Ji grabbed his leg and with a powerful roar, slammed him into the rocky ground, shattering it on impact. Standing tall amidst the broken pieces, Chaudhry looked at his fallen tormentor with a new resolve and declared firmly that he would never kneel again. Breathing heavily with rage and humiliation, Ding Shui scrambled to his feet. He couldn't believe this was happening. He furiously summoned a massive, glowing crystal hammer, screaming that Chao Ji had grown a backbone and dared to fight back. He charged forward, vowing to remind him of his place as a punching bag. As the powerful hammer was about to crash down, Chao Ji went through a stunning transformation. In a flash of light, he was suddenly dressed in full plate armor, holding a massive shield that appeared just in time to block Ding Shu's furious blow. With a deafening clang, the attack was completely stopped, leaving Ding Shu gritting his teeth in disbelief. Now a formidable protector, Chao Ji stood firmly between Ding Shu and his kneeling family, shielding them from harm. He glanced back at his mother, then turned his gaze back to his attacker, his voice ringing with conviction. With a powerful punch, he sent Ding Shu staggering back, shouting that they were not the descendants of a traitor, but the descendants of a true hero. Chowdhury's sudden show of strength left Ding Ji speechless, while Ding Shu stumbled back in complete disbelief. His mind was spinning, and he clutched his head, unable to understand how the boy he had always bullied could suddenly become so much stronger. Blinded by anger, he charged again, screaming that Chowdhury was just a punching bag he had been beating up since they were children. He swung his weapon in a wide, powerful circle, furious that his old victim would dare to fight back. However, Cho Ji met the hit head-on, his armored body easily taking the impact and sending Ding Shu crashing to the ground once more. As his family watched in stunned silence, Shuji looked down at his defeated tormentor and declared with strong confidence that he was no longer the person he used to be. At the same time, in the mirror world, a much more desperate battle was happening. Yun Che was locked in a fierce fight with the evil soul of Chao Ben. Balin. He knew that he was facing his friend in his prime, a warrior of incredible power. The difference between their current strengths was huge. Yun Che knew that. If it weren't for the fact that Ben was a defensive class and was currently mindless, he would have been beaten in an instant. However, Yun Cha had one very important advantage. He was the one who had taught Ben all of his fighting moves. He knew his friend's weaknesses like the back of his hand, which allowed him to guess and counter his moves. But even with this knowledge, the fight was incredibly difficult. The spirit's defense was that of a level 60+ warrior, and even with his blade of trickery fully powered up, Yun Che's attacks barely did any damage. Suddenly, the undead spirit let out a huge, explosive wave of golden energy. Yun Che instantly recognized the move. It was the legendary skill Golden Light Shield, the very one he had given to Chao Ju just moments before he got ready, blocking the powerful attack. A look of grim determination on his face as he realized how much of a pain this fight was going to be. Back in the real world, a humiliated Ding Shu screamed in fury and attacked Chao Ji with a powerful skill called Mountain Shaking Wild Hammer. However, Chao Ji, now a strong tank, not only blocked the hit, but sent Ding Shu flying with a powerful punch of his own. He then followed up with a sweeping shield bash that sent Ding Shu crashing to the ground. Watching this pathetic display, Ding Ji sneezed at his nephew, asking how he could now be losing to the little brat from the Chao family. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he announced that he would take out Ding Shu's anger for him and lunged at Xiao Ju with a powerful, energy-filled strike. As his fist was about to hit, he was met with a blinding flash of golden light. He looked on in disbelief as he realized Chao Ji had summoned a huge, crackling energy barrier, the legendary Golden Light Shield. With his new power, Chao Ji taunted his attackers, calling the so-called hero family nothing but cowards who didn't even dare to fight one-on-one. At the same time, in the mirror world, Yun Che was facing the very same legendary skill. The undead spirit of his friend was protected by the same bright golden shield, and Yun Che was letting out a relentless series of purple energy slashes against it. He knew exactly how the skill worked. As a legendary ability, the Golden Light Shield's defensive power was not just based on the user's stats. As long as it wasn't hit by a single attack, that was more than double its endurance limit. It could take at least 10 direct hits. However, it had a critical weakness. It was a consumable skill. Even the smallest amount of damage would drain its energy, and Yun Che was using this flaw, chipping away at its power with each strike. Back in the real world, the Golden Light Shield protecting Chao Ji finally broke under the relentless attack from the Ding family members. Ding Ji scoffed, not impressed by the legendary skill. With a look of pure evil, he declared that it wouldn't have mattered, even if the trash Chao and himself had used it. Holding the beaten Ding Shu in a headlock, Cho Ju shot back with new courage, claiming that if his great-grandfather were truly there, Ding Gai would be the one on his knees, begging for mercy. Enraged by this defiance, Ding allowed a wave of powerful, red energy that sent everyone flying. He loomed over the armored Chao Ji, mocking his ancestor as a useless fool who died in a low-level dungeon. He continued his rant, saying that even if Chao En were present, he too would be forced to kneel. To prove his point, he stomped his foot, letting out a powerful skill gravity shockwave that caused the very ground to erupt in a violent upheaval of rock and force. The attack hit Chao Ji with brutal force, causing him to cough up blood, but he miraculously stayed standing. Dinga looked on with a surprised smirk, commenting on how tough the boy was. He then summoned a huge, glowing crystal axe, his expression turning sadistic, as he wondered out loud how Chao Ji would stand after he chopped off his legs. As he raised the axe to strike, Chao Ji's mother threw herself in front of her son, desperately pleading with the third master to spare him, claiming he was just young and foolish. She fell to her knees, offering herself in his place, begging Dingai to do whatever he wanted to her. Instead, her desperate plea gave Dinge a new cruel idea. A wicked smile spread across his face as he looked from the mother to her son. He then gave a horrific ultimatum to the bloodied and cornered Chao Ji. If he refused to kneel, he would kill his mother right in front of him. Losing his patience with the standoff, Dingai casually dismissed his threat, claiming there were plenty of other people to kill. As he swung his axe towards Chao Ji's mother, panicked Chao Ji screamed for him to wait, his resolve finally breaking as he prepared to give up. But before he could say another word, the entire area was rocked by a massive explosion of dust and debris that erupted from the ground, blocking everyone's vision. When the dust finally began to settle, the Ding family guards and the Chao family were left staring in stunned silence. At what had appeared before them stood a towering, ghostly figure in full dark armor, radiating an intimidating blue aura. Dingai's axe still raised, could only stare in utter disbelief. Recognizing the impossible figure before him, he stammered out the name Chao Yan. The revelation sent shock waves through the crowd. Chao Ji's mother looked on, whispering grandfather in a mix of awe and terror, while the Ding family guards erupted in panicked confusion, questioning how a dead person could possibly be resurrected. One of the Chao family elders, however, recognized the ghostly form for what it was, identifying it as an undead. At that moment, another figure emerged from the dust cloud, standing calmly beside the formidable undead warrior. It was Yun Che. He looked at the stunned crowd with a cold, accusing glare, reminding them of how they had all looked down on Chao when just moments before. With a smirk of grim satisfaction, he declared that it was only natural for Chao to crawl back from the depths of hell to settle the score with them all. Tall, ghostly form of the undead Chao En stood as a silent protector before the stunned crowd. After his initial shock, Dingai scoffed at what he thought was just a trick and angrily ordered his guards to attack. A squad of armored warriors rushed forward, with their weapons raised. However, they were met with a display of skill. They couldn't understand the undead hero moved smoothly, its sword and shield a blur, as it effortlessly blocked all their attacks at once. The Chao family elders watched in awe, one whispering in disbelief, asking if that incredible warrior was really Chao En. Chao Ju was also amazed seeing the mastery in the parry, and how it stopped so many skilled guards at once. From a distance, Dingai saw the undead was one of Yun Che's summons. Like the small fry he summoned during the raid on their home. Seeing the spirit was only level 33, he sneered. He declared that even as the spirit of Chao En, it was still weak, and charged forward with his flaming axe to finish it himself. As Dingai's powerful blow came down, the undead warrior's weapon was coated in a strange, thick energy. To Dingai's complete surprise, his attack was perfectly parried with enough force to send him stumbling back. Angry and embarrassed, a red aura exploded around him as he called the parry a mere trick, shouting that skill was useless against pure power. He then unleashed a powerful charging skill, Boulder Bash, planning to crush the undead warrior completely. But just as the huge attack was about to hit, the undead Chao En again summoned the bright golden light shield. The powerful charge slammed into the strong golden barrier, and Dingai could only roar in frustration as he was stopped by the legendary skill again. From a safe distance, Yin Shi smirked as he watched the standoff. He taunted the struggling Ding Ji, explaining that even as an undead, Ben Ben was still an S-class spirit, and a legendary golden light shield alone was more than enough to keep him busy for a long time. Pushed back by the shield's great power, a furious Dingai realized its weakness. He ordered all his men to attack at once, hoping to overwhelm the shield and drain its energy with numbers. However, their attack was stopped by a new wave of summons. A group of skeletal warriors, glowing with a scary green aura, erupted from the ground, fighting the rest of the Ding family guards and stopping them from helping their master. Annoyed by this new delay, Ding Ji changed his plan, calling the summons a small problem. He activated his own power, putting on a full set of strong, glowing red armor. With his power, now boosted by a skill called Blazing Fury, he declared the summons didn't matter. He realized the real target was the summoner himself. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful skill, accumulated pressure punch directly at Yin Che, and knowing that if he could kill him, all the summoned creatures would disappear. With his eyes glowing with evil intent, Ding Ji charged forward, bragging about the high-level gear his grandfather gave him. He was sure Yin Che had no chance. But just as his attack was about to land, it was met with a flash of purple light. A single clean slice cut right through his attack. Dingo was shocked, unable to understand how Yin Che was unharmed. Before he could figure out what happened, Yin Che unleashed a rush of red energy slashes, a skill called Tearing Claw, that completely erased Dinge's attack. Ding Ji could only stare in disbelief as his powerful skill vanished. In that moment of confusion, Yin Che appeared behind him in a flash and stabbed him with his sword. As Ding Ji stumbled from the surprise attack, Yin Che saw his opening and called to his ghostly ally, the undead Xiao, and responded right away, its sword crackling with bright blue energy. In a perfectly timed move, Yin Che leaped high into the air, using the undead hero's outstretched sword as a launch pad to launch himself forward. With great force, he shot towards the wounded Dingai and delivered a powerful spinning slash that sent the third master of the Ding family flying, bleeding and cursing in pure anger. With his eyes glowing with cold focus, Yin Che continued his non-stop attack. He unleashed a powerful rush of purple energy, slashes that completely overpowered Dingai. Yin Che moved in with lightning speed, his blade cleanly cutting off Dinge's arm. Dinge screamed in pain, holding the bleeding stump and desperately calling for a priest to heal him. In his panic, Yin Che appeared right behind him. Dinge reacted by instinct, slamming his fist into the ground to unleash a powerful gravity impact shockwave, trying to push his attacker away. However, Yin Che just vanished and reappeared a short distance away unharmed. With a superior smirk, he asked the terrified third master what was wrong, taunting him by asking if he was scared. Sweat appeared on Ding Ji's forehead as he frantically looked around, screaming again for a priest who wasn't there. He then saw why they were gone. His elite guards were being killed one by one by Yin Che's army of ghostly skeletons, which now glowed with a scary green aura of new power. Yin Che stood calmly among his ghostly army, a coldly confident look on his face. He mocked Dingai, asking if he really believed his undead were still as weak as they were during the raid. On his home, the system window showed the source of their new strength, a reverse skill that gave all his summons a huge 30% boost to both attack and defense, and a damaging aura that always harmed nearby enemies. Yin Che explained that, with the power of this legendary level skill, his army was now too strong for the Ding family guards to handle. His face a look of pure terror. Dingai finally realized how hopeless his situation was. With his guards beaten and his own power useless, he made a desperate choice. Cursing quietly, he turned and ran. However, his escape was immediately cut short. The ground behind him burst open as the undead Xiaoan stuck its huge sword into the ground. making the ground shake hard. From the broken ground, a prison of huge, ghostly swords rose up, completely surrounding the terrified Ding Ji and trapping him in a cage of blue energy. He couldn't escape. Standing outside the barrier was Yin Che, his hair now a bright white, and his aura glowing with a huge calm power. He named the technique for the trapped man. It was the Sword Shield Absolute Array, a special skill of the Sword Guard class. He then added a chilling final word, explaining that no one below S-Class had ever escaped it before, taunting the trapped man to try his luck. In a final desperate act, Ding Gai raised his remaining gauntlet, which began to glow with a wild red energy. He screamed for Yin Che to stay back, showing that he held a void bomb, a powerful S-Class item from his grandfather. He threatened to set it off, bragging that the explosion would be more than enough to kill everyone there, given their current levels and health. Yin Che, however, remained completely unmoved. His expression was calm, almost bored, as he looked at the desperate man. With a single chilling word, he called Ding Ji's bluff, telling him to go ahead and set it off. The command caught Ding Ji completely by surprise. He hesitated, screaming that Yin Che must want to die. He then tried to get his confidence back, claiming that with his own high health, he would survive the blast even if everyone else died. But Yin Che had one final powerful counterbluff. He calmly stated that it didn't matter, because even if the bomb managed to kill the undead Shao In, he could simply bring him back to life again. As Ding Ji sweated in the trap he was in, Yin Che appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice cutting through the quiet. He continued what he was saying, telling the trapped man that, while he might survive the bomb, Yun Che himself would be completely unharmed by the blast. Before Ding Gai could even react to the unbelievable claim, Yin Che moved with amazing speed, his glowing blade flashing, as it cleanly cut off the man's remaining arm, the one holding the powerful void bomb. The severed arm and its dangerous weapon fell uselessly to the ground with a heavy thud. With his enemy now completely unarmed and helpless, Yin Che, still glowing with a huge calm power, gave a single cold command for him to kneel. As if forced by an unseen power, the ground around Ding Gai's leg shattered and reformed, pinning him down and forcing his broken body to kneel. Watching this show of complete power, Chaoji, despite the blood on his face, couldn't help but smile with pride and relief. Nearby, the sad form of Ding Shu was seen, trapped in the ghostly sword cage, crying without stopping. Yin Xia then walked up to the defeated third master, placing his foot firmly on his back. He looked down at the man who had caused so much pain, his glowing sword held ready. With a coldly calm look, he asked the broken man to tell him what worth he thought he had left after the hard battle. Yin Che looked at the items he got from Ding Ji. He saw he had a lot of different things, including hundreds of life potions. Looking at one of the potions, he noticed it gave 100 health points over 10 seconds. But he knew that even if Ding Gai had used these potions, the healing would have been too slow to save him from the damage. He was meant to die no matter what. His thought was proven right, as he saw the new figure by his side, the undead spirit of Ding Ji, covered in a dark blue aura. Yin Che remembered that after killing him, Ding Ji's soul had appeared in the mirror world. He took the chance and successfully made him one of his undead. A serious thought came to Yin Che's mind. He could grow his army of high-level undead by killing strong human enemies. Nearby, Ding Shu's unconscious body lay on the ground, a quiet reminder of how brutal the fight was. Meanwhile, the members of the Chao family watched Yin Che. In amazement, the second grand-uncle couldn't believe that someone so young could be so powerful. He looked at Chao Ju, who was comforting his mother, and realized that it was Yin Che who had helped Ajay, helping him to become stronger in his heart and mind. But fear soon took over Chao Li. With panic in his eyes, asked what they were going to do now. He was scared, sure, that the Ding family would get terrible revenge for the third master's death. Another family member agreed, saying that no matter how strong the young man was, he would have no chance if the hero Ding Kuan got involved. He thought that if the hero was able to kill their powerful ancestor decades ago, he would only be stronger now. Yin Xia heard their worries, and in his mind, he agreed with them. He knew that once the news of what happened got out, the time he had left to get stronger would be very short with the powerful image of the hero. In his mind, he knew he needed to level up quickly to have any chance of fighting an opponent. Like Ding Kuan just then, a system message appeared before him, surprising him as he wondered if something had leveled up. The system message that surprised Yun Che was a warning that his undead army had leveled up. He thought that sending his scattered undead minions to fight monsters all over the dungeon had worked well with their current level and equipment. His undead army could now completely control this dungeon. However, he knew that this dungeon was not enough for him to level up quickly anymore. This was why he had sent his undead out, with a more important goal in mind. His main goal was for them to find the dungeon's real final boss, the Dungeon Lord. He knew that this creature, a level 41 monster named the Giant Eye Demon, was different from a hidden boss. Like the Wandering Lord he had fought earlier, the Dungeon Lord was the heart of the whole dungeon. By killing it, the dungeon would be finished, and the whole area would fall apart and disappear. This was all part of a bigger, more urgent plan from a distance. Yin Che watched the dungeon's entrance, which was still being guarded by the teacher and the other students. He knew that they must have seen Ding Gai bring the Chao family into the dungeon. If the Chao family were to leave on their own now, it would make people suspicious right away. So his only real choice was to create a big distraction by beating the Dungeon Lord and making the dungeon fall apart. The chaos that followed would be the perfect cover for the Chao family to escape without being questioned. This plan also had another benefit. Destroying the dungeon would stop the Ding family from being able to find out how Ding Gai died, buying Yun Che a lot of valuable time. With his plan working, his powerful undead servant Chao In fought and successfully beat the Dungeon Lord. The system confirmed his plan worked with two messages. Yun Che gained another level, and a message said that the Dungeon Lord had been beaten, and the dungeon was now finished. As the dungeon began to pixelate and break apart, the members of the Chao family looked around in shock. Chao Lai realized with alarm that the whole world was falling apart around them. Yun Xiao appeared before them, calmly explaining that he had killed the Dungeon Lord. He explained the rest of his plan, telling them that the dungeon's destruction would cause chaos. This plus danger soudaine disappearance would slow down the Ding family's reaction time. He told them to use the confusion to escape, promising them that they would be safe for a little while. However, he gave them one final serious instruction. He told them that if they were ever really questioned and pressured by the Ding family, they should not be afraid to give him up and put all the blame on him. As the world crumbled into digital pieces, Yin Che began to call back his undead servants, a golden light forming in his hand. Just then a system message surprised him. It showed that his hidden skill, Mirror World, had gained 5,000 experience points. The message explained that by killing the Dungeon Lord, he had gotten a dungeon core spirit, which was then turned into elements for his skill. A very important realization came to him. The only way to get the experience needed to level up Mirror World was by killing Dungeon Lords. He thought about the huge power boost the last upgrade had given him. With this new knowledge, a clear path forward opened up. He concluded that if he could level up this ultimate skill again, he would be able to quickly close the huge power gap between himself and his final target, the hero Ding Kuan. The scene changes to a private dungeon owned by a rich person. A guard with a mustache and full armor stood on patrol with his partner. He felt their watchfulness was not needed, asking his partner if they really needed to be so serious. He casually suggested they sneak off to play cards, saying that no one would be stupid enough to break into a private dungeon. Just as he spoke, a shadowy figure, Yunke, appeared silently behind him with a flash of light. Yin Che fully entered the dungeon. The guard with the mustache suddenly stopped, feeling a strange presence behind him, but quickly thought it was just his imagination. From the shadows, Yin-che watched them, his plan already in motion. He knew that the guards, hired for these private dungeons, were, at most, in their 30s in level. To him, these so-called secure places were almost defenseless. A series of clips of his non-stop campaign began. He thought about how close he was getting to his goal. One after another, he stormed through different private dungeons, a blur of motion that left scared guards behind him. He was getting closer and closer to his real goal, the day he would finally be strong enough to kill Dinkuan. The thought filled him with a burning anger, his eyes glowing with hatred, as he reminded himself that he had to control his emotions until that moment came to reach his goal. He began a planned killing of dungeon lords. He fought a huge beast-like creature, telling himself to stay calm. As the system announced, he had leveled up and finished the dungeon. He moved on to another, facing down lizard-like monsters. His mind focused on the fact that calmness was the key to not making mistakes. He faced a huge centaur-like demon, his determination strong finally, now wearing powerful new armor, and surrounded by a storm of purple energy. He finished yet another dungeon, his power growing with each win. Yench's non-stop attack on private dungeons had not gone unnoticed. Newspapers were filled with headlines about the mysterious bad clearing of many dungeons, causing widespread panic. With each dungeon lord, he beat his ultimate skill. His mirror world gained another 5,000 experience points. Adding up quickly, the media called the unknown person the dungeon vandal, and the authorities had started a high-level investigation into the matter. In a hidden safe house far from their old lives, the members of the Chow family read the news. Gali looked at the paper in disbelief, wondering if it was all Yun-che's doing. The second grand uncle, his face full of worry, realized the truth. He understood that the sudden clearing of so many dungeons would eventually be connected back to the incident they were involved in. He concluded that Yun-che was purposely drawing the Ding family's attention to himself to create a big distraction. With a rush of emotion, the second grand uncle realized how much Yun-che was sacrificing. He was doing all of this for them, to make sure they could escape to safety. The family thought about their new life. They were in a secret place, a journey of several days, from the Ding family's influence, and had managed to hide without leaving a trace. A feeling of hope began to grow. Shaoli was still amazed that Yin-che would do so much for them, while another male relative expressed his relief, believing they no longer had to live in constant fear and were finally safe. For a short moment, they let themselves believe they could finally be free of the Ding family's control. Their hope was violently destroyed. A huge explosion shook their safe place, the ground shaking beneath them. As the dust and smoke cleared, a scary silhouette appeared in the rubble, his voice full of condescension, as he asked if they really thought they could get away from them. The intruder stepped into the light, revealing himself to be Ding Hao, the level 42 second head of the Ding family. He sneered at the terrified family, questioning if they believed the Ding family would be stupid enough to chase after the criminal. He declared that, even if they weren't directly connected to the vandal, the simple act of daring to escape the Ding family was a crime in itself, and he had come to deliver a greeting. His face twisted with anger, his eyes glowing red with evil intent. He mocked them, asking if they had really underestimated the power and reach of the hero's family. A huge armored boot slammed down near the scared family members. Ding Hao called them delusional traitors. He then gave his final devastating news. They had already tracked down the so-called criminal. The scene cut to a huge, heavily guarded complex, the hero's dungeon, where Yin-sha and Yunin were seen watching from a distance. At that very moment, Yin-che, now level 42, stood at the entrance to that same dungeon. His journey had led him here, and with a voice full of cold determination, he announced that he had come for Ding Kuan. As he prepared to enter, a final message appeared. His non-stop efforts had paid off. His hidden skill, Mirror World, had finally reached level 3. Having reached his goal, Yun Che stood with Yin Sha, looking at the heavily guarded hero's dungeon. From a distance he knew the private dungeons he had been clearing were only in the level 30 range, and continuing to farm them was an inefficient way to level up. The problem was that all other high-level dungeons were like this one, state-controlled and heavily guarded by the military, with a 2-kilometer perimeter that no one could get near. This was a major obstacle, as his mirror world skill was limited. He knew that when he entered the parallel world, he could only explore within a 200-meter radius of where he entered, making it impossible to sneak past the wide security area without being seen. Turning to the person he had arranged to meet, he realized he would have to rely on Yun Sha for help. Yun Sha, with a playful and knowing smirk, correctly guessed what he wanted. She asked if he had invited her all the way out here, just to get her to take him inside the dungeon, before cheekily telling him it was impossible. She explained that no matter what he knew about her, even she couldn't simply walk in without a proper pass. At that moment, Yin Sha showed her 2 temporary access permits, the same ones he had stolen from the Ding family. He had come prepared seeing this. Yin Sha took the passes, however. She pointed out a key detail. A temporary pass needed an official escort to avoid being investigated. Her expression then turned serious, her eyes glowing with intensity. She asked him for his real reason. Why did he need to get past the Ding family and enter this specific dungeon? So secretly Yin Cho began to explain, pointing to a distant mountain. He reminded her of what she saw in the traitor's dungeon, the heroic last stand of Chao En. He argued that, since Chao Wen was clearly not the evil person propaganda said he was, it was very likely that the entire story of the rebellion was also suspicious and worth looking into. Yin Xiao was not convinced by Yun Che's explanation. With a flat expression, she asked if he was treating her like a fool. She began to list the problems with his story, pointing out that it made no sense for him, a total stranger, to risk upsetting a powerful hero just for Chao Ji. More importantly, she reminded him that he had already broken into the Ding family's home before the events in the traitor's dungeon ever happened. She questioned him, asking if he was trying to say that he had somehow foreseen the truth about Chao and had stolen the access passes ahead of time. Just for this, she then revealed another key piece of information. She had not long ago, Ding Gai had entered that same traitor's dungeon, specifically to cause trouble for both Yun Che and Xiao Ji. However, he had gone missing shortly after and had not been found since. Putting all the pieces together, Yin Sha looked at him with sharp, analytical eyes. She concluded that his actions were clearly not those of someone just trying to confront a hero. Instead, it seemed he had a deep, personal hatred towards the hero himself. As she spoke, her gaze hardened. A slow, dangerous realization came to her as she connected the final dots. She noted his name, Yun Che. Her eyes narrowed as she voiced her suspicion, asking if he was somehow related to the original traitor from the rebellion, who was also named Yun Che. Yin Sha met her accusation with a playful, disarming smile. Instead of answering directly, he turned the question back on her, pointing out that her last name was also Yun. He asked if that meant she was also related to the famous traitor. The counter-question clearly made her nervous. He stammered, insisting that she hadn't done all the suspicious things that he had. Then, in a moment of frustration, she revealed a secret. Her last name wasn't actually Yun. She confessed that she had only changed her name to avoid being bothered. Yin Sha immediately used her confession playfully, pointing out that if her name wasn't real, how could she be so certain that his was? His tone then shifted, becoming more challenging. He reminded her that her attitude wasn't like someone asking for a favor, and questioned if she wasn't afraid that he might just reveal her own secret. Regaining her composure, Yun Sha held up the access pass with a cool, threatening smirk. She warned him that if she were to simply report him to the guards, he would be the one who was truly finished. The two stood in a tense, silent standoff, their secrets and threats hanging in the air between them. when Yun Sha threatened to expose him. Yun Sha simply smiled and stated with confidence that he believed she wouldn't do it. This left her flustered and annoyed. He explained a reason for his trust, reminding her of her actions back in the dungeon. He believed that someone who would risk their own safety to protect fellow students would never side with people like the Ding family. To prove his point, he offered her the diary he had stolen from their home. He revealed that it contained evidence of the many evil deeds done by the descendants of the hero, Ding Kun, who used their family's reputation to bully and harass innocent people. Yin Sha took the diary but was unimpressed, asking if that was his only reason. She claimed that if he was counting on her sense of justice, he was wrong, as she didn't care about such things. With a superior smile, she mocked him for being so naive as to place his life in someone else's hands so easily. She then asked him a sharp personal question. Had he ever experienced betrayal before? As painful memories of his past life returned, and he quietly acknowledged her question about betrayal. Yin Sha was surprised by his reaction. He went on to explain that whether he had been betrayed or not didn't matter. It wouldn't stop him from being able to trust people. He stated that his trust in her was deeper than that. He believed her basic nature was not evil. This unexpected sincerity left Yun Sha visibly flustered, muttering that he didn't seem like a good person. Himself having made up her mind, she challenged him. She told him that if he truly trusted her so much, he should follow her. She dared him to see if she would change her mind and betray him along the way. As Yin Che followed her without hesitation, a single bead of sweat trickled down her face. She was shocked inside, finding it hard to believe that, after everything she had been through, someone could still see her and trust her as a good person. Upon entering the magnificent purple halls of the hero's dungeon, Yun Sha and the cloaked Yun Che were immediately met by a guard. The man recognized Yun Sha instantly, giving a respectful salute. He welcomed Miss Yun Sha, informing her that the hero had been expecting her for several days, and that she could go directly inside. However, the guard's friendly attitude quickly turned suspicious. He noted that old Master Ding Dan had just entered moments before, and questioned why she hadn't arrived with him. His gaze then fell on the cloaked figure with her, asking if he was her guard. He quickly tried to explain, stating that he wasn't doubting her. But old Master Ding Dan had given specific instructions. He had warned them that a number of temporary passes had been stolen from the family, so they needed to be extremely careful with all visitors. Yin Sha became annoyed, confronting the guard and asking if this was an interrogation. The flustered guard immediately denied it. He then revealed the main reason for the high security. They had received an official notice from the authorities. The malicious criminal, who had been rampaging through private dungeons, was reportedly heading towards the hero's dungeon. Hearing this, Yun Sha shot a knowing AMU. You smirk in Yun Xia's direction, fully aware of the irony of the situation. The guard continued his frantic explanation, insisting it was all a routine procedure. For her own safety, Yun Xia let out a quiet sigh and turned to Yun Xia, whispering to him that the guard seemed very determined to investigate him now. Faced with the guard's insistence, Yun Xia laughed and playfully put her arm over the cloaked Yun Che, telling him to go ahead and let them check. She then leaned in towards the guard, her eyes glowing with authority, and condescendingly asked if he truly believed she wouldn't be able to recognize her own guard. She continued to mock him, suggesting that perhaps she was a fake, and inviting them to check her as well. Completely intimidated by her display of status, the guard stammered that he wouldn't dare. He quickly agreed that if Miss Yin Sha was so certain, then there could be no mistake, and he waved them through. As they walked past the guards, Yin Sha let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. While passing through the dungeon's portal, she thought to herself that Yun Che's true identity must be even more important than she had first imagined. Once they were safely inside, she turned to him and stated that, based on the trust he had placed in her, she had fulfilled her promise and brought him in. She added that she would not interfere With whatever he planned to do next, however, she made it clear that her help ended there. Yunxia simply thanked her. He then summoned a cloaked, skeletal, undead minion and told her to take it and leave. He explained that by doing this, anything he did from that point on would not be connected to her. Protecting her cover, Yunxia then vanished. Yunxia seemed slightly impressed by his thinking, remarking that he had some conscience after all. After she left, Yunxia immediately entered the mirror world, the familiar blue-tinted landscape appearing around him. Now uncloaked, he looked at his system. A new reverse skill displayed before him. With a look of grim satisfaction, he stated that he could finally put his new power to use. The power from his newly upgraded Level 3 Mirror World skill. Yunxia looked at the system window, showing his hidden skills. His ultimate skill, Mirror World, had reached level 3. He decided to test his new power, activating the level 3 Mirror World. The system announced it was setting up a secret area. Inside this new dimension, Yunxia found himself facing ghostly copies of powerful monsters, some as high as level 45. He realized the new function of his skill. Level 3 Mirror World could copy the monsters found in the real world's dungeon. This meant he could now fight and train against these powerful copies. Yunxia summoned his own undead minions to fight with him. He realized that with this new ability, he could freely farm experience inside the mirror world without any risk of being found in reality. After some training, he left the parallel dimension and returned to the real world. A lot of notifications appeared, showing that he was still gaining experience. He understood another key benefit of the upgrade. His undead army could stay inside the mirror world to continuously kill monsters and gain experience for him, even while he was back in the real world. With his undead army now leveling up for him automatically, Yunxia turned his attention to his surroundings. Alongside the spirit of Chowan, he stood on a cliff looking over a vast, grand castle city built within the dungeon itself. He was surprised to find such a city in a secret area and decided it was the perfect time to investigate. As they walked through the woods, Yunxia remembered the information he got from the Ding family's diary. He figured this city must be where his target, Ding Kun, lived. He thought about how little he really knew about the so-called hero. He thought that all he knew was that Ding Kun reached S-class many decades ago and hadn't shown his true strength in public since. Even a high-ranking family member like Ding Gai did not know the hero's full power. Yunxia knew that having more detailed information would give him a much greater chance of success in his quest for revenge. He found it strange remembering that in his past life, he knew of every person who had reached S-class rank. Yet Ding Kun seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Hoping for a clue, he turned to the undead spirit of his old friend. He called him by his nickname Ben Ben and asked if he knew who Ding Kun was. However, the spirit of Chao En could only tilt its head in confusion. Unable to answer, Yunxia expressed his disappointment, wondering if his attempt to talk with his undead friend was still useless. He thought that when his SSS rank skill, Mirror World, reached level 3, the intelligence of all his undead minions was greatly improved. The improvement was most obvious in the spirit of Chao Ben Ben. However, he concluded with frustration that his friend's soul had still not recovered enough to be able to talk properly. Looking out over the huge castle city within the dungeon, Yunxia held on to a small piece of hope. He thought that perhaps if he continued to level up, Mirror World Ben Ben might eventually get more of his consciousness back. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall in the castle, Ding Dan walked down a large staircase, reporting to his father. He was worried about his favorite Ding Gai, whom he called third brother, saying that he was still missing, and they didn't know where he was. He was speaking to a powerful figure, sitting on a throne, a man in intimidating full-plate armor who was Ding Kun, the famous hero of the empire. Ding Dan continued his report, expressing his anger that the criminal they were hunting had dared to come so close to their stronghold. The hero's dungeon Ding Kun rose from his throne. As Ding Dan continued his plea, He reasoned that, for someone to have quietly captured the powerful Dingai, that person must have also reached the S-class level. For security reasons, he begged his father, Ding Kuan, to personally step in and handle the threat. Instead of agreeing, Ding Kuan's response was quick and horribly violent. In a blur, his hand, now a shadowy claw with a glowing red eye, pierced straight through his own son's chest. As the life faded from Ding Dan, the menacing, shadowy form of Ding Kuan held his son's body. He scoffed at him condescendingly, asking how a man so incompetent, he couldn't even keep track of his own child, could dare to try and tell him what to do. Ding Dong gasped in disbelief, blood dripping from his lips. The armored figure of Ding Kuan looked down on him with complete disgust, remarking on how pathetic it was that Ding Dan only just met the requirements for S-class at his age, yet still couldn't survive a single hit from him. He continued his cold speech, revealing that the only reason he even bothered to keep such a waste like Ding Dan around was just to look after his grandson. Ding Ge, he scolded the dying man more, saying that not only had he failed in that simple task by losing Ding Ge, but now he expected Ding Kuan to clean up his mess. A look of pure terror filled Ding Dan's blood-soaked face as he realized the horrifying truth about his father. Ding Kuan revealed a chilling secret, explaining that without Ding Ge, he had lost a blood relative. This loss, he declared, would cost him many years of his own life. The scene shifts to the chaotic city streets, outside the castle, where a cruel young man with slicked-back blonde hair, named Ding Yin, another descendant of the hero, laughed wildly while sitting on a large, beaten man who was his living throne. He cruelly encouraged the starving citizens below to fight over scraps of food, a scene made worse by vicious wolves, attacking them as they scrambled. A small child cried in terror as a wolf got closer, and Ding Yin's voice could be heard taunting them all, warning that the food would be all gone if they didn't eat it first. A tall hooded figure, a level 60 enforcer named Nancy, appeared behind Ding Yin and called him young master. Nancy pointed out that Ding Yan's pet, the man he was sitting on, hadn't eaten meat in several days, and he made a dark suggestion. From a distance, Yun Che and the spirit of Chao In watched a horrible scene. Yun Che grimly thought that compared to the pure evil seen here, the actions of the other branch of the Ding family he dealt with seemed almost mild. As Yun Che watched the cruelty on the streets below, a purple aura of anger began to form around him. He wondered if he should step in and show himself. However, his attention was suddenly caught by something else. Beside him, the undead spirit of Chao Benben Yin burst out in a wave of blue and black energy, letting out a furious roar in reaction to the injustice he was seeing. Yun Chao looked at his friend's spirit with a sad expression, calling him by his nickname. He thought that even in his current mindless state, his friend's natural desire to help those in need was as strong as ever. This triggered a memory, flashing back to their shared past. Yin Che remembered that, among all the children in the poor slums where they grew up, Ben Ben and another boy named Lan Qian were always the kindest and strongest. He remembered finding them, standing up to a mean slave driver. And it was this courage that led him to take them both in as his students to train them. His hope was that they would grow strong enough to help others. In the future, the memory faded, and back in the present, Yun Che was filled with a deep sense of guilt. He blamed himself, thinking that it was his fault, that his friend was turned into this undead form. Just then, the spirit of Chao Wen turned to him and managed to say a broken, questioning name, Elaine Xian. Yun Che was completely stunned by this sign of returning consciousness. He grabbed his friend's spirit, desperately, asking if his mind had returned and if he could talk. But the spirit only managed to say another broken word. Ding! Suddenly, the spirit of Chaoan exploded with a huge surge of blue energy. It struggled, but finally put together a horrifying truth, declaring that Lan Qian is Ding Kuan. The truth hit Yun Che with the force of a physical blow, his eyes widening in absolute shock and understanding. The scene cuts back to the throne room, where the armored figure of Ding Cohen stood over the body of his son. Ding Dan, after wiping the blood from his gauntlet, he spoke the name Yun Che in his shadowy, menacing form. He wondered aloud if someone was intentionally using a name so similar to his old enemies to provoke him. A grim, knowing look appeared on his face as he thought about how many years it had been since he last heard that name. With a sinister, confident smile, he addressed his old master who was not there, declaring that he would see for himself who dared to pretend to be his dear master, revealing his true identity as Lan Xian on the city streets. The cruel Ding Yin speaks to his huge, orc-like pets, mocking them for being well-behaved. He tells them he knows they must be starving. With a crazy laugh, he points to the terrified and hurt citizens scattered around the plaza, a scene of violence he has clearly caused. A small, crying child kneels next to a fallen man, too scared to move, with a look of pure madness. Ding Yin declares that since the people are just toys, his pets should eat them all. He gives the command, and one of the giant orcs lunges toward the helpless child. But before the creature can hit, a bright flash of purple light appears. In a moment, the orc is cut to pieces by a series of impossibly fast slices. Yun Che lands smoothly, his back to the chaos, his body crackling with a powerful purple aura. His face is cold with fury, his eyes glowing intensely. He thinks the name Lan Xian in total disbelief. He cannot understand how his former student can be the same person as Ding. Who in the monster who causes this horrible scene? His arrival does not go unnoticed. The enforcer Nancy steps forward, demanding to know who he is, while Ding Yin looks on in shock. Nancy laughs, scolding Yun Kiaful for daring to enter the hero's territory to die, but Yun Che is lost in his own angry thoughts, his eyes burning with purple fire. He silently screams, wondering how the Lan Xian he knew could possibly raise such a disgusting person. Like Ding Yin, this brought back another memory, a flashback to a simpler time. A younger Yun Che stood before his two young students, Lan Xian and Chao Ben Ben En. He explained to them that, because of the great power of class users, the old era of knights was over. However, he told them that as a knight son himself, there were still values he wanted to teach them. He promised them that with his help, their strength would grow far beyond that of normal class users. As he spoke, as the young Lan Xian looked up at him with bright, admiring eyes, clearly inspired by his master's words. The story flashes back again to a younger Yun Che, teaching his two students, the bright-eyed Lan Xian and Xiao Ben Ben En. And he explains that if they want to keep learning from him, they must remember a few key things. The first, he says, is humility. The lesson is shown next to a memory of the two boys harvesting a field with Lan Xian, playfully bragging that he was faster than Ben Ben. Yinsho reminds them to remember that they are no different from others and must treat everyone with kindness and respect. And this is followed by a scene where the boys are being paid by an old man for their work. Ben Ben complains that the pay is too low, accusing the man of cheating them. The calmer Lan Xian quickly tries to stop him, telling him not to make their master angry. But Yin Che silences Ben Ben with a sharp command. After the lesson in humility, the younger Yin Che gives his students a book, explaining it is an extra reward. He tells them to remember this feeling of being rewarded for their work and to never let themselves become arrogant. The scene changes back to the present-day battle. Yin Che attacks with a furious storm of purple energy. Slashes the attack is so strong that it completely breaks Nancy's arcane shield skill, leaving the enforcer wounded and in total shock at his opponent's attack power. Yin Che looks on with cold focus. Nancy is enraged, shouting that his equipment was legendary, grade level 30 gear, and that his protective necklace was also destroyed. Behind him, Ding Yin, filled with anger, points at Yin Che, calling him a filthy commoner and promising to show him the true power of someone from a higher class. Unfazed, Yin Che charges forward to meet the challenge. This brings back another flashback to his second principal compassion. The memory shows him and the two boys in a ruined city, giving food and help to a starving, helpless man. Yin Che explains that they must be kind to the weak and always use a good heart to fight against violence. This is followed by a scene of the two boys bravely fighting off a large man. Defending the weak, the final memory focuses on Lan Xian. Yin Che stand behind him as they look down at a captured criminal. He tells Lan Xian that since he himself was rescued from the same slaver group, he should understand the helplessness of the weak and should make a fair judgment. As Yin Chi charges, he swings his glowing purple sword in a wide, powerful slice aimed at Ding Yin and his enforcer. However, the attack passes through them as if they were ghosts. They turn into black smoke, and the real Ding Yin and Nancy reappear. A short distance away, surrounded by the terrified citizens, Ding Yin mockingly comments on how pleased Yin Che must be to have slashed one of their illusions. The plaza then fills with dozens of identical copies of Ding Yin and Nancy surrounding Yin Che. The real Ding Yin leans on his enforcer's shoulder and cruelly offers to let Yin Che slash more of them. If he enjoys it so much, Yin Che remains completely calm. Ding Yang continues his taunts. Noting Yin Cha's always angry expression, he cruelly guesses if the anger is for the helpless citizens, and then wonders with sick joy if a family member is among them. He gives a twisted challenge, telling Yin Che to try and slash them again. He wonders what Yin Che's expression will be. Well, he finds out that, in his rage to cut down the illusions, he had actually killed the innocent people instead. As this cruel mind game plays out, Yin Che begins to power up his blade of trickery, his sword crackling with purple energy. As his attack power increases, a split-screen view shows Yin Che's advantage through his mirror world skill. He can see both the real world and the parallel one. At the same time, he sees the real, terrified citizens and the true location of his enemies, separate from many fakes in the plaza. With his improved senses, Yin Che ignores the bait. He rushes forward, his eyes glowing with purple light. His glowing sword swings in a wide, powerful arc that goes past the fakes and hits the real Ding Yin and Nancy. They are left completely stunned, unable to understand how he saw through their illusion. The story flashes back to Yin Che's third and final principle for his students' courage. The memory shows a young Lan Xian and a young Chao Balin standing bravely against a large group of monsters. Yin Che explains that one must be fearless. He taught them that. In the battle against the dangers of dungeons, there is no room for fear. One must fight for what is right. The memory shows the two boys fighting hard, wounded but refusing to give up. After the battle, the younger Yin Che finally appears. An angry Ben confronts him, shouting that they were almost killed, while Lan Xian expresses his relief that it's over. The younger Yin Che smiles, telling his students not to worry, as he was always nearby watching over them. Faced with Yin Che's amazing power, Ding Yin immediately panics. He admits that his opponent is strong, and in a show of pure cowardice, orders his enforcer Nanshi to stop using illusions and act as a human shield, to buy him time to escape. As he runs, he screams a threat over his shoulder, warning Nancy that if anything happens to him, his grandfather will surely kill him. Left to face Yin Che alone, a terrified Nancy desperately tries to cast a powerful spell, summoning a human delusion swamp. He complains that as a caster, he is at a big disadvantage without his illusion magic. Just as he is about to cast, Yin Che vanishes from sight. Nancy looks around in a panic, wondering where he went, but it's too late. Yin Che instantly reappears directly behind him, and with a single clean swing of his sword, cuts him down. The defeated enforcer desperately begs for his life, claiming he isn't a member of the Ding family, and is just a hired mercenary. He pleads with Yin Che to go after the escaping Ding Yin instead. Yin Che ignores his pleas and delivers the final blow without a word. Meanwhile, Ding Yin's escape is stopped by the ghostly, large figure of the undead Chao Yin, who blocks his path terrified. Ding Yin immediately tries to use his family name as a shield, asking what this thing is. and reminding it that he is the grandson of a hero. He threatens the spirit, promising to make its entire family suffer. A terrible death if it dares to touch him. Before the spirit can act, Yunche appears summoning a huge, shadowy creature that stands over the terrified Ding Yen. As Ding Yen screams in terror, a system window appears before him, showing a list of all his equipped items, his rope skill books, potions, and belt being forcefully taken from his inventory. He can only watch in horror, asking what Yunche has done to him. The scene is shown next to the final principles. Yunche taught his students, a strong contrast to the evil he now faces. The fifth principle was honesty. The sixth was justice, the seventh was honor, and the eighth and final principle was soul. The huge shadowy creature summoned by Yunche attacks, causing a volley of dark, blue energy swords to shoot up from the ground and rain down upon the city. His target, Ding Yen, lies lifeless on the ground. His time of terror brought to a quick and brutal end. Standing on a bridge, looking over the horrible scene, Yunche looks down at the bodies of citizens. Stuck on spikes, he thinks of his former student, Lan Xian, thinking with bitterness on how he had not only ignored every principle he was taught, but had also betrayed both him and Xiao Ben. In the past, his sadness turns to pure rage. As he thinks about the evil that Lan Xian has let his own family commit, and he silently screams. The painful question of why it all happened. A voice cuts through his thoughts asking, why would the shadowy armored figure of Dinkoen, who is Lan Xian, suddenly appears behind him before Yunche can react? Dinkoen delivers a powerful punch to his back, mockingly commenting on how much fun he seems to be having in his secret. The force of the punch sends Yunche crashing into the castle walls, causing a huge explosion of rock and dust buried in the rubble. Yunche immediately begins to heal himself, casting a series of basic heal spells as he checks his new powerful equipment. He is now wearing the spider pearl necklace, the distant roar robe, the nether serpent's pants, the nether cave belt, and the nether cave pottery boots, all while his blade of trickery continues to power up his attack. Bloodied but determined, he pulls himself from the wreckage, his mind still filled with the question for his old student Lan Xian. Why the shadowy figure of his former student, now fully identified by the system as the level 71 S-class berserker Lan Xian, also known as Ding Koen, walks towards him through the destruction. Instead of facing him directly, Yunche uses a new plan, throwing a volley of shiny, mirror-like shards toward his enemy. Dinkan easily blocks the objects, confused by what they are, and asking if they are mirrors. The shards are a distraction, and Yunche uses them as portals, appearing instantly behind his former students. With his enemy caught off guard, Yunche brings his glowing purple sword down in a powerful strike, his voice filled with the pain and rage of a decades-old betrayal. As he screams the question that has been bothering him, why did you betray us? The strong blow from Yunche's surprise attack shattered a piece of Ding Kuen's armor. Ding Kuen, touching his damaged helmet, grinned and noted that for someone to break his armor, their speed and attack power must be unusually high. Yunche's eyes glowed with an intense purple light, filled with rage and pain. Clenching his fist, he screamed Lan Xian's name, confirming it was his former student. He desperately asked why he chose to betray them years ago. Unimpressed, Lan Xian questioned the word betrayal as he summoned a huge pixelated greatsword. He thought to himself that this intruder knew his old name and was also using the name Yunche. He wrongly assumed Yunche was an assassin, sent by an old enemy with a wild grin. Lan Xian charged forward, unleashing a powerful swing with his sword that sent a wave of red energy across the area. After Yunche dodged the attack, Lan Xian appeared behind him, mockingly, asking if he was trying to impersonate his old master. Calling it a bad joke, ignoring the taunt, Yunche struck again, screaming his question about the betrayal once more. But Lan Xian easily blocked the attack. With a look of pure disgust, Lan Xian dismissed him, saying he was just a tool and that talking was useless. He immediately countered with a powerful swing of his own. The force of their weapons clashing shattered the ground, creating a large crater and forcing both fighters to jump back. As the dust settled, the undead spirit of Chao appeared at Yun Che's side. With a grim look, Yun Che challenged his old student, asking what he planned to do about their other friend. Filled with rage, the ghost of Chao, Yin charged forward. Roaring Lan Qian's name, Lan Qian looked on, in shock at the ghostly form of his old friend. In a flash, he appeared before Chao, Yin's spirit, grabbing him by the neck with a furious roar. He smashed the spirit's head into the ground, demanding to know how he was still alive. As Lan Qian raised his fist to strike again, Chao's spirit summoned a golden barrier to protect itself, but Lan Qian shattered it with a single powerful punch. As the barrier broke, Lan Qian realized the truth. He understood. His former friend was now an undead spirit. He noted that while Chao was revived, he didn't seem to have much intelligence. As he was distracted, Yun Che swung his sword at him from behind, but Lan Qian managed to block the attack. Suddenly, 3 new figures appeared on the castle walls above. A man called out to Lan Qian, calling him father and asking why he had come out. The 3 men, all level 60, said they could have easily handled the intruder themselves. Annoyed, Lan Qian told them to get lost. Yun Che summoned his own help, calling the undead spirits of Nan, Shi, and Ding Ji to fight with Chao En, ordering them to keep the 3 men busy. Lan Qian's eyes widened in shock as he recognized one of the new spirits, asking if it was his 3rd nephew. He looked closely at the undead Ding Ge and confirmed that his nephew was indeed dead. He muttered, "My blood relative," a moment of sadness on his face. However, his sadness quickly turned into a sinister, evil grin, looking at Yun Che with new interest. He said that he was starting to find him interesting. He charged forward again, noting Yun Che's ability to revive another person. As an undead as Yun Che barely dodged a swipe from his former student's claws, Lan Qian stood over him, his form growing more monstrous, and his eyes glowing with a mad light. He called Yun Che master desperately, pleading with him to prove that he was who he said. He was with a look of pure insanity. He screamed that Yun Che must be his beloved master, bloodied but determined. Yun Che looked at him with cold fury. He thought back to the person Lan Qian used to be, someone who would help others, even when he was a suffering prisoner. As his blade of trickery continued to drain his magic to increase its power, Yun Che swung his glowing purple sword, screaming in frustration, wondering how his student could have become so crazy and twisted. Lan Qian managed to block the powerful blow. Lan Qian responded with a crazed shout, blaming everything on his dear master. Angered by this, Yun Che grabbed him, firing back with furious questions. He demanded to know what nonsense he was talking, reminding him that Yun Che had saved him from slavery and gave him power. He asked if Lan Qian had forgotten everything he was taught, but was met with only hysterical laughter. Suddenly, Lan Qian's laughter turned to pure rage as he screamed the real reason for his anger. Questioning why Yun Che took so long to rescue him in the first place. As they clashed again, his twisted thinking was revealed in a painful flashback to his past, where he lay beaten by a slaver. He questioned why he had to suffer so much before being rescued. He then ranted about his life after questioning why. As the student of a mere knight's son, he was expected to live a comfortable life, where everyone was polite. A memory showed townspeople greeting the younger Yun Che with respect. Lan Qian bitterly asked why Chao Bin, who never suffered such horrors, was allowed to enjoy the same respected life. His deep jealousy exploded as he asked why Bin was always stronger than him. He screamed at Yun Che, accusing him of favoring Bin simply because his past was cleaner. Finally, he asked the question that seemed to bother him the most, demanding to know why Yun Che had him change his class to a berserker. He argued with twisted logic that, because he was shy and fearful, He should have been made a guardian knight. With stronger defenses, not a reckless attacker. Stunned into silence for a moment. Yun que finally responded. He asked when he ever showed favoritism. Zeminding Lan Xian. That he had always wanted to become braver and stronger, and that was the reason for his choice. Lan Xian furiously rejected this, screaming that it was all because Yin Che preferred people like Ben. He insisted that he also tried his best to act brave. But then his tone shifted to mocking laughter. He questioned if his efforts made Yin Che favor him more than, accused his former master of looking down on him from the beginning because of his past as a slave, telling him to stop pretending. This accusation finally broke Yin Che's calm, his eyes glowing with pure rage. He screamed back, asking about compassion and humility, angrily dismissing all the knightly values he had tried to teach. Lan Xian shot back, asking if any of those values could help him live a better life. He cynically pointed out that the respect Yin Qian goes only due to his own power. He sneered that unlike Ben, who was fooled by Yin Che, he would never waste time and chances for leveling up, just to save people with a look of disgust. He again asked Yin Che how he could dare to speak of betrayal. Lan Xian's confession became a proud declaration. He said that since Yin Che could choose Ben, he was free to make his own choice. He revealed that good old brother Luo Wei was able to offer him a much higher status and greater power. He crazily told Yin Che to look at the results of their choices, comparing Ben's descendants to his own. He laughed with cruel satisfaction, bragging that Ben's family can only serve as slaves under his own Ding family. He mocked Yin Che's current state, and then pointed to a golden statue of a powerful figure, telling him to look at the high status Luo Wei now holds. As Yin Che stood silently, his body crackling with a huge purple aura, Lan Xian delivered his final taunting question, asking him who he thinks made the right choice. In the end, the immense purple energy around Yin Che surged violently. His blood-streaked face twisted into a mask of pure fury as he finally snapped, screaming at Lan Xian and calling him a heartless, ungrateful bastard fueled by his rage. Yin Che leaped into the air and threw a volley of glowing mirror shards at his former student. He then unleashed a blindingly fast and complex attack, teleporting between the shards to strike from multiple angles at once. A storm of purple energy slashes overwhelmed Lan Xian, who desperately tried to fight off the attack. The force was too much, and Lan Xian's strong armor began to crack and shatter under the continuous blows, breaking apart completely. After the devastating attack, Yin Che landed looking down at his hand. He spoke with cold final judgment, agreeing with his former student on one thing. He truly cannot compare to Chao Ben. In the look of complete disgust, he delivered his final crushing insult, declaring that Lan Xian isn't even worthy of being compared to one of Ben's toes. Lying defeated on the ground in his shattered armor, Lan Xian started to laugh wildly. A system window appeared, announcing that the conditions for his skill Berserker's brand had been met. Surrounded by a furious red aura, his scar body now bare, he rose to his feet laughing like a madman. As he screamed that Yin Che had finally admitted he had favored another system notification, showed his incredible power boost. His attack power had increased by 300% and his speed by 200%. The skill explained that the lower his health, the more his power and speed would grow. Now, in a full rampage state, he screamed that Yin Che had confirmed his bias towards Ben, calling him a hypocrite as he dashed forward with blinding speed. The system added that the Berserker exclusive Rampage skill greatly increased strength and speed, but lowered intelligence and defense. Yin Cho was completely shocked by his former students. New speed Lan Xian moved so fast that Yin Che had to retreat into the mirror world just to survive Lan Xian's powerful strike, sliced through a mirror shard. Instead of him, the force of the missed attack was so great that it cut a massive trench through the battlefield, slicing the castle itself in half. as Yin Che reappeared from another shard in the rubble. Lan Xian correctly figured out that he was using the mirrors to teleport and dodge his attacks. To counter this, he activated another berserker skill, Furious Blood Rain, mocking Yun Che for being helpless without his tricks. A storm of sharp, blood-red projectiles rained down from the sky, shattering the ground. Lan Xian challenged him to a direct fight, sarcastically, reminding him that knights were supposed to be brave. Caught in the downpour, Yun Che began to take constant damage. Meanwhile, Lan Xian walked through his own damaging aura, while he also took small amounts of damage. Each hit activated his berserker's brand, continuously increasing his attack power and speed. Even more convinced he was right, he sneered that Yun Che only preached about virtue, when he was safe calling him a spoiled noble, who had never truly suffered, and therefore understood nothing. He charged forward once more, screaming that someone who had never felt his pain had no right to talk about compassion. As Lan Xian swung with incredible force, Yun Che barely managed to dodge the powerful attack. Lan Xian suddenly appeared, right in front of a shocked Yun Che, mocking his former master's ideals as nothing more than a childish game. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a huge wave of red energy, laughing at the naive idea that friends and students would stay loyal forever. The brutal attack hit, and the force of the blow shattered the ground beneath them, forced to his knees, and trapped in the damaging aura of the furious Blood Rain. Yun Che could only take the continuous hits. As his health dropped, Lan Xian laughed at his pathetic state, taunting him about how weak he was without his mirrors. With his magic almost gone, Yun Che had to drink a healing potion, barely managing to counter the constant damage he was taking. Lan Xian slowly moved closer, gloating that even if he did not attack, Yun Che could only struggle to survive the damage from the blood rain. Seizing a moment, Yun Che lunged forward in a desperate counterattack, but Lan Xian easily blocked it, saying that his master had not been so fragile in the past. With a cruel sneer, he declared that this was the price of being naive, and that Yun Che should thank him for the lesson. In a swift move, Yun Che summoned a small, ghostly dagger and tried to stab him up close. However, Lan Xian easily caught the blade, continuing his twisted lecture by saying that only by being betrayed could one truly grow up. He began his own counterattack, mocking Yun Che about how terrible it must feel to fall from such a high position. Yun Che managed to block the strike, but as their blades locked, Lan Xian delivered his final crushing taunts. He gloated about how Luo Wei had become a respected king loved by the people, while Yun Che himself had been called a traitor, hated by all, straining with all his strength. Yun Che struggled to hold back Lan Xian's immense power with a final taunting question, asking if he felt jealous. Lan Xian easily overpowered his former master, sending him crashing into the rocks, buried in rubble, and still taking damage from the furious blood rain. Yun Che's health dropped to a critical level. As Lan Xian laughed wildly, the victor approached, stating that Yun Che's life was about to end, and that his only way to survive was now in his hands. With a twisted, cruel look, Lan Xian made an offer. If Yun Che admitted that he was wrong, and got on his knees to beg for forgiveness, he might be allowed to live as his pet. However, this offer had one key condition. He must reveal the secret of how he could bring the dead back to life. In the darkness, seemingly beaten, Yun Che quietly admitted, "I was wrong." As he spoke, he summoned a new pair of daggers. The ghostly daggers, he clarified his statement, declaring that his mistake had been saving Lan Xian from the slavers all those years ago. As a powerful golden aura began to surge around him, he continued, stating that his second mistake had been trusting heartless people like him. Suddenly a system message flashed, announcing that Yun Che had leveled up. Lan Xian looked on in shock, realizing that his opponent's status had been fully restored. Yun Che continued listing his past mistakes. He had been wrong to believe that he could win people over by setting a good example, and wrong to think that good people could not turn evil. All this time, his undead minions had been continuously farming experience for him inside the mirror world, providing the final push he needed to level up. With his health and mana now full at level 46, he stated his next mistake had been strictly following the Knight's Code. He activated a series of powerful buffing skills from the new daggers, including Aura of Swiftness and Evil Possession. His appearance changed dramatically. His hair turned a ghostly white. He was covered in a powerful, ghostly blue aura. As his attack power soared, he declared that virtues were not needed to deal with scum like them. With a new look of cold, ruthless determination, he concluded that all that was needed was to eliminate them. By any means necessary, now fully powered up, Yin Che charged forward, his new ghostly daggers crackling with energy, and met Lan Xian head-on. The two engaged in a fierce high-speed battle, their attacks clashing in a blinding storm of blue and red energy that tore across the ruined landscape. Lan Xian laughed, wildly thrilled by the fight, screaming that this was how it should be. However, after easily blocking one of Yin Che's strikes, he began to mock his former master. He had thought Yin Che had learned a new, dual-wielding class, but he now saw that he was just awkwardly holding two daggers. He scolded him, saying that using an unfamiliar fighting style in a real battle was suicide, and that Yin Che seemed to have forgotten the lessons he had once taught him. As a memory of his own past suffering flashed in his mind, Lan Xian swung. But Yin Che vanished before the blow could land. The Lan Xian was left confused by his opponent's sudden disappearance, but only for a moment. Yin Che instantly reappeared behind him and drove a dagger deep in his back, causing him to spit up blood. Enraged and in pain, Lan Xian spun around to counterattack, but Yin Che vanished again. He screamed in frustration, demanding to know how it was possible. When all his mirrors were shattered, frantically searching, his eyes landed on a pool of his own blood. On the ground, he saw a reflection and realized the horrifying truth. Yin Che did not need mirrors, but could use any reflective surface, even blood, to teleport. Furious at being tricked, Lan Xian unleashed a powerful ability, causing tendrils of blood to erupt from the ground and cover the entire area. He admitted that Yin Che had found a loophole, but declared that this new move would leave him with nowhere left to run. Activating his ultimate skill, Blood Frenzy, he confidently stated that now there was nothing left for his master to use. For reflection, just as he finished his boast, a shadowy blade pierced straight through his chest. From behind, he turned in utter disbelief to see the ghostly form of his other former friend, the undead Chao, and standing right behind him. He weakly questioned when he had gotten there, and how they could have performed a sneak attack. Across the battlefield, Yin Che, now back to his original appearance, calmly recalled his undead minions. He stated that there was no need to follow the Knight's Code when dealing with someone like him. The battle was over. Surrounded by the ghostly flames of his undead army, Yin Che stood over the fallen body of Lan Xian. With a look of absolute cold hatred, he delivered his final sentence, declaring that he only wanted one thing: for Lan Xian to die, even with a deadly wound. Lan Xian was still defiant. He called the undead spirit of Chao Ben Ben, a loser from 60 years ago, who was no match for him now, and easily cut the spirit in half. He screamed that the more he was hurt, the stronger he got because of his berserker skills. But Yin Che instantly appeared and stabbed him again. In his powered-up form, Yin Che coldly told his former student that he knew all his weaknesses. Enraged, Lan Xian cursed at him, but Yin Che calmly explained the two main weaknesses of the berserker class. The first, he said, was low defense. As Lan Xian swung wildly, Yin Che teleported away, and the undead spirit of Ding Ji took his place. Swinging its axe at the berserker, Lan Xian furiously turned and sliced the new enemy in half. Yunke explained that the berserker class needs a lot of points in attack and speed, which leaves little for defense. To prove his point, a volley of energy arrows from another undead archer hit Lan Xian in the back, Now surrounded by a growing army of Yun Che's minions, he learned the hard truth of his build. Yun Che explained that, with the defense-lowering effects of his own skills, even low-level skeletons could now hurt him. With a furious roar, Lan Xin used a powerful whirlwind slash, cutting down the minions right around him. He boasted that he just needed to clear out these low-level spirits, but as the dust settled, he saw Yun Che and more undead on the cliffs above. Yun Chao then revealed the second major weakness, a lack of wide area attacks. He explained that besides the basic whirlwind slash and some straight energy slashes, Lan Xian had no way to deal with a large, spread-out army. The final, inescapable trap was revealed as a huge army of undead spirits appeared from the shadows. Banged Yunke. He told his former student that his mana regenerated fast enough to keep an endless army of undead, making it impossible for Lan Xian to ever kill them, all refusing to accept his weakness. Lan Xian furiously declared that he did have a wide-range attack and used his furious blood rain again. But Yun Che was ready and calmly summoned huge, ghostly shield from the ground to protect his army. He then revealed his former student's biggest weakness, having no one he could truly count on. Yun Che reminded him of the past, explaining that he and Xiao Ben used to work together, covering each other's weaknesses. He pointed out the sad irony that the shield that once protected him, Ben was now the sword trying to strike him down. He reasoned that, as someone who gained power through betrayal, it was only natural that no one would ever truly get close to him. As the ghostly form of Chaowen appeared behind the traitor, Yun Che asked if this lonely, bitter life was what he had really wanted. Enraged, Lan Xian rejected the idea of friendship and trust, swinging his weapon wildly. As Yun Che dodged, he screamed that, while he had enjoyed 60 years of absolute power, Yun Che had been nothing but a dead man. He insisted that he was the one who had been right, and that he didn't need allies. To prove his point, he moved back towards the city, calling for his family members, Ding Jian, Ding Cheng, and Ding Chun to come out and fight for him. He landed with a proud look, boasting that he didn't need allies, because his own family would be his army. In a flash, Yun Che appeared right behind him, calmly questioning his confidence. Before Lan Xian could react, Yun Che swung his blade in a clean, quick move, cutting off his former student's arm at the shoulder. Chun screamed in pain and disbelief as his 3 family members watched from the rooftops, in stunned horror, calling out to their father. A wave of pure panic hit Ding Zhan as he stuttered, unable to believe that his seemingly unbeatable father was being so completely defeated. Wounded and desperate, Lan Xian screamed at his 3 sons, ordering them to hold Yun Che back and heal him right away. But his family members were frozen in terror. Ding Chun stuttered, asking how they could possibly fight someone that even their powerful father couldn't beat. This hesitation sent Lan Xian into a blind rage. Cursing them, he declared he would do it himself, and leaped towards them in a horrible act of cruelty. He grabbed his son Ding Shun by the throat. The terrified young man could only cry out, asking his father what he was doing. With a face twisted by madness, Lan Xian screamed that everything his children had was given to them by him. He revealed the monstrous truth behind his family, asking what purpose they served, other than to make sure he was healthy and live a long life. As he spoke, he began to drain his son's life force. Enraged that he would dare to refuse him, he then threatened his other 2 sons, who watched in frozen horror. He ordered them to hold Yun Che back, or he would drain them next. Before they could react, a volley of mirror shards appeared from thin air, blocking their path from these portals. Yun Che's entire undead army appeared, completely surrounding the traitor and his terrified family. A group of spirits swarmed them in a chaotic, overwhelming attack, attacking from all sides. Lan Xian screamed in pain as he was torn apart by the endless wave of energy and blades. In a final desperate act, he used a massive explosive swing of his weapon, creating a huge crater and sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. When the dust finally settled, Lan Xian was left standing alone in the ruined landscape, breathing heavily. He looked around the now empty battlefield, wondering where everyone had gone. A bloodied Yun Che, still in his powered-up form, looked down on his exhausted former student with a smirk, asking if his energy was finally running out. He then revealed his final, most cruel act of revenge. Behind him, the newly resurrected undead spirits of Lan Xian's own sons, Ding Jian, Ding Shun, and Ding Shang, rose from the shadows. Yun Shi coldly remarked that despite his youthful look, Lan Xian was still just an old man on the inside, and mockingly told him to enjoy his family happiness. A wave of absolute terror and despair washed over Lan Xian as he realized that his own children had been turned into undead puppets. Utterly broken, he let out a choked sound and made a desperate attempt to run away. Yun Che chased after him, calmly asking if he truly believed he could escape now. Lan Xian's desperate escape was immediately cut short. He was surrounded and relentlessly attacked by the ghostly blue slashes of his own undead sons, as he was torn apart by the ones he once called family. His mind completely broke. He muttered the word comrades, then master, and finally, with blood pouring from his lips, children Yin Xia appeared before him one last time, as Lan Xian's fingers were cut off in the brutal attack. His former master told him with cold finality that he could have had it all: loyalty, family, and honor. With that, Lan Xian finally collapsed, his body and spirit completely shattered. Yin Xiao looked down, his face a cold, emotionless mask surrounded by his entire undead army. He stood over the fallen body of the man who had betrayed him. He told him that where he could have had love and loyalty, he now only had the hatred of those he sacrificed. With his final words, Yun Che told him to face the dead end that he himself had chosen. The story goes back more than 60 years to a time when Yun Che was in a workshop with his two young students. He spoke to both Chao Ben Ben and Lan Xian, congratulating them on successfully changing their class and reaching the S rank. He told them that, as their master, he had gifts for them. Yin Chu explained that he had sent all the best materials he had saved over the years to a master craftsman. With great luck, he was able to have 2 weapons of mythic quality made. He gave a huge great sword to an impressed Lan Xian, telling him it was the best weapon he could use at his level, and that its style was similar to what he already used, so he should be able to handle it easily. Lan Xian excitedly swung the new sword and sincerely thanked his master. Yan Shi then turned to Chao Ben Ben, giving him a large fancy shield. He explained that the shield was a perfect fit for his new class, and that with his fighting talent, he would surely master it quickly. Chao Ben Ben hugged the shield, seeming to mumble that it was a waste of money, but clearly loved the gift. After a moment, a confused Chao Ben asked Lan Xian what he was staring at. Lan Xian pointed at Yun Che's own sword, asking why his master had never changed his weapon, and wondering if it was old. Yun Che held his sword and declared that it was one he would never need to replace, revealing it was the flowing cloud sword. He went on to explain that he had once risked everything, spending many years collecting the best secret treasures, and finally snuck into an SSS ranked secret realm to make this ultimate weapon in an ancient furnace. Even then, he noted it was only a first version. The sword was of unique quality, a level above even mythic, and was on a kind. He explained that it had a special way of being awakened. It could change like a flowing cloud into any weapon form its user wanted. The real condition for it to take its final form was for the user to form a bond with it through experience. After fighting with it for many years, it had learned to change according to his will and match his strength. Lan Xian was completely amazed by this. Yun Che then offered the incredible sword to him, asking if he would like to try it. Overjoyed, Lan Xian excitedly asked if he really could. As Lan Xian grabbed the handle of the flowing cloud sword, the scene flashes back to the past. After a great battle, a man in full plate armor, Lan Xin stood over the dying body of Yun Che, whom he had just stabbed with the same sword. Lan Xin thought that the scene had to be cleaned up, to look like a fierce rebellion for the king. With a crazy laugh, Lan Xin celebrated that he had finally gotten the one-of-a-kind, unique quality weapon. As he claimed it, the holy sword began to change shape, becoming twisted by a dark power. The scene shifts back to the present. Upward up Yunke, his hair glowing with a white energy, stared forward with serious determination. He began to walk forward, thinking about his past life. He remembered that, when he faced dangers on the front lines, he never hesitated even when the path was hard. He believed he could overcome any problem. He grabbed the twisted, flowing cloud sword from the ground, its blade now burning with a fiery aura. As the sword began to change shape in his hand, he thought that all his struggles had been for one simple goal: to live a peaceful life with his friends. But now, holding the weapon, he saw that their greed had badly damaged his beloved. Then pointed the broken blade at the defeated and bleeding Lan Xin, who finally admitted that he was wrong. Yun Che told him that he never cared for the fake title of hero. Terrified, Lan Xin begged for his life in response. Yun Che transformed the sword into a huge, heavy scythe. He looked down at his former student and asked if it was for this power that he betrayed him, and most importantly betrayed Chao Ben Ben. Desperate, Lan Xin reached out, asking if his former master did not want to know the truth of what happened. Yun Che ignored his plea, telling him only to face the dead and that he himself had chosen. With a final quick move, he swung the great scythe and cut off Lan Xian's head, whose last words about the truth were cut short, standing as a dark silhouette. Yun Che made a final chilling statement, saying that everything Lan Xian knew, he would come to know as well. After the battle, Yun Che sat on a throne, looking down at the newly formed undead spirit of Ding Cohen, who was once Lan Xian. The spirit, now tied to him, spoke in broken sentences, revealing a shocking truth. He was just bait used by Luo Wei. Hearing this, a look of cold determination crossed Yun Che's face. He realized his path of revenge had only just started. The undead spirit of Lan Xian held up a proof of advancement, a rare item, and seemed to promise that for this revenge, it would become stronger. The story then explains the power system of the world. Because of the strict control over dungeons, ordinary people like miners might only reach level 30 in their whole lives. Even talented people who join official groups and get promoted can, at best, reach level 60. This is because level 60 is a huge barrier. Class advancement only by meeting certain conditions can a person's class evolve, which unlocks better equipment, stats, and special skills. Only those who complete this advancement can break the level 60 barrier. As Yun Che looked at the proof of advancement he had taken from Lan Xian, he remembered how important this item was for the process. These proofs are incredibly rare. Even in his past life, when dungeons were open to everyone, only 1 in 10,000 people managed to advance. In the current time, the government controls them completely, making them even harder for ordinary people to get. Yun Xiao thought about the fact that, within the entire hero family, only Lan Xian himself had a proof of advancement, meaning none of his family were able to advance their class. The power difference between someone before and after advancement is huge. Lan Shun, for example, advanced from a simple warrior to a berserker, learning powerful special skills like Berserker's Brand, and increasing his strength several times. Looking at the kneeling spirit of his once very powerful enemy, Yun Che knew that if it weren't for his unique SSS rank skill, Mirror World, he would have had no chance of beating Lan Xian. Yin Cho considered his next move. Having seen the huge power boost that class advancement gave to Lan Xian, he thought about what would happen if he, with the powerful base of his SSS rank skill, Mirror World also went through the process. He activated the proof of advancement, He had gotten his mind racing with the possibilities, as he wondered just how strong he could become. The system began the advancement process, scanning his stats and confirming that he met the requirements to advance. It then showed him 3 possible advanced classes for a chanter war dancer, bard and forest musician, asking him to pick one to begin the advancement quest. Yuncho reached out, his decision already made. He had long ago decided on his path. He would choose the war dancer, a very rare advancement that only a few chanters could get, and the only one that had powerful attack skills with strong determination. He made his choice, however, just as he selected his new class. An unexpected message from his own unique skill appeared. The mirror world system asked him a shocking question. Did he want to reverse the war dancer class? Yunche was left completely stunned, realizing with disbelief that his ability could even reverse the nature of an entire class. Yunche explains the class system. The 8 basic classes branch out into many advanced options, while most focus on certain strengths. There are exceptions called hidden classes. These hidden classes are much stronger, but their quests are incredibly hard to finish. Yunxiao focused on a hidden advancement. For the chanter class, the war dancer. This class is very difficult because it needs high speed and spirit, stats most chanters ignore. The quest also requires a very rare item called a slaughter blood core. This crystal is formed from the energy of mass slaughter, making it almost impossible for a support class with no attack skills to get. Because of this, few ever succeed, even though it's the only chanter path. With attack skills, Yin Cho decided to choose this path, but his mirror world skill stepped in. Just as it reversed his skills, it reversed the class itself. The war dancer was changed into a new, unknown class. The peace dancer, the system said. True peace requires absolute martial protection, making these dancers able to use both healing songs and destructive ones. But the requirements were also reversed and increased. Instead of the slaughter blood core, the quest now needed 5 life saplings. Yincho was stunned by how absurd the request was. He tried to understand the logic, realizing that a life sapling is a legendary treasure that can create endless potions that fully restore health. A single one would be fought over by top professionals because it could replace a healer. To need 5 of them seemed impossible. But Yinche knew that such a high cost meant the peace dancer class would be incredibly powerful. He wondered how to find them. Thinking about his skill's recent upgrade, he entered the mirror world and found that the level 3 upgrade was more than just a map expansion. Standing before him was a huge orc chieftain copy, a dungeon lord. He realized that the mirror world now created copies of dungeon lords, giving him the perfect targets to farm the legendary items he needed. In the mirror world, Yinche summoned the undead spirit of Ding Kuan. He noticed that this spirit seemed more aware than the others he had summoned before. Having leveled up twice, Yunche thought about his abilities, realizing that, since he could even reverse class advancements, his skills still had a lot of potential. Behind him, the huge ORC chieftain copy roared, but Yinche just turned his back, saying it was time to leave the mirror world. He ordered the undead spirit of Ding Kuan to attack with a single powerful sword slash. The spirit cut the huge dungeon lord in half. A series of system messages confirmed Yunche's victory. He gained 2 more levels, got a piece of legendary equipment called the Great Fong Necklace, and finished the dungeon clear. Opening his status window, he saw that he had reached level 50, and his stats were now high, enough to meet the hard requirements for his planned class advancement. Meanwhile, in the real world, the massive energy structure of the hero's dungeon began to become unstable and fade away. The guards at the entrance noticed and stared in shock. Panic started as they questioned why the dungeon was suddenly disappearing and what had happened to the hero inside, especially since they had been ordered not to enter. The captain ordered the guards to ignore their old orders and follow him inside. As the structure crumbled among the debris, they made a horrible discovery: the lifeless body of Ding Jian. The guards shouted in disbelief. that a member of the hero's family had been killed. The news of the event spread quickly across the empire. Newspapers filled the sky over the city, carrying the shocking headline of the death of the hero citizens. Watching the news in their homes, were stunned and terrified, unable to believe that the powerful hero family had been killed, and that the hero himself was dead. In a military command center, an officer stood before a screen, showing the only evidence they had, a blurry image of Yunche's back, with his white hair and cape. He announced that a wanted order had been issued, and ordered his troops to use all their power to hunt down the criminal. High on his dark throne, the Supreme King, Luo Wei, sat in the shadows. He said casually that little Lantian had died. He looked at a holographic screen, showing an image of Yunche, sitting in the ruins of the dungeon. Luo Wei asked his subordinate what had been found, noting that even though the army was stationed outside, they only found out about the event after it was over. In a wasteland filled with corpses, a hooded subordinate sat on a pile of defeated S-class fighters. He reported to the king that none of the officers guarding Ding Kuan knew what had happened. He handed a book of records to someone, explaining that he had his men check the entry and exit logs and the security bureau's information. The subordinate revealed that the current suspects were Yin Sha and Yun Che. Hearing the name, the king smirked. He remarked that Yun Che was a name that brought back old memories. The subordinate declared that he would handle the matter. The scene moved to the academy, where the campus was filled with rumors. Students walked through the plaza, asking if others had heard about what happened at the hero. Secret Realm. A group of male students discussed the news, saying it had been crazy for the last 2 days, wondering who was bold enough to attack a hero. Yin Xiao and Yunin walked past the gossiping crowd. The students around them were angry, questioning how a hero could be killed, and calling the person responsible a national traitor, demanding to know what the army was doing. Yin Xia looked very stressed and nervous. She realized with horror that the man she helped had actually gone through with it and killed Ding Kuan directly. Sweat dripped down her face. As she realized how serious her situation was, she understood that, by helping him enter the hero's secret realm, she was now an accomplice in a hero's murder. She debated whether she should report this to the authorities. However, she comforted herself with the thought that, after doing something so huge, she would probably never see him again in her life. Yinsho walked through the school grounds and walked past Yun Sha. She froze, looking completely terrified to see him, while Yun Che stared at her with cold, intense silence. His mind began to put the pieces together about his new class requirements. He thought about the life saplings he needed, knowing that such items were incredibly rare. He figured that only someone of a very high rank or status would have them. He looked at Yin Sha, realizing that her behavior and resources showed she was from a noble family. He remembered a conversation he had with the undead spirit of Ding Kuan back in the mirror world. He had asked the spirit if it knew Yun Sha's true identity, noting that the spirit had seemed desperate to see her. Before the spirit had revealed the shocking truth, her name was actually Luo Sha, and she was the granddaughter of the Supreme King, Luo Wei back in the present. A dark, murderous aura grew around Yun Che. As he stood behind her, he glared at her, thinking that he never expected this. He realized that the girl, standing right in front of him, was the granddaughter of his sworn enemy.